category is in any way useful in philosophy as representing any clear idea. There are, in Aristotle, 10 categories: substance, quantity, quality, relation, place, time, position, state, action, and affection. The only definition offered of the term category is expressions which are in no way composite signify, and then follows the above list. This seems to mean that every word of which the meaning is not compounded of the meanings of other words signifies a substance or a quantity or etc. There is no suggestion of any principle on which the list of 10 categories has been compiled. Substance is primarily what is not predicable of a subject, nor present in a subject. A thing is said to be present in a subject when, though not a part of the subject, it cannot exist without the subject. The instances given are a piece of grammatical knowledge which is present in a mind, and a certain whiteness which may be present in a body. A substance in the above primary sense is an individual thing or person or animal. But in a secondary sense, a species or a genus, for example, man or animal, may be called a substance. This secondary sense seems indefensible, and opened the door in later writers to much bad metaphysics. The posterior analytics is a work largely concerned with a question which must trouble any deductive theory, namely, how are first premises obtained? Since deduction must start from somewhere, we must begin with something unproved, which must be known otherwise than by demonstration. I shall not give Aristotle's theory in detail, since it depends upon the notion of essence. A definition, he says, is a statement of a thing's essential nature. The notion of essence is an intimate part of every philosophy subsequent to Aristotle until we come to modern times. It is, in my opinion, a hopelessly muddle-headed notion, but its historical importance requires us to say something about it. The essence of a thing appears to have meant those of its properties which it cannot change without losing its identity. Socrates may be sometimes happy, sometimes sad, sometimes well, sometimes ill. Since he can change these properties without ceasing to be Socrates, they are no part of his essence. But it is supposed to be of the essence of Socrates that he is a man, though a Pythagorean who believes in transmigration will not admit this. In fact, the question of essence is one as to the use of words. We apply the same name on different occasions to somewhat different occurrences, which we regard as manifestations of a single thing or person. In fact, however, this is only a verbal convenience. The essence of Socrates thus consists of those properties in the absence of which we should not use the name Socrates. The question is purely linguistic. A word may have an essence, but a thing cannot. The conception of substance, like that of essence, is a transference to metaphysics of what is only a linguistic convenience. We find it convenient, in describing the world, to describe a certain number of occurrences as events in the life of Socrates, and a certain number of others as events in the life of Mr. Smith. This leads us to think of Socrates, or Mr. Smith, as denoting something that persists through a certain number of years, and as in some way more solid and real than the events that happen to him. If Socrates is ill, we think that Socrates at other times is well, and therefore the being of Socrates is independent of his illness. Illness, on the other hand, requires somebody to be ill. But although Socrates need not be ill, something must be occurring to him if he is to be considered to exist. He is not, therefore, really any more solid than the things that happen to him. Substance, when taken seriously, is a concept impossible to free from difficulties. A substance is supposed to be the subject of properties, and to be something distinct from all its properties. But when we take away the properties and try to imagine the substance by itself, we find that there is nothing left. To put the matter in another way, what distinguishes one substance from another? Not difference of properties, for according to the logic of substance, difference of properties presupposes numerical diversity between the substances concerned. Two substances, therefore, must be just two, without being in themselves in any way distinguishable. How then are we ever to find out that they are two? Substance, in fact, is merely a convenient way of collecting events into bundles. What can we know about Mr. Smith? When we look at him, we see a pattern of colours. When we listen to him talking, we hear a series of sounds. We believe that, like us, he has thoughts and feelings. But what is Mr. Smith apart from all these occurrences? A mere imaginary hook from which the occurrences are supposed to hang? They have in fact no need of a hook any more than the earth needs an elephant to rest upon. Anyone can see in the analogous case of a geographical region that such a word as France, say, is only a linguistic convenience, and that there is not a thing called France over and above its various parts. The same holds of Mr. Smith. It is a collective name for a number of occurrences. If we take it as anything more, it denotes something completely unknowable, and therefore not needed for the expression of what we know. Substance, in a word, is a metaphysical mistake, due to transference to the world structure of the structure of sentences composed of a subject and a predicate. I conclude that the Aristotelian doctrines with which we have been concerned in this chapter are wholly false, with the exception of the formal theory of the syllogism, which is unimportant. Any person in the present day who wishes to learn logic will be wasting his time if he reads Aristotle or any of his disciples. Nonetheless, Aristotle's logical writings show great ability, and would have been useful to mankind if they had appeared at a time when intellectual originality was still active. Unfortunately, they appeared at the very end of the creative period of Greek thought, and therefore came to be accepted as authoritative. By the time that logical originality revived, a reign of 2,000 years had made Aristotle very difficult to dethrone. Throughout modern times, practically every advance in science, in logic, or in philosophy has had to be made in the teeth of the opposition from Aristotle's disciples. Chapter 23. Aristotle's Physics. In this chapter, I propose to consider two of Aristotle's books, the one called Physics and the one called On the Heavens. These two books are closely connected. The second takes up the argument at the point at which the first has left it. Both were extremely influential and dominated science until the time of Galileo. Words such as quintessence and sublunary are derived from the theories expressed in these books. The historian of philosophy, accordingly, must study them, in spite of the fact that hardly a sentence in either can be accepted in the light of modern science. To understand the views of Aristotle, as of most Greeks, on physics, it is necessary to apprehend their imaginative background. Every philosopher, in addition to the formal system which he offers to the world, has another, much simpler, of which he may be quite unaware. If he is aware of it, he probably realizes that it won't quite do. He therefore conceals it, and sets forth something more sophisticated, which he believes because it is like his crude system, but which he asks others to accept because he thinks he has made it such as cannot be disproved. The sophistication comes in by way of refutation of refutations, but this alone will never give a positive result. It shows at best that a theory may be true, not that it must be. The positive result, however little the philosopher may realize it, is due to his imaginative preconceptions, or to what Santayana calls animal faith. In relation to physics, Aristotle's imaginative background was very different from that of a modern student. Nowadays, a boy begins with mechanics, which by its very name suggests machines. He is accustomed to motor cars and aeroplanes. He does not, even in the dimmest recesses of his subconscious imagination, think that a motor car contains some sort of horse in its inside, or that an aeroplane flies because its wings are those of a bird possessing magical powers. Animals have lost their importance in our imaginative pictures of the world, in which man stands comparatively alone as master of a mainly lifeless and largely subservient material environment. To the Greek, attempting to give a scientific account of motion, the purely mechanical view hardly suggested itself, except in the case of a few men of genius, such as Democritus and Archimedes. Two sets of phenomena seemed important: the movements of animals and the movements of the heavenly bodies. To the modern man of science, the body of an animal is a very elaborate machine with an enormously complex physico-chemical structure. Every new discovery consists in diminishing the apparent gulf between animals and machines. To the Greek, it seemed more natural to assimilate apparently lifeless motions to those of animals. A child still distinguishes live animals from other things by the fact that they can move of themselves. To many Greeks, and especially to Aristotle, this peculiarity suggested itself as the basis of a general theory of physics. But how about the heavenly bodies? They differ from animals by the regularity of their movements, but this may only be due to their superior perfection. Every Greek philosopher, whatever he may have come to think in adult life, had been taught in childhood to regard the sun and moon as gods. Anaxagoras was prosecuted for impiety because he thought that they were not alive. It was natural that a philosopher who could no longer regard the heavenly bodies themselves as divine should think of them as moved by the will of a divine being, who had a Hellenic love of order and geometrical simplicity. Thus, the ultimate source of all movement is will. On earth, the capricious will of human beings and animals, but in heaven, the unchanging will of the supreme artificer. I do not suggest that this applies to every detail of what Aristotle has to say. What I do suggest is that it gives his imaginative background and represents the sort of thing which, in embarking on his investigations, he would expect to find true. After these preliminaries, let us examine what it is that he actually says. Physics, in Aristotle, is the science of what the Greeks called physis or physis, a word which is translated nature, but has not exactly the meaning which we attach to that word. We still speak of natural science and natural history, but nature by itself, though it is a very ambiguous word, seldom means just what physis meant. Physis had to do with growth. One might say it is the nature of an acorn to grow into an oak, and in that case one would be using the word in the Aristotelian sense. The nature of a thing, Aristotle says, is its end, that for the sake of which it exists. Thus the word has a teleological implication. Some things exist by nature, some from other causes. Animals, plants, and simple bodies, elements, exist by nature. They have an internal principle of motion. The word translated motion or movement has a wider meaning than locomotion. In addition to locomotion, it includes change of quality or of size. Nature is a source of being moved or at rest. Things have a nature if they have an internal principle of this kind. The phrase according to nature applies to these things and their essential attributes. It was through this point of view that unnatural came to express blame. Nature is in form rather than in matter. What is potentially flesh or bone has not yet acquired its own nature, and a thing is more what it is when it has attained to fulfillment. This whole point of view seems to be suggested by biology. The acorn is potentially an oak. Nature belongs to the class of causes which operate for the sake of something. This leads to a discussion of the view that nature works of necessity, without purpose, in connection with which Aristotle discusses the survival of the fittest, in the form taught by Empedocles. This cannot be right, he says, because things happen in fixed ways, and when a series has a completion, all preceding steps are for its sake. Those things are natural which, by a continuous movement originated from an internal principle, arrive at some completion. This whole conception of nature, though it might well seem admirably suited to explain the growth of animals and plants, became in the event a great obstacle to the progress of science, and a source of much that was bad in ethics. In the latter respect, it is still harmful. Motion, we are told, is the fulfilling of what exists potentially. This view, apart from other defects, is incompatible with the relativity of locomotion. When A moves relatively to B, B moves relatively to A, and there is no sense in saying that one of the two is in motion while the other is at rest. When a dog seizes a bone, it seems to common sense that the dog moves while the bone remains at rest, until seized, and that the motion has a purpose, namely to fulfill the dog's nature. But it has turned out that this point of view cannot be applied to dead matter, and that, for the purposes of scientific physics, no conception of an end is useful, nor can any motion, in scientific strictness, be treated as other than relative. Aristotle rejects the void, as maintained by Leucippus and Democritus. He then passes on to a rather curious discussion of time. It might, he says, be maintained that time does not exist, since it is composed of past and future, of which one no longer exists, while the other does not yet exist. This view, however, he rejects. Time, he says, is motion that admits of numeration. It is not clear why he thinks numeration essential. We may fairly ask, he continues, whether time could exist without the soul, since there cannot be anything to count unless there is some one to count, and time involves numeration. It seems that he thinks of time as so many hours or days or years. Some things, he adds, are eternal, in the sense of not being in time. Presumably he is thinking of such things as numbers. There always has been motion, and there always will be, for there cannot be time without motion, and all are agreed that time is uncreated, except Plato. On this point, Christian followers of Aristotle were obliged to dissent from him, since the Bible tells us that the universe had a beginning. The physics ends with the argument for an unmoved mover, which we considered in connection with the metaphysics. There is one unmoved mover which directly causes a circular motion. Circular motion is the primary kind, and the only kind which can be continuous and infinite. The first mover has no parts or magnitude, and is at the circumference of the world. Having reached this conclusion, we pass on to the heavens. The treatise On the Heavens sets forth a pleasant and simple theory. Things below the moon are subject to generation and decay. From the moon upwards, everything is ungenerated and indestructible. The earth, which is spherical, is at the center of the universe. In the sublunary sphere, everything is composed of the four elements, earth, water, air, and fire. But there is a fifth element, of which the heavenly bodies are composed. The natural movement of the terrestrial elements is rectilinear, but that of the fifth element is circular. The heavens are perfectly spherical, and the upper regions are more divine than the lower. The stars and planets are not composed of fire, but of the fifth element. Their motion is due to that of spheres, to which they are attached. All this appears in poetical form in Dante's Paradiso. The four terrestrial elements are not eternal, but are generated out of each other. Fire is absolutely light, in the sense that its natural motion is upward. Earth is absolutely heavy. Air is relatively light, and water is relatively heavy. This theory provided many difficulties for later ages. Comets, which were recognized as destructible, had to be assigned to the sublunary sphere, but in the 17th century it was found that they describe orbits around the Sun, and are very seldom as near as the Moon. Since the natural motion of terrestrial bodies is rectilinear, it was held that a projectile fired horizontally will move horizontally for a time, and then suddenly begin to fall vertically. Galileo's discovery that a projectile moves in a parabola shocked his Aristotelian colleagues. Copernicus, Kepler, and Galileo had to combat Aristotle as well as the Bible in establishing the view that the Earth is not the center of the universe, but rotates once a day and goes round the Sun once a year. To come to a more general matter, Aristotelian physics is incompatible with Newton's first law of motion, originally enunciated by Galileo. This law states that every body, left to itself, will, if already in motion, continue to move in a straight line at uniform velocity. Thus, outside causes are required not to account for motion, but to account for change of motion, either in velocity or in direction. Circular motion, which Aristotle thought natural for the heavenly bodies, involves a continual change in the direction of motion, and therefore requires a force directed towards the center of the circle, as in Newton's law of gravitation. Finally, the view that the heavenly bodies are eternal and incorruptible has had to be abandoned. The sun and stars have long lives, but do not live forever. They are born from a nebula, and in the end they either explode or die of cold. Nothing in the visible world is exempt from change and decay. The Aristotelian belief to the contrary, though accepted by medieval Christians, is a product of the pagan worship of sun and moon and planets. Chapter 24. Early Greek Mathematics and Astronomy. I am concerned in this chapter with mathematics, not on its own account, but as it was related to Greek philosophy, a relation which, especially in Plato, was very close. The preeminence of the Greeks appears more clearly in mathematics and astronomy than in anything else. What they did in art, in literature, and in philosophy may be judged better or worse according to taste. But what they accomplished in geometry is wholly beyond question. They derived something from Egypt and rather less from Babylonia. But what they obtained from these sources was, in mathematics, mainly rules of thumb, and in astronomy, records of observations extended over very long periods. The art of mathematical demonstration was almost wholly Greek in origin. There are many pleasant stories, probably unhistorical, showing what practical problems stimulated mathematical investigations. The earliest and simplest relates to Thales, who, when in Egypt, was asked by the king to find out the height of a pyramid. He waited for the time of day when his shadow was as long as he was tall. He then measured the shadow of the pyramid, which was, of course, equal to its height. It is said that the laws of perspective were first studied by the geometer Agatharchus in order to paint scenery for the plays of Aeschylus. The problem of finding the distance of a ship at sea, which was said to have been studied by Thales, was correctly solved at an early stage. One of the great problems that occupied Greek geometers, that of the duplication of the cube, originated, we are told, with the priests of a certain temple who were informed by the oracle that the god wanted a statue twice as large as the one they had. At first they thought simply of doubling all the dimensions of the statue, but then they realized that the result would be 8 times as large as the original, which would involve more expense than the god had demanded. So they sent a deputation to Plato to ask whether anybody in the academy could solve their problem. The geometers took it up and worked at it for centuries, producing, incidentally, much admirable work. The problem is, of course, that of determining the cube root of 2. The square root of 2, which was the first irrational to be discovered, was known to the early Pythagoreans, and ingenious methods of approximating to its value were discovered. The best was as follows. Form 2 columns of numbers, which we will call the A's and the B's. Each starts with 1. The next A at each stage is formed by adding the last A and B already obtained. The next B is formed by adding twice the previous A to the previous B. The first 6 pairs so obtained are 1, 1, 2, 3, 5, 7, 12, 17, 29, 41, 70, 99. In each pair, 2a squared minus b squared is 1 or minus 1. Thus, b over a is nearly the square root of 2, and at each fresh step it gets nearer. For instance, the reader may satisfy himself the square root of 99 over 70 is very nearly equal to 2. Pythagoras, always a rather misty figure, is described by Proclus as the first who made geometry a liberal education. Many authorities, including Sir Thomas Heath, believe that he probably discovered the theorem that bears his name, to the effect that, in a right-angled triangle, the square on the side opposite the right angle is equal to the sum of the squares on the other 2 sides. In any case, this theorem was known to the Pythagoreans at a very early date. They knew also that the sum of the angles of a triangle is 2 right angles. Irrationals, other than the square root of 2, were studied in particular cases by Theodorus, a contemporary of Socrates, and in a more general way by Theaetetus, who was roughly contemporary with Plato but somewhat older. Democritus wrote a treatise on irrationals, but very little is known as to its contents. Plato was profoundly interested in the subject. He mentions the work of Theodorus and Theaetetus in the dialogue called after the latter. In the Laws, 819 to 820, he says that the general ignorance on this subject is disgraceful, and implies that he himself began to know about it rather late in life. It had, of course, an important bearing on the Pythagorean philosophy. One of the most important consequences of the discovery of irrationals was the invention of the geometrical theory of proportion by Eudoxus, circa 408 to circa 355 BC. Before him, there was only the arithmetical theory of proportion. According to this theory, the ratio of A to B is equal to the ratio of C to D if A times D is equal to B times C. This definition, in the absence of an arithmetical theory of irrationals, is only applicable to rationals. Eudoxus, however, gave a new definition not subject to this restriction, framed in a manner which suggests the methods of modern analysis. The theory is developed in Euclid and has great logical beauty. Eudoxus also either invented or perfected the method of exhaustion, which was subsequently used with great success by Archimedes. This method is an anticipation of the integral calculus. Take, for example, the question of the area of a circle. You can inscribe in a circle a regular hexagon, or a regular dodecagon, or a regular polygon of 1,000 or 1,000,000 sides. The area of such a polygon, however many sides it has, is proportional to the square on the diameter of the circle. The more sides the polygon has, the more nearly it becomes equal to the circle. You can prove that, if you give the polygon enough sides, its area can be got to differ from that of the circle by less than any previously assigned area, however small. For this purpose, the axiom of Archimedes is used. This states, when somewhat simplified, that if the greater of two quantities is halved, and then the half is halved, and so on, a quantity will be reached at last which is less than the smaller of the original two quantities. In other words, if A is greater than B, there is some whole number n such that 2 to the power of n times B is greater than A. The method of exhaustion sometimes leads to an exact result, as in squaring the parabola, which was done by Archimedes. Sometimes, as in the attempt to square the circle, it can only lead to successive approximations. The problem of squaring the circle is the problem of determining the ratio of the circumference of a circle to the diameter, which is called pi. Archimedes used the approximation 22 divided by 7 in calculations. By inscribing and circumscribing a regular polygon of 96 sides, he proved that pi is less than 3 1/7 and greater than 3 10/71. The method could be carried to any required degree of approximation, and that is all that any method can do in this problem. The use of inscribed and circumscribed polygons for approximations to pi goes back to Antiphon, who was a contemporary of Socrates. Euclid, who was still, when I was young, the sole acknowledged textbook of geometry for boys, lived at Alexandria about 300 BC, a few years after the death of Alexander and Aristotle. Most of his Elements was not original, but the order of propositions and the logical structure were largely his. The more one studies geometry, the more admirable these are seen to be. The treatment of parallels by means of the famous postulate of parallels has the twofold merit of rigor in deduction and of not concealing the dubiousness of the initial assumption. The theory of proportion, which follows Eudoxus, avoids all the difficulties connected with irrationals, by methods essentially similar to those introduced by Weierstrass into 19th century analysis. Euclid then passes on to a kind of geometrical algebra and deals in Book 10 with the subject of irrationals. After this, he proceeds to solid geometry, ending with the construction of the regular solids, which had been perfected by Theaetetus and assumed in Plato's Timaeus. Euclid's Elements is certainly one of the greatest books ever written, and one of the most perfect monuments of the Greek intellect. It has, of course, the typical Greek limitations. The method is purely deductive, and there is no way within it of testing the initial assumptions. These assumptions were supposed to be unquestionable, but in the 19th century non-Euclidean geometry showed that they might be in part mistaken, and that only observation could decide whether they were so. There is in Euclid the contempt for practical utility which had been inculcated by Plato. It is said that a pupil, after listening to a demonstration, asked what he would gain by learning geometry, whereupon Euclid called a slave and said, "Give the young man 3d, since he must needs make a gain out of what he learns." The contempt for practice was, however, pragmatically justified. No one in Greek times supposed that conic sections had any utility. At last, in the 17th century, Galileo discovered that projectiles move in parabolas, and Kepler discovered that planets move in ellipses. Suddenly, the work that the Greeks had done from pure love of theory became the key to warfare and astronomy. The Romans were too practical-minded to appreciate Euclid. The first of them to mention him is Cicero, in whose time there was probably no Latin translation. Indeed, there is no record of any Latin translation before Boethius, circa AD 480. The Arabs were more appreciative. A copy was given to the Caliph by the Byzantine Emperor about AD 760, and a translation into Arabic was made under Harun al-Rashid about AD 800. The first still extant Latin translation was made from the Arabic by Athelhard of Bath in AD 1120. From that time on, the study of geometry gradually revived in the West, but it was not until the late Renaissance that important advances were made. I come now to astronomy, where Greek achievements were as remarkable as in geometry. Before their time, among the Babylonians and Egyptians, many centuries of observation had laid a foundation. The apparent motions of the planets had been recorded, but it was not known that the morning and evening star were the same. A cycle of eclipses had been discovered, certainly in Babylonia and probably in Egypt, which made the prediction of lunar eclipses fairly reliable, but not of solar eclipses, since those were not always visible at a given spot. We owe to the Babylonians the division of the right angle into 90 degrees and of the degree into 60 minutes. They had a liking for the number 60, and even a system of numeration based upon it. The Greeks were fond of attributing the wisdom of their pioneers to travels in Egypt, but what had really been achieved before the Greeks was very little. The prediction of an eclipse by Thales was, however, an example of foreign influence. There is no reason to suppose that he added anything to what he learnt from Egyptian or Babylonian sources, and it was a stroke of luck that his prediction was verified. Let us begin with some of the earliest discoveries and correct hypotheses. Anaximander thought that the earth floats freely and is not supported on anything. Aristotle, who often rejected the best hypothesis of his time, objected to the theory of Anaximander that the earth, being at the center, remained immovable because there was no reason for moving in one direction rather than another. If this were valid, he said, a man placed at the center of a circle with food at various points of the circumference would starve to death for lack of reason to choose one portion of food rather than another. This argument reappears in scholastic philosophy, not in connection with astronomy but with free will. It reappears in the form of Buridan's ass, which was unable to choose between two bundles of hay placed at equal distances to right and left, and therefore died of hunger. Pythagoras, in all probability, was the first to think the earth spherical, but his reasons were, one must suppose, aesthetic rather than scientific. Scientific reasons, however, were soon found. Anaxagoras discovered that the moon shines by reflected light, and gave the right theory of eclipses. He himself still thought the earth flat, but the shape of the earth's shadow in lunar eclipses gave the Pythagoreans conclusive arguments in favor of its being spherical. They went further, and regarded the earth as one of the planets. They knew, from Pythagoras himself it is said, that the morning star and the evening star are identical, and they thought that all the planets, including the earth, move in circles, not round the sun, but round the central fire. They had discovered that the moon always turns the same face to the earth, and they thought that the earth always turns the same face to the central fire. The Mediterranean regions were on the side turned away from the central fire, which was therefore always invisible. The central fire was called the House of Zeus, or the Mother of the Gods. The sun was supposed to shine by light reflected from the central fire. In addition to the earth, there was another body, the counter-earth, at the same distance from the central fire. For this, they had two reasons, one scientific, one derived from their arithmetical mysticism. The scientific reason was the correct observation that an eclipse of the moon sometimes occurs when both sun and moon are above the horizon. Refraction, which is the cause of this phenomenon, was unknown to them, and they thought that, in such cases, the eclipse must be due to the shadow of a body other than the earth. The other reason was that the sun and moon, the 5 planets, the earth and counter-earth, and the central fire made 10 heavenly bodies, and 10 was the mystic number of the Pythagoreans. This Pythagorean theory is attributed to Philolaus, a Theban. who lived at the end of the 5th century BC. Although it is fanciful and in part quite unscientific, it is very important, since it involves the greater part of the imaginative effort required for conceiving the Copernican hypothesis. To conceive of the Earth not as the center of the universe, but as one among the planets, not as eternally fixed, but as wandering through space, showed an extraordinary emancipation from anthropocentric thinking. When once this jolt had been given to men's natural picture of the universe, it was not so very difficult to be led by scientific arguments to a more accurate theory. To this, various observations contributed. Enopides, who was slightly later than Anaxagoras, discovered the obliquity of the ecliptic. It soon became clear that the Sun must be much larger than the Earth, which in fact supported those who denied that the Earth is the center of the universe. The central fire and the counter-Earth were dropped by the Pythagoreans soon after the time of Plato. Heraclides of Pontus, whose dates are about 388 to 315 BC, contemporary with Aristotle, discovered that Venus and Mercury revolve about the Sun, and adopted the view that the Earth rotates on its own axis once every 24 hours. This last was a very important step, which no predecessor had taken. Heraclides was of Plato's school, and must have been a great man, but was not as much respected as one would expect. He is described as a fat dandy. Aristarchus of Samos, who lived approximately from 310 to 230 BC, and was thus about 25 years older than Archimedes, is the most interesting of all ancient astronomers, because he advanced the complete Copernican hypothesis that all the planets, including the Earth, revolve in circles round the Sun, and that the Earth rotates on its axis once in 24 hours. It is a little disappointing to find that the only extant work of Aristarchus on the sizes and distances of the Sun and the Moon adheres to the geocentric view. It is true that, for the problems with which this book deals, it makes no difference which theory is adopted, and he may therefore have thought it unwise to burden his calculations with an unnecessary opposition to the general opinion of astronomers. Or he may have only arrived at the Copernican hypothesis after writing this book. Sir Thomas Heath, in his work on Aristarchus, which contains the text of this book with a translation, inclines to the latter view. The evidence that Aristarchus suggested the Copernican view is in any case quite conclusive. The first and best evidence is that of Archimedes, who, as we have seen, was a younger contemporary of Aristarchus. Writing to Gelon, king of Syracuse, he says that Aristarchus brought out a book consisting of certain hypotheses, and continues, "His hypotheses are that the fixed stars and the Sun remain unmoved, that the Earth revolves about the Sun in the circumference of a circle, the Sun lying in the middle of the orbit." There is a passage in Plutarch saying that Cleanthes thought it was the duty of the Greeks to indict Aristarchus of Samos on the charge of impiety for putting in motion the half of the universe, that is, the Earth, this being the effect of his attempt to save the phenomena by supposing the heaven to remain at rest and the Earth to revolve in an oblique circle, while it rotates, at the same time, about its own axis. Cleanthes was a contemporary of Aristarchus, and died about 232 BC. In another passage, Plutarch says that Aristarchus advanced this view only as a hypothesis, but that his successor, Seleucus, maintained it as a definite opinion. Seleucus flourished about 150 BC. Aetius and Sextus Empiricus also assert that Aristarchus advanced the heliocentric hypothesis, but do not say that it was set forth by him only as a hypothesis. Even if he did so, it seems not unlikely that he, like Galileo 2,000 years later, was influenced by the fear of offending religious prejudices, a fear which the attitude of Cleanthes, mentioned above, shows to have been well grounded. The Copernican hypothesis, after being advanced, whether positively or tentatively by Aristarchus, was definitely adopted by Seleucus, but by no other ancient astronomer. This general rejection was mainly due to Hipparchus, who flourished from 161 to 126 BC. He is described by Heath as the greatest astronomer of antiquity. He was the first to write systematically on trigonometry. He discovered the precession of the equinoxes. He estimated the length of the lunar month with an error of less than 1 second. He improved Aristarchus's estimates of the sizes and distances of the Sun and Moon. He made a catalogue of 850 fixed stars, giving their latitude and longitude. As against the heliocentric hypothesis of Aristarchus, he adopted and improved the theory of epicycles, which had been invented by Apollonius, who flourished about 220 BC. It was a development of this theory that came to be known later as the Ptolemaic system, after the astronomer Ptolemy, who flourished in the middle of the 2nd century AD. Copernicus came to know something, though not much, of the almost forgotten hypothesis of Aristarchus, and was encouraged by finding ancient authority for his innovation. Otherwise, the effect of this hypothesis on subsequent astronomy was practically nil. Ancient astronomers, in estimating the sizes of the Earth, Moon, and Sun, and the distances of the Moon and Sun, used methods which were theoretically valid, but they were hampered by the lack of instruments of precision. Many of their results, in view of this lack, were surprisingly good. Eratosthenes estimated the Earth's diameter at 7,850 miles, which is only about 50 miles short of the truth. Ptolemy estimated the mean distance of the Moon at 29.5 times the Earth's diameter. The correct figure is about 30.2. None of them got anywhere near the size and distance of the Sun, which all underestimated. Their estimates in terms of the Earth's diameter were Aristarchus, 180, Hipparchus, 1,245, Posidonius, 6,545. The correct figure is 11,726. It will be seen that these estimates continually improved. That of Ptolemy, however, showed a retrogression. That of Posidonius is about half the correct figure. Footnote: Posidonius was Cicero's teacher. He flourished in the latter half of the 2nd century BC. End of footnote. On the whole, their picture of the solar system was not so very far from the truth. Greek astronomy was geometrical, not dynamic. The ancients thought of the motions of the heavenly bodies as uniform and circular, or compounded of circular motions. They had not the conception of force. There were spheres which moved as a whole, and on which the various heavenly bodies were fixed. With Newton and gravitation, a new point of view, less geometrical, was introduced. It is curious to observe that there is a reversion to the geometrical point of view in Einstein's general theory of relativity, from which the conception of force, in the Newtonian sense, has been banished. The problem for the astronomer is this. Given the apparent motions of the heavenly bodies on the celestial sphere, to introduce, by hypothesis, a third coordinate, depth, in such a way as to make the description of the phenomena as simple as possible. The merit of the Copernican hypothesis is not truth, but simplicity. In view of the relativity of motion, no question of truth is involved. The Greeks, in their search for hypotheses which would save the phenomena, were in effect, though not altogether in intention, tackling the problem in the scientifically correct way. A comparison with their predecessors and with their successors until Copernicus must convince every student of their truly astonishing genius. Two very great men, Archimedes and Apollonius in the 3rd century BC, complete the list of first-class Greek mathematicians. Archimedes was a friend, probably a cousin of the king of Syracuse, and was killed when that city was captured by the Romans in 212 BC. Apollonius, from his youth, lived at Alexandria. Archimedes was not only a mathematician, but also a physicist and student of hydrostatics. Apollonius is chiefly noted for his work on conic sections. I shall say no more about them, as they came too late to influence philosophy. After these two men, though respectable work continued to be done in Alexandria, the Great Age was ended. Under the Roman domination, the Greeks lost the self-confidence that belongs to political liberty, and in losing it, acquired a paralyzing respect for their predecessors. The Roman soldier who killed Archimedes was a symbol of the death of original thought that Rome caused throughout the Hellenic world. Part 3. Ancient Philosophy after Aristotle. Chapter 25. The Hellenistic World. The history of the Greek-speaking world in antiquity may be divided into 3 periods. That of the free city-states, which was brought to an end by Philip and Alexander; that of the Macedonian domination, of which the last remnant was extinguished by the Roman annexation of Egypt after the death of Cleopatra, and finally that of the Roman Empire. Of these three periods, the first is characterized by freedom and disorder, the second by subjection and disorder, the third by subjection and order. The second of these periods is known as the Hellenistic Age. In science and mathematics, the work done during this period is the best ever achieved by the Greeks. In philosophy, it includes the foundation of the Epicurean and Stoic schools, and also of skepticism as a definitely formulated doctrine. It is therefore still important philosophically, though less so than the period of Plato and Aristotle. After the 3rd century BC, there is nothing really new in Greek philosophy until the Neoplatonists in the 3rd century AD. But meanwhile, the Roman world was being prepared for the victory of Christianity. The brief career of Alexander suddenly transformed the Greek world. In the 10 years from 334 to 324 BC, he conquered Asia Minor, Syria, Egypt, Babylonia, Persia, Samarkand, Bactria, and the Punjab. The Persian Empire, the greatest that the world had known, was destroyed by 3 battles. The ancient lore of the Babylonians, along with their ancient superstitions, became familiar to Greek curiosity. So did the Zoroastrian dualism, and, in a lesser degree, the religions of India, where Buddhism was moving toward supremacy. Wherever Alexander penetrated, even in the mountains of Afghanistan, on the banks of the Jaxartes, and on the tributaries of the Indus, he founded Greek cities, in which he tried to reproduce Greek institutions with a measure of self-government. Although his army was composed mainly of Macedonians, and although most European Greeks submitted to him unwillingly, he considered himself at first as the apostle of Hellenism. Gradually, however, as his conquests extended, he adopted the policy of promoting a friendly fusion between Greek and barbarian. For this he had various motives. On the one hand, it was obvious that his armies, which were not very large, could not permanently hold so vast an empire by force, but must, in the long run, depend upon conciliation of the conquered populations. On the other hand, the East was unaccustomed to any form of government except that of a divine king, a role which Alexander felt himself well fitted to perform. Whether he believed himself a god, or only took on the attributes of divinity from motives of policy, is a question for the psychologist, since the historical evidence is indecisive. In any case, he clearly enjoyed the adulation which he received in Egypt as successor of the pharaohs, and in Persia as the great king. His Macedonian captains, the companions as they were called, had towards him the attitude of Western nobles to their constitutional sovereign. They refused to prostrate themselves before him, they gave advice and criticism even at the risk of their lives, and at a crucial moment they controlled his actions, when they compelled him to turn homewards from the Indus instead of marching on to the conquest of the Ganges. Orientals were more accommodating, provided their religious prejudices were respected. This offered no difficulty to Alexander. It was only necessary to identify Ammon or Bel with Zeus, and to declare himself the son of the god. Psychologists observed that Alexander hated Philip, and was probably privy to his murder. He would have liked to believe that his mother, Olympias, like some lady of Greek mythology, had been beloved of a god. Alexander's career was so miraculous that he may well have thought a miraculous origin the best explanation of his prodigious success. The Greeks had a very strong feeling of superiority to the barbarians. Aristotle no doubt expresses the general view, when he says that northern races are spirited, southern races civilized, but the Greeks alone are both spirited and civilized. Plato and Aristotle thought it wrong to make slaves of Greeks, but not of barbarians. Alexander, who was not quite a Greek, tried to break down this attitude of superiority. He himself married 2 barbarian princesses, and he compelled his leading Macedonians to marry Persian women of noble birth. His innumerable Greek cities, one would suppose, must have contained many more male than female colonists, and their men must therefore have followed his example in intermarrying with the women of the locality. The result of this policy was to bring into the minds of thoughtful men the conception of mankind as a whole. The old loyalty to the city-state, and in a lesser degree to the Greek race, seemed no longer adequate. In philosophy, this cosmopolitan point of view begins with the Stoics, but in practice it begins earlier, with Alexander. It had the result that the interaction of Greek and barbarian was reciprocal. The barbarians learnt something of Greek science, while the Greeks learnt much of barbarian superstition. Greek civilization, in covering a wider area, became less purely Greek. Greek civilization was essentially urban. There were, of course, many Greeks engaged in agriculture, but they contributed little to what was distinctive in Hellenic culture. From the Milesian school onwards, the Greeks who were eminent in science and philosophy and literature were associated with rich commercial cities, often surrounded by barbarian populations. This type of civilization was inaugurated not by the Greeks, but by the Phoenicians. Tyre and Sidon and Carthage depended on slaves for manual labor at home, and on hired mercenaries in the conduct of their wars. They did not depend, as modern capital cities do, upon large rural populations of the same blood and with equal political rights. The nearest modern analogue is to be seen in the Far East during the latter half of the 19th century. Singapore and Hong Kong, Shanghai and the other treaty ports of China were little European islands where the white men formed a commercial aristocracy living on coolie labor. In North America, north of the Mason-Dixon line, since such labor was not available, white men were compelled to practice agriculture. For this reason, the hold of the white man on North America is secure, while his hold on the Far East has already been greatly diminished and may easily cease altogether. Much of his type of culture, especially industrialism, will, however, survive. This analogue will help us to understand the position of the Greeks in the eastern parts of Alexander's empire. The effect of Alexander on the imagination of Asia was great and lasting. The first book of the Maccabees, written centuries after his death, opens with an account of his career. And it happened, after that Alexander, son of Philip the Macedonian, who came out of the land of Chetaim, had smitten Darius, king of the Persians and Medes, that he reigned in his stead, the first over Greece, and made many wars, and won many strongholds, and slew the kings of the earth, and went through to the ends of the earth, and took spoils of many nations, insomuch that the earth was quiet before him. Whereupon he was exalted, and his heart was lifted up. And he gathered a mighty strong host, and ruled over countries and nations and kings, who became tributaries unto him. And after these things he fell sick, and perceived that he should die. Wherefore he called his servants, such as were honourable, and had been brought up with him from his youth, and parted his kingdom among them while he was yet alive. Footnote: this is not historically true. End of footnote. So Alexander reigned 12 years, and then died. He survived as a legendary hero in the Mohammedan religion, and to this day petty chieftains in the Himalayas claim to be descended from him. Footnote: perhaps this is no longer true, as the sons of those who held this belief have been educated at Eton. End of footnote. No other fully historical hero has ever furnished such a perfect opportunity for the mythopoeic faculty. At Alexander's death, there was an attempt to preserve the unity of his empire. But of his 2 sons, one was an infant and the other was not yet born. Each had supporters, but in the resultant civil war, both were thrust aside. In the end, his empire was divided between the families of 3 generals, of whom, roughly speaking, one obtained the European, one the African, and one the Asiatic part of Alexander's possessions. The European part fell ultimately to Antigonus's descendants. Ptolemy, who obtained Egypt, made Alexandria his capital. Seleucus, who obtained Asia after many wars, was too busy with campaigns to have a fixed capital, but in later times Antioch was the chief city of his dynasty. Both the Ptolemies and the Seleucids, as the dynasty of Seleucus was called, abandoned Alexander's attempts to produce a fusion of Greek and barbarian, and established military tyrannies, based at first upon their part of the Macedonian army strengthened with Greek mercenaries. The Ptolemies held Egypt fairly securely, but in Asia 2 centuries of confused dynastic wars were only ended by the Roman conquest. During these centuries, Persia was conquered by the Parthians, and the Bactrian Greeks were increasingly isolated. In the 2nd century BC, after which they rapidly declined, they had a king, Menander, whose Indian empire was very extensive. A couple of dialogues between him and Buddhist sage have survived in Pali and in part in a Chinese translation. Dr. Tan suggests that the first of these is based on a Greek original. The second, which ends with Menander abdicating and becoming a Buddhist saint, is certainly not. Buddhism at this time was a vigorous proselytizing religion. Asoka, 264-28, the saintly Buddhist king, records in a still extant inscription that he sent missionaries to all the Macedonian kings. And this is the chiefest conquest in his Majesty's opinion, the conquest by the law. This also is that effected by his Majesty, both in his own dominions and in all the neighbouring realms as far as 600 leagues. Even to where the Greek king Antiochus dwells, and beyond that Antiochus to where dwell the 4 kings, severally named Ptolemy, Antigonus, Megas, and Alexander, and likewise here in the king's dominions, among the Yonas, that is, the Greeks of the Punjab. Unfortunately, no Western account of these missionaries has survived. Babylonia was much more profoundly influenced by Hellenism. As we have seen, the only ancient who followed Aristarchus of Samos in maintaining the Copernican system was Seleucus of Seleucia on the Tigris, who flourished about 150 BC. Tacitus tells us that in the 1st century AD, Seleucia had not lapsed into the barbarous usages of the Parthians, but still retained the institutions of Seleucus, its Greek founder. Footnote, the king, not the astronomer. End of footnote. 300 citizens, chosen for their wealth or wisdom, compose as it were a senate. The populace too have their share of power. Throughout Mesopotamia, as further west, Greek became the language of literature and culture, and remained so until the Mohammedan conquest. Syria, excluding Judea, became completely Hellenized in the cities, insofar as language and literature were concerned. But the rural populations, which were more conservative, retained the religions and the languages to which they were accustomed. In Asia Minor, the Greek cities of the coast had for centuries had an influence on their barbarian neighbors. This was intensified by the Macedonian conquest. The first conflict of Hellenism with the Jews is related in the books of the Maccabees. It is a profoundly interesting story, unlike anything else in the Macedonian Empire. I shall deal with it at a later stage, when I come to the origin and growth of Christianity. Elsewhere, Greek influence encountered no such stubborn opposition. From the point of view of Hellenistic culture, the most brilliant success of the 3rd century BC was the city of Alexandria. Egypt was less exposed to war than the European and Asiatic parts of the Macedonian domain, and Alexandria was in an extraordinarily favored position for commerce. The Ptolemies were patrons of learning, and attracted to their capital many of the best men of the age. Mathematics became, and remained until the fall of Rome, mainly Alexandrian. Archimedes, it is true, was a Sicilian, and belonged to the one part of the world where the Greek city-states, until the moment of his death in 212 BC, retained their independence. But he too had studied in Alexandria. Eratosthenes was chief librarian of the famous Library of Alexandria. The mathematicians and men of science connected more or less closely with Alexandria in the 3rd century before Christ were as able as any of the Greeks of the previous centuries, and did work of equal importance. But they were not, like their predecessors, men who took all learning for their province, and propounded universal philosophies. They were specialists in the modern sense. Euclid, Aristarchus, Archimedes, and Apollonius were content to be mathematicians. In philosophy, they did not aspire to originality. Specialization characterized the age in all departments, not only in the world of learning. In the self-governing Greek cities of the 5th and 4th centuries, a capable man was assumed to be capable of everything. He would be, as occasion arose, a soldier, a politician, a lawgiver, or a philosopher. Socrates, though he disliked politics, could not avoid being mixed up with political disputes. In his youth he was a soldier, and, in spite of his disclaimer in the Apology, a student of physical science. Protagoras, when he could spare time from teaching skepticism to aristocratic youths in search of the latest thing, was drawing up a code of laws for Thurii. Plato dabbled in politics, though unsuccessfully. Xenophon, when he was neither writing about Socrates nor being a country gentleman, spent his spare time as a general. Pythagorean mathematicians attempted to acquire the government of cities. Everybody had to serve on juries and perform various other public duties. In the 3rd century, all this was changed. There continued, it is true, to be politics in the old city-states, but they had become parochial and unimportant, since Greece was at the mercy of Macedonian armies. The serious struggles for power were between Macedonian soldiers. They involved no question of principle, but merely the distribution of territory between rival adventurers. On administrative and technical matters, these more or less uneducated soldiers employed Greeks as experts. In Egypt, for example, excellent work was done in irrigation and drainage. There were soldiers, administrators, physicians, mathematicians, philosophers, but there was no one who was all these at once. The age was one in which a man who had money and no desire for power could enjoy a very pleasant life, always assuming that no marauding army happened to come his way. Learned men who found favor with some prince could enjoy a high degree of luxury, provided they were adroit flatterers and did not mind being the butt of ignorant royal witticisms. But there was no such thing as security. A palace revolution might displace the sycophantic sage's patron. The Galatians might destroy the rich man's villa. One city might be sacked as an incident in a dynastic war. In such circumstances, it is no wonder that people took to worshipping the goddess Fortune or Luck. There seemed nothing rational in the ordering of human affairs. Those who obstinately insisted upon finding rationality somewhere withdrew into themselves and decided, like Milton's Satan, that the mind is its own place, and in itself can make a heaven of hell, a hell of heaven. Except for adventurous self-seekers, there was no longer any incentive to take an interest in public affairs. After the brilliant episode of Alexander's conquests, the Hellenistic world was sinking into chaos, for lack of a despot strong enough to achieve stable supremacy, or a principle powerful enough to produce social cohesion. Greek intelligence, confronted with new political problems, showed complete incompetence. The Romans, no doubt, were stupid and brutal compared to the Greeks, but at least they created order. The old disorder of the days of freedom had been tolerable because every citizen had a share in it. But the new Macedonian disorder, imposed upon subjects by incompetent rulers, was utterly intolerable, far more so than the subsequent subjection to Rome. There was widespread social discontent and fear of revolution. The wages of free labor fell, presumably owing to the competition of Eastern slave labor, and meantime the prices of necessaries rose. One finds Alexander, at the outset of his enterprise, having time to make treaties designed to keep the poor in their place. In the treaties made in 335 between Alexander and the states of the League of Corinth, it was provided that the Council of the League and Alexander's representative were to see to it that in no city of the League should there be either confiscation of personal property, or division of land, or cancellation of debt, or liberation of slaves for the purpose of revolution. The temples in the Hellenistic world were the bankers. They owned the gold reserve and controlled credit. In the early 3rd century, the temple of Apollo at Delos made loans at 10%. Formerly, the rate of interest had been higher. Free laborers who found wages insufficient even for bare necessities must, if young and vigorous, have been able to obtain employment as mercenaries. The life of a mercenary, no doubt, was filled with hardships and dangers, but it also had great possibilities. There might be the loot of some rich eastern city. There might be a chance of lucrative mutiny. It must have been dangerous for a commander to attempt to disband his army, and this must have been one of the reasons why wars were almost continuous. The old civic spirit more or less survived in the old Greek cities, but not in the new cities founded by Alexander, not excepting Alexandria. In earlier times, a new city was always a colony, composed of emigrants from some one older city, and it remained connected with its parent by a bond of sentiment. This kind of sentiment had great longevity, as is shown, for example, by the diplomatic activities of Lampsacus on the Hellespont in the year 196 BC. This city was threatened with subjugation by the Seleucid king Antiochus III and decided to appeal to Rome for protection. An embassy was sent, but it did not go direct to Rome. It went first, in spite of the immense distance, to Marseilles, which, like Lampsacus, was a colony of Phaeacia, and was, moreover, viewed with friendly eyes by the Romans. The citizens of Marseilles, having listened to an oration by the envoy, at once decided to send a diplomatic mission of their own to Rome to support their sister city. The Gauls, who lived inland from Marseilles, joined in with a letter to their kinsmen of Asia Minor, the Galatians, recommending Lampsacus to their friendship. Rome, naturally, was glad of a pretext for meddling in the affairs of Asia Minor, and by Rome's intervention Lampsacus preserved its freedom until it became inconvenient to the Romans. In general, the rulers of Asia called themselves Phil-Hellene, and befriended the old Greek cities as far as policy and military necessity allowed. The cities desired, and, when they could, claimed as a right democratic self-government, absence of tribute, and freedom from a royal garrison. It was worthwhile to conciliate them, because they were rich, they could supply mercenaries, and many of them had important harbours. But if they took the wrong side in a civil war, they exposed themselves to sheer conquest. On the whole, the Seleucids and the other dynasties which gradually grew up dealt tolerably with them, but there were exceptions. The new cities, though they had a measure of self-government, had not the same traditions as the older ones. Their citizens were not of homogeneous origin, but were from all parts of Greece. They were in the main adventurers, like the conquistadores or the settlers in Johannesburg, not pious pilgrims like the earlier Greek colonists or the New England pioneers. Consequently, no one of Alexander's cities formed a strong political unit. This was convenient from the standpoint of the king's government, but a weakness from the standpoint of the spread of Hellenism. The influence of non-Greek religion and superstition in the Hellenistic world was mainly, but not wholly, bad. This might not have been the case. Jews, Persians, and Buddhists all had religions that were very definitely superior to the popular Greek polytheism, and could even have been studied with profit by the best philosophers. Unfortunately, it was the Babylonians or Chaldeans who most impressed the imagination of the Greeks. There was, first of all, their fabulous antiquity. The priestly records went back for thousands of years, and professed to go back for thousands more. Then there was some genuine wisdom. The Babylonians could more or less predict eclipses long before the Greeks could. But these were merely causes of receptiveness. What was received was mainly astrology and magic. Astrology, says Professor Gilbert Murray, fell upon the Hellenistic mind as a new disease falls upon some remote island people. The tomb of Ozymandias, as described by Diodorus, was covered with astrological symbols. And that of Antiochus I, which has been discovered in Commagene, is of the same character. It was natural for monarchs to believe that the stars watched over them, but everyone was ready to receive the germ. It appears that astrology was first taught to the Greeks in the time of Alexander by a Chaldean named Berosus, who taught in Kos and, according to Seneca, interpreted Bel. This, says Professor Murray, must mean that he translated into Greek the Eye of Bel, a treatise in 70 tablets found in the library of Assurbanipal, 686–26 BC, but composed for Sargon I in the 3rd millennium BC. As we shall see, the majority even of the best philosophers fell in with the belief in astrology. It involved, since it thought the future predictable, a belief in necessity or fate, which could be set against the prevalent belief in fortune. No doubt most men believed in both, and never noticed the inconsistency. The general confusion was bound to bring moral decay, even more than intellectual enfeeblement. Ages of prolonged uncertainty, while they are compatible with the highest degree of saintliness in a few, are inimical to the prosaic, everyday virtues of respectable citizens. There seems no use in thrift, when tomorrow all your savings may be dissipated. No advantage in honesty, when the man towards whom you practice it is pretty sure to swindle you. No point in steadfast adherence to a cause when no cause is important or has a chance of stable victory. No argument in favor of truthfulness when only supple tergiversation makes the preservation of life and fortune possible. The man whose virtue has no source except a purely terrestrial prudence will in such a world become an adventurer if he has the courage, and if not, will seek obscurity as a timid time-server. Menander, who belongs to this age, says, "So many cases I have known of men who, though not naturally rogues, became so through misfortune by constraint." This sums up the moral character of the 3rd century BC, except for a few exceptional men. Even among these few, fear took the place of hope. The purpose of life was rather to escape misfortune than to achieve any positive good. Metaphysics sink into the background, and ethics, now individual, become of the first importance. Philosophy is no longer the pillar of fire going before a few intrepid seekers after truth. It is rather an ambulance following in the wake of the struggle for existence and picking up the weak and wounded. Footnote: C.F. Angus in Cambridge Ancient History, Volume 7, page 231. The above quotation from Menander is taken from the same chapter. End of footnote. Chapter 26. Cynics and Skeptics. The relation of intellectually eminent men to contemporary society has been very different in different ages. In some fortunate epochs they have been on the whole in harmony with their surroundings, suggesting no doubt such reforms as seemed to them necessary, but fairly confident that their suggestions would be welcomed, and not disliking the world in which they found themselves, even if it remained unreformed. At other times they have been revolutionary, considering that radical alterations were called for, but expecting that, partly as a result of their advocacy, these alterations would be brought about in the near future. At yet other times they have despaired of the world, and felt that, though they themselves knew what was needed, there was no hope of its being brought about. This mood sinks easily into the deeper despair which regards life on earth as essentially bad, and hopes for good only in a future life or in some mystical transfiguration. In some ages all these attitudes have been adopted by different men living at the same time. Consider, for example, the early 19th century. Goethe is comfortable, Bentham is a reformer, Shelley is a revolutionary, and Leopardi is a pessimist. But in most periods there has been a prevailing tone among great writers. In England they were comfortable under Elizabeth and in the 18th century. In France they became revolutionary about 1750. In Germany they have been nationalistic since 1813. During the period of ecclesiastical domination, from the 5th century to the 15th, there was a certain conflict between what was theoretically believed and what was actually felt. Theoretically, the world was a vale of tears, a preparation amid tribulation for the world to come. But in practice, the writers of books, being almost all clerics, could not help feeling exhilarated by the power of the Church. They found opportunity for abundant activity of a sort that they believed to be useful. They had therefore the mentality of a governing class, not of men who feel themselves exiles in an alien world. This is part of the curious dualism that runs through the Middle Ages, owing to the fact that the Church, though based on otherworldly beliefs, was the most important institution in the everyday world. The psychological preparation for the otherworldliness of Christianity begins in the Hellenistic period, and is connected with the eclipse of the city-state. Down to Aristotle, Greek philosophers, though they might complain of this or that, were in the main not cosmically despairing, nor did they feel themselves politically impotent. They might at times belong to a beaten party, but if so, their defeat was due to the chances of conflict, not to any inevitable powerlessness of the wise. Even those who, like Pythagoras and Plato, in certain moods, condemned the world of appearance and sought escape in mysticism, had practical plans for turning the governing classes into saints and sages. When political power passed into the hands of the Macedonians, Greek philosophers, as was natural, turned aside from politics and devoted themselves more to the problem of individual virtue or salvation. They no longer asked, how can men create a good state? They asked instead, how can men be virtuous in a wicked world, or happy in a world of suffering? The change, it is true, is only one of degree. Such questions had been asked before, and the later Stoics, for a time, again concerned themselves with politics, the politics of Rome, not of Greece. But the change was nonetheless real. Except to a limited extent during the Roman period in Stoicism, the outlook of those who thought and felt seriously became increasingly subjective and individualistic, until at last Christianity evolved a gospel of individual salvation which inspired missionary zeal and created the Church. Until that happened, there was no institution to which the philosopher could give wholehearted adherence, and therefore there was no adequate outlet for his legitimate love of power. For this reason, the philosophers of the Hellenistic period are more limited as human beings than the men who lived while the city-state could still inspire allegiance. They still think, because they cannot help thinking, but they scarcely hope that their thought will bear fruit in the world of affairs. 4 schools of philosophy were founded about the time of Alexander. The 2 most famous, the Stoics and Epicureans, will be the subjects of later chapters. In the present chapter we shall be concerned with the Cynics and the Skeptics. The first of these schools is derived through its founder Diogenes, from Antisthenes, a disciple of Socrates, about 20 years older than Plato. Antisthenes was a remarkable character, in some ways rather like Tolstoy. Until after the death of Socrates, he lived in the aristocratic circle of his fellow disciples, and showed no sign of unorthodoxy. But something, whether the defeat of Athens or the death of Socrates, or a distaste for philosophic quibbling, caused him, when no longer young, to despise the things that he had formerly valued. He would have nothing but simple goodness. He associated with working men, and dressed as one of them. He took to open-air preaching in a style that the uneducated could understand. All refined philosophy he held to be worthless. What could be known by the plain man. He believed in the return to nature, and carried this belief very far. There was to be no government, no private property, no marriage, no established religion. His followers, if not he himself, condemned slavery. He was not exactly ascetic, but he despised luxury and all pursuit of artificial pleasures of the senses. "I had rather be mad than delighted," he said. The fame of Antisthenes was surpassed by that of his disciple Diogenes. A young man from Sinope on the Euxine, whom he, Antisthenes, did not take to at first sight, the son of a disreputable money-changer who had been sent to prison for defacing the coinage. Antisthenes ordered the lad away, but he paid no attention. He beat him with his stick, but he never moved. He wanted wisdom, and saw that Antisthenes had it to give. His aim in life was to do as his father had done, to deface the coinage, but on a much larger scale. He would deface all the coinage current in the world. Every conventional stamp was false. The men stamped as generals and kings, the things stamped as honor and wisdom and happiness and riches, all were base metal with lying superscription. He decided to live like a dog, and was therefore called a cynic, which means canine. He rejected all conventions, whether of religion, of manners, of dress, of housing, of food, or of decency. One is told that he lived in a tub, but Gilbert Murray assures us that this is a mistake. It was a large pitcher, of the sort used in primitive times for burials. He lived like an Indian fakir by begging. He proclaimed his brotherhood, not only with the whole human race, but also with animals. He was a man about whom stories gathered, even in his lifetime. Everyone knows how Alexander visited him and asked if he desired any favor. "Only to stand out of my light," he replied. The teaching of Diogenes was by no means what we now call cynical. Quite the contrary. He had an ardent passion for virtue, in comparison with which he held worldly goods of no account. He sought virtue and moral freedom in liberation from desire. Be indifferent to the goods that fortune has to bestow, and you will be emancipated from fear. In this respect, his doctrine, as we shall see, was taken up by the Stoics, but they did not follow him in rejecting the amenities of civilization. He considered that Prometheus was justly punished for bringing to man the arts that have produced the complication and artificiality of modern life. In this, he resembled the Taoists and Rousseau and Tolstoy, but was more consistent than they were. His doctrine, though he was a contemporary of Aristotle, belongs in its temper to the Hellenistic age. Aristotle is the last Greek philosopher who faces the world cheerfully. After him, all have, in one form or another, a philosophy of retreat. The world is bad. Let us learn to be independent of it. External goods are precarious. They are the gift of fortune, not the reward of our own efforts. Only subjective goods, virtue or contentment through resignation, are secure, and these alone, therefore, will be valued by the wise man. Diogenes personally was a man full of vigor, but his doctrine, like all those of the Hellenistic age, was one to appeal to weary men, in whom disappointment had destroyed natural zest. And it was certainly not a doctrine calculated to promote art or science or statesmanship, or any useful activity except one of protest against powerful evil. It is interesting to observe what the Cynic teaching became when it was popularized. In the early part of the 3rd century BC, the Cynics were the fashion, especially in Alexandria. They published little sermons pointing out how easy it is to do without material possessions, how happy one can be on simple food, how warm one can keep in winter without expensive clothes, which might be true in Egypt, how silly it is to feel affection for one's native country or to mourn when one's children or friends die. Because my son or my wife is dead, says Thales, who was one of these popularizing cynics, is that any reason for my neglecting myself, who am still alive, and ceasing to look after my property? At this point, it becomes difficult to feel any sympathy with the simple life, which has grown altogether too simple. One wonders who enjoyed these sermons. Was it the rich, who wished to think the sufferings of the poor imaginary? Or was it the new poor, who were trying to despise the successful businessman? Or was it sycophants, who persuaded themselves that the charity they accepted was unimportant? Thales says to a rich man, "You give liberally, and I take valiantly from you, neither grovelling nor demeaning myself basely, nor grumbling." A very convenient doctrine. Popular cynicism did not teach abstinence from the good things of this world, but only a certain indifference to them. In the case of a borrower, this might take the form of minimizing the obligation to the lender. One can see how the word cynic acquired its everyday meaning. What was best in the Cynic doctrine passed over into Stoicism, which was an altogether more complete and rounded philosophy. Skepticism, as a doctrine of the schools, was first proclaimed by Pyrrho, who was in Alexander's army and campaigned with it as far as India. It seems that this gave him a sufficient taste of travel, and that he spent the rest of his life in his native city Elis, where he died in 275 BC. There was not much that was new in his doctrine, beyond a certain systematizing and formalizing of older doubts. Skepticism with regard to the senses had troubled Greek philosophers from a very early stage. The only exceptions were those who, like Parmenides and Plato, denied the cognitive value of perception, and made their denial into an opportunity for an intellectual dogmatism. The sophists, notably Protagoras and Gorgias, had been led, by the ambiguities and apparent contradictions of sense perception, to a subjectivism not unlike Hume's. Pyrrho seems, for he very wisely wrote no books, to have added moral and logical skepticism to skepticism as to the senses. He is said to have maintained that there could never be any rational ground for preferring one course of action to another. In practice, this meant that one conformed to the customs of whatever country one inhabited. A modern disciple would go to church on Sundays and perform the correct genuflections, but without any of the religious beliefs that are supposed to inspire these actions. Ancient skeptics went through the whole pagan ritual and were even sometimes priests. Their skepticism assured them that this behavior could not be proved wrong, and their common sense, which survived their philosophy, assured them that it was convenient. Skepticism naturally made an appeal to many unphilosophic minds. People observed the diversity of schools and the acerbity of their disputes, and decided that all alike were pretending to knowledge, which was in fact unattainable. Skepticism was a lazy man's consolation, since it showed the ignorant to be as wise as the reputed men of learning. To men who by temperament required a gospel, it might seem unsatisfying, but like every doctrine of the Hellenistic period, it recommended itself as an antidote to worry. Why trouble about the future? It is wholly uncertain. You may as well enjoy the present. What's to come is still unsure. For these reasons, skepticism enjoyed a considerable popular success. It should be observed that skepticism as a philosophy is not merely doubt, but what may be called dogmatic doubt. The man of science says, "I think it is so-and-so, but I am not sure." The man of intellectual curiosity says, "I don't know how it is, but I hope to find out." The philosophical skeptic says, "Nobody knows, and nobody ever can know." It is this element of dogmatism that makes the system vulnerable. Skeptics, of course, deny that they assert the impossibility of knowledge dogmatically, but their denials are not very convincing. Pyrrho's disciple Timon, however, advanced some intellectual arguments which, from the standpoint of Greek logic, were very hard to answer. The only logic admitted by the Greeks was deductive, and all deduction had to start, like Euclid, from general principles regarded as self-evident. Timon denied the possibility of finding such principles. Everything, therefore, will have to be proved by means of something else, and all argument will either be circular or an endless chain hanging from nothing. In either case, nothing can be proved. This argument, as we can see, cut at the root of the Aristotelian philosophy which dominated the Middle Ages. Some forms of skepticism, which in our own day are advocated by men who are by no means wholly skeptical, had not occurred to the skeptics of antiquity. They did not doubt phenomena or question propositions which, in their opinion, only expressed what we know directly concerning phenomena. Most of Timon's work is lost, but two surviving fragments will illustrate this point. One says, "The phenomena is always valid." The other says, "That honey is sweet, I refuse to assert. That it appears sweet, I fully grant." A modern skeptic would point out that the phenomenon merely occurs, and is not either valid or invalid. What is valid or invalid must be a statement, and no statement can be so closely linked to the phenomenon as to be incapable of falsehood. For the same reason, he would say that the statement, "honey appears sweet," is only highly probable, not absolutely certain. In some respects, the doctrine of Timon was very similar to that of Hume. He maintained that something which had never been observed, atoms, for instance, could not be validly inferred, but when two phenomena had been frequently observed together, one could be inferred from the other. Timon lived at Athens throughout the later years of his long life, and died there in 235 BC. With his death, the school of Pyrrho as a school came to an end, but his doctrines, somewhat modified, were taken up, strange as it may seem, by the Academy, which represented the Platonic tradition. The man who effected this surprising philosophic revolution was Arcesilaus, a contemporary of Timon, who died as an old man about 240 BC. What most men have taken from Plato is belief in a supersensible intellectual world and in the superiority of the immortal soul to the mortal body. But Plato was many-sided, and in some respects could be regarded as teaching skepticism. The Platonic Socrates professes to know nothing. We naturally treat this as irony, but it could be taken seriously. Many of the dialogues reach no positive conclusion and aim at leaving the reader in a state of doubt. Some, the latter half of the Parmenides, for instance, might seem to have no purpose except to show that either side of any question can be maintained with equal plausibility. The Platonic dialectic could be treated as an end, rather than a means, and if so treated, it lent itself admirably to the advocacy of skepticism. This seems to have been the way in which Arcesilaus interpreted the man whom he still professed to follow. He had decapitated Plato, but at any rate the torso that remained was genuine. The manner in which Arcesilaus taught would have had much to commend it if the young men who learnt from him had been able to avoid being paralyzed by it. He maintained no thesis, but would refute any thesis set up by a pupil. Sometimes he would himself advance two contradictory propositions on successive occasions, showing how to argue convincingly in favor of either. A pupil sufficiently vigorous to rebel might have learnt dexterity and the avoidance of fallacies, In fact, none seem to have learnt anything except cleverness and indifference to truth. So great was the influence of Arcesilaus that the Academy remained sceptical for about 200 years. In the middle of this sceptical period, an amusing incident occurred. Carneades, a worthy successor of Arcesilaus as head of the Academy, was one of 3 philosophers sent by Athens on a diplomatic mission to Rome in the year 156 BC. He saw no reason why his ambassadorial dignity should interfere with the main chance, so he announced a course of lectures in Rome. The young men, who at the time were anxious to ape Greek manners and acquire Greek culture, flocked to hear him. His first lecture expounded the views of Aristotle and Plato on justice, and was thoroughly edifying. His second, however, was concerned in refuting all that he had said in his first, not with a view to establishing opposite conclusions, but merely to show that every conclusion is unwarranted. Plato's Socrates had argued that to inflict injustice was a greater evil to the perpetrator than to suffer it. Carneades, in his second lecture, treated this contention with scorn. Great states, he pointed out, had become great by unjust aggressions against their weaker neighbours. In Rome this could not well be denied. In a shipwreck you may save your life at the expense of someone weaker, and you are a fool if you do not. Women and children first, he seems to think, is not a maxim that leads to personal survival. What would you do if you were flying from a victorious enemy? You had lost your horse, but you found a wounded comrade on a horse. If you were sensible, you would drag him off and seize his horse, whatever justice might ordain. All this not very blunt stroke argumentation is surprising in a nominal follower of Plato, but it seems to have pleased the modern-minded Roman youths. There was one man whom it did not please, and that was the elder Cato, who represented the stern, stiff, stupid, and brutal moral code by means of which Rome had defeated Carthage. From youth to old age he lived simply, rose early, practiced severe manual labour, ate only coarse food, and never wore a gown that cost over 100 pence. Towards the state he was scrupulously honest, avoiding all bribery and plunder. He exacted of other Romans all the virtues that he practised himself, and asserted that to accuse and pursue the wicked was the best thing an honest man could do. He enforced, as far as he could, the old Roman severity of manners. Cato put out of the Senate also one Manilius, who was in great towardness to have been made consul the next year following, only because he kissed his wife too lovingly in the daytime and before his daughter. And reproving him for it, he told him his wife never kissed him but when it thundered. When he was in power, he put down luxury and feasting. He made his wife suckle not only her own children, but also those of his slaves, in order that, having been nourished by the same milk, they might love his children. When his slaves were too old to work, he sold them remorselessly. He insisted that his slaves should always be either working or sleeping. He encouraged his slaves to quarrel with each other, for he could not abide that they should be friends. When a slave had committed a grave fault, he would call in his other slaves and induce them to condemn the delinquent to death. He would then carry out the sentence with his own hands, in the presence of the survivors. The contrast between Cato and Carneades was very complete. The one brutal through a morality that was too strict and too traditional, the other ignoble through a morality that was too lax and too much infected with the social dissolution of the Hellenistic world. Marcus Cato, even from the beginning that young men began to study the Greek tongue, and that it grew in estimation in Rome, did dislike of it, fearing lest the youth of Rome that were desirous of learning and eloquence would utterly give over the honour and glory of arms. So he openly found fault one day in the Senate, that the ambassadors were long there and had no dispatch, considering also they were cunning men and could easily persuade what they would. And if there were no other respect, this only might persuade them to determine some answer for them, and to send them home again to their schools, to teach their children of Greece, and to let alone the children of Rome, that they might learn to obey the laws in the Senate as they had done before. Now he spake thus to the Senate, not of any private ill will or malice he bare to Carneades, as some men thought, but because he generally hated philosophy. The Athenians, in Cato's view, were a lesser breed without the law. It did not matter if they were degraded by the shallow sophistics of intellectuals, but the Roman youth must be kept puritanical, imperialistic, ruthless, and stupid. He failed, however. Later Romans, while retaining many of his vices, adopted those of Carneades also. The next head of the Academy, after Carneades, circa 180 to circa 110 BC, was a Carthaginian whose real name was Hasdrubal, but who, in his dealings with Greeks, preferred to call himself Clitomachus. Unlike Carneades, who confined himself to lecturing, Clitomachus wrote over 400 books, some of them in the Phoenician language. His principles appear to have been the same as those of Carneades. In some respects they were useful. These two skeptics set themselves against the belief in divination, magic, and astrology, which was becoming more and more widespread. They also developed a constructive doctrine concerning degrees of probability. Although we can never be justified in feeling certainty, some things are more likely to be true than others. Probability should be our guide in practice, since it is reasonable to act on the most probable of possible hypotheses. This view is one with which the most modern philosophers would agree. Unfortunately, the books setting it forth are lost, and it is difficult to reconstruct the doctrine from the hints that remain. After Clitomachus, the Academy ceased to be skeptical, and from the time of Antiochus, who died in 69 BC, its doctrines became, for centuries, practically indistinguishable from those of the Stoics. Skepticism, however, did not disappear. It was revived by the Cretan Anicedemus, who came from Knossos, where, for aught we know, there may have been skeptics 2,000 years earlier, entertaining dissolute courtiers with doubts as to the divinity of the mistress of animals. The date of Anicedemus is uncertain. He threw over the doctrines on probability advocated by Carneades and reverted to the earliest forms of skepticism. His influence was considerable. He was followed by the poet Lucian in the 2nd century AD, and also slightly later by Sextus Empiricus, the only skeptic philosopher of antiquity whose works survive. There is, for example, a short treatise, Arguments Against Belief in a God, translated by Edwin Bevan in his Later Greek Religion, pages 52 to 56, and said by him to be probably taken by Sextus Empiricus from Carneades as reported by Clitomachus. This treatise begins by explaining that in behavior the skeptics are orthodox. We skeptics follow in practice the way of the world, but without holding any opinion about it. We speak of the gods as existing and offer worship to the gods and say that they exercise providence. But in saying this, we express no belief and avoid the rashness of the dogmatizers. He then argues that people differ as to the nature of God. For instance, some think him corporeal, some incorporeal. Since we have no experience of him, we cannot know his attributes. The existence of God is not self-evident, and therefore needs proof. There is a somewhat confused argument to show that no such proof is possible. He next takes up the problem of evil, and concludes with the words, "Those who affirm positively that God exists cannot avoid falling into an impiety. For if they say that God controls everything, they make him the author of evil things. If, on the other hand, they say that he controls some things only, or that he controls nothing, they are compelled to make God either grudging or impotent, and to do that is quite obviously an impiety." Skepticism, while it continued to appeal to some cultivated individuals until somewhere in the 3rd century AD, was contrary to the temper of the age, which was turning more and more to dogmatic religion and doctrines of salvation. Skepticism had enough force to make educated men dissatisfied with the state religions, but it had nothing positive, even in the purely intellectual sphere, to offer in their place. From the Renaissance onwards, theological skepticism has been supplemented, in most of its advocates, by an enthusiastic belief in science. But in antiquity there was no such supplement to doubt. Without answering the arguments of the skeptics, the ancient world turned aside from them. The Olympians being discredited, the way was left clear for an invasion of Oriental religions, which competed for the favor of the superstitious until the triumph of Christianity. Chapter 27. The Epicureans. The two great new schools of the Hellenistic period, the Stoics and Epicureans, were contemporaneous in their foundation. Their founders, Zeno and Epicurus, were born at about the same time, and settled in Athens as heads of their respective sects within a few years of each other. It is therefore a matter of taste which to consider first. I shall begin with the Epicureans because their doctrines were fixed once for all by their founder, whereas Stoicism had a long development, extending as far as the Emperor Marcus Aurelius, who died in AD 180. The main authority for the life of Epicurus is Diogenes Laertius, who lived in the 3rd century AD. There are, however, two difficulties. First, Diogenes Laertius is himself ready to accept legends of little or no historical value. Second, part of his life consists in reporting the scandalous accusations brought against Epicurus by the Stoics, and it is not always clear whether he is asserting something himself or merely mentioning a libel. The scandals invented by the Stoics are facts about them, to be remembered when their lofty morality is praised, but they are not facts about Epicurus. For instance, there was a legend that his mother was a quack priestess, as to which Diogenes says, "They," apparently the Stoics, say that he used to go round from house to house with his mother, reading out the purification prayers, and assisted his father in elementary teaching for a miserable pittance. On this, Bailey comments, "If there is any truth in the story that he went about with his mother as an acolyte, reciting the formulae of her incantations, he may well have been inspired in quite early years with a hatred of superstition, which was afterwards so prominent a feature in his teaching." This theory is attractive, but in view of the extreme unscrupulousness of later antiquity in inventing a scandal, I do not think it can be accepted as having any foundation. Footnote: the Stoics were very unjust to Epicurus. Epictetus, for example, addressing him, says, "This is the life of which you pronounce yourself worthy: eating, drinking, copulation, evacuation, and snoring." Book 2, Chapter 20, Discourses of Epictetus. End of footnote. There is against it the fact that he had an unusually strong affection for his mother. The main facts of the life of Epicurus seem, however, fairly certain. His father was a poor Athenian colonist in Samos. Epicurus was born in 342 to 1 BC, but whether in Samos or in Attica is not known. In any case, his boyhood was passed in Samos. He states that he took to the study of philosophy at the age of 14. At the age of 18, about the time of Alexander's death, he went to Athens, apparently to establish his citizenship. But while he was there, the Athenian colonists were turned out of Samos, 322 BC. The family of Epicurus became refugees in Asia Minor, where he rejoined them. At Tars, either at this time or perhaps earlier, he was taught philosophy by a certain Nausiphanes, apparently a follower of Democritus. Although his mature philosophy owes more to Democritus than to any other philosopher, he never expressed anything but contempt for Nausiphanes, whom he alluded to as the mollusk. In the year 311 he founded his school, which was first in Mytilene, then in Lampsacus, and from 307 onwards in Athens, where he died in 270 to 1 BC. After the hard years of his youth, his life in Athens was placid, and was only troubled by his ill health. He had a house and a garden, apparently separate from the house, and it was in the garden that he taught. His 3 brothers and some others had been members of his school from the first. But in Athens his community was increased, not only by philosophic disciples, but by friends and their children, slaves and hetairai. These last were made an occasion of scandal by his enemies, but apparently quite unjustly. He had a very exceptional capacity for purely human friendship, and wrote pleasant letters to the young children of members of the community. He did not practice that dignity and reserve in the expression of the emotions that was expected of ancient philosophers. His letters are amazingly natural and unaffected. The life of the community was very simple, partly on principle and partly, no doubt, for lack of money. Their food and drink was mainly bread and water, which Epicurus found quite satisfying. "I am thrilled with pleasures in the body," he says, "when I live on bread and water, and I spit on luxurious pleasures, not for their own sake, but because of the inconveniences that follow them." The community depended financially, at least in part, on voluntary contributions. "Send me some preserved cheese," he writes, "that when I like I may have a feast." To another friend, "Send us offerings for the sustenance of our holy body on behalf of yourself and your children." And again, "The only contribution I require is that which blank ordered the disciples to send me, even if they be among the Hyperboreans. I wish to receive from each of you 220 drachmae a year and no more." Footnote, about $20. End of footnote. Epicurus suffered all his life from bad health, but learnt to endure it with great fortitude. It was he, not a Stoic, who first maintained that a man could be happy on the rack. 2 letters written, one a few days before his death, the other on the day of his death, show that he had some right to this opinion. The first says, "7 days before writing this, the stoppage became complete, and I suffered pains such as bring men to their last day. If anything happens to me, do you look after the children of Metrodorus for 4 or 5 years, but do not spend any more on them than you now spend on me." The second says, "On this truly happy day of my life, as I am at the point of death, I write this to you. The diseases in my bladder and stomach are pursuing their course, lacking nothing of their usual severity. But against all this is the joy in my heart at the recollection of my conversations with you. Do you, as I might expect from your devotion from boyhood to me and to philosophy, take good care of the children of Metrodorus." Metrodorus, who had been one of his first disciples, was dead. Epicurus provided for his children in his will. Although Epicurus was gentle and kindly towards most people, a different side of his character appeared in his relations to philosophers, especially those to whom he might be considered indebted. "I suppose," he says, "that these grumblers will believe me to be a disciple of the mollusk, Nausiphanes, and to have listened to his teaching in company with a few bibulous youths. For indeed the fellow was a bad man, and his habits such as could never lead to wisdom." He never acknowledged the extent of his indebtedness to Democritus, and as for Leucippus, he asserted that there was no such philosopher, meaning, no doubt, not that there was no such man, but that the man was not a philosopher. Diogenes Laertius gives a whole list of abusive epithets that he is supposed to have applied to the most eminent of his predecessors. With this lack of generosity towards other philosophers goes another grave fault, that of dictatorial dogmatism. His followers had to learn a kind of creed embodying his doctrines, which they were not allowed to question. To the end, none of them added or modified anything. When Lucretius, 200 years later, turned the philosophy of Epicurus into poetry, he added, so far as can be judged, nothing theoretical to the master's teaching. Wherever comparison is possible, Lucretius is found to agree closely with the original, and it is generally held that elsewhere he may be used to fill in the gaps in our knowledge caused by the loss of all of Epicurus's 300 books. Of his writings, nothing remains except a few letters, some fragments, and a statement of principal doctrines. The philosophy of Epicurus, like all those of his age, with the partial exception of skepticism, was primarily designed to secure tranquillity. He considered pleasure to be the good, and adhered with remarkable consistency to all the consequences of this view. Pleasure, he said, is the beginning and end of the blessed life. Diogenes Laertius quotes him as saying in a book on the end of life, "I know not how I can conceive the good, if I withdraw the pleasures of taste, and withdraw the pleasures of love, and those of hearing and sight." Again, "The beginning and the root of all good is the pleasure of the stomach. Even wisdom and culture must be referred to this." The pleasure of the mind, we are told, is the contemplation of pleasures of the body. Its only advantage over bodily pleasures is that we can learn to contemplate pleasure rather than pain, and thus have more control over mental than over physical pleasures. Virtue, unless it means prudence in the pursuit of pleasure, is an empty name. Justice, for example, consists in so acting as not to have occasion to fear other men's resentment, a view which leads to a doctrine of the origin of society not unlike the theory of the social contract. Epicurus disagrees with some of his hedonist predecessors in distinguishing between active and passive pleasures, or dynamic and static pleasures. Dynamic pleasures consist in the attainment of a desired end, the previous desire having been accompanied by pain. Static pleasures consist in a state of equilibrium, which results from the existence of the kind of state of affairs that would be desired if it were absent. I think one may say that the satisfying of hunger, while it is in progress, is a dynamic pleasure, but the state of quiescence which supervenes when hunger is completely satisfied is a static pleasure. Of these two kinds, Epicurus holds it more prudent to pursue the second, since it is unalloyed and does not depend upon the existence of pain as a stimulus to desire. When the body is in a state of equilibrium, there is no pain. We should therefore aim at equilibrium and the quiet pleasures rather than at more violent joys. Epicurus, it seems, would wish, if it were possible, to be always in the state of having eaten moderately, never in that of voracious desire to eat. He is thus led in practice to regarding absence of pain rather than presence of pleasure as the wise man's goal. Footnote. For Epicurus, absence of pain is in itself pleasure, indeed, in his ultimate analysis, the truest pleasure. End of footnote. The stomach may be at the root of things, but the pains of stomachache outweigh the pleasures of gluttony. Accordingly, Epicurus lived on bread, with a little cheese on feast days. Such desires as those for wealth and honor are futile, because they make a man restless when he might be contented. The greatest good of all is prudence. It is a more precious thing even than philosophy. Philosophy, as he understood it, was a practical system designed to secure a happy life. It required only common sense, not logic or mathematics, or any of the elaborate training prescribed by Plato. He urges his young disciple and friend Pythocles to flee from every form of culture. It was a natural consequence of his principles that he advised abstinence from public life, for in proportion as a man achieves power, he increases the number of those who envy him, and therefore wish to do him injury. Even if he escapes outward misfortune, peace of mind is impossible in such a situation. The wise man will try to live unnoticed, so as to have no enemies. Sexual love, as one of the most dynamic of pleasures, naturally comes under the ban. Sexual intercourse, the philosopher declares, has never done a man good, and he is lucky if it has not harmed him. He was fond of children, other people's, but for the gratification of this taste he seems to have relied upon other people not to follow his advice. He seems, in fact, to have liked children against his better judgment, for he considered marriage and children a distraction from more serious pursuits. Lucretius, who follows him in denouncing love, sees no harm in sexual intercourse, provided it is divorced from passion. The safest of social pleasures, in the opinion of Epicurus, is friendship. Epicurus, like Bentham, is a man who considers that all men, at all times, pursue only their own pleasure, sometimes wisely, sometimes unwisely, but again, like Bentham, he is constantly seduced by his own kindly and affectionate nature into admirable behavior, from which, on his own theories, he ought to have refrained. He obviously liked his friends without regard to what he got out of them, but he persuaded himself that he was as selfish as his philosophy held all men to be. According to Cicero, he held that friendship cannot be divorced from pleasure, and for that reason must be cultivated, because without it neither can we live in safety and without fear, nor even pleasantly. Occasionally, however, he forgets his theories more or less. All friendship is desirable in itself, he says, adding, though it starts from the need of help. Epicurus, though his ethics seemed to others swinish and lacking in moral exaltation, was very much in earnest. As we have seen, he speaks of the community in the garden as our holy body. He wrote a book on holiness. He had all the fervor of a religious reformer. He must have had a strong emotion of pity for the sufferings of mankind, and an unshakable conviction that they would be greatly lessened if men would adopt his philosophy. It was a valetudinarian's philosophy, designed to suit a world in which adventurous happiness had become scarcely possible. Eat little for fear of indigestion. Drink little for fear of next morning. Eschew politics and love and all violently passionate activities. Do not give hostages to fortune by marrying and having children. In your mental life, teach yourself to contemplate pleasures rather than pains. Physical pain is certainly a great evil, but if severe, it is brief, and if prolonged, it can be endured by means of mental discipline and the habit of thinking of happy things in spite of it. Above all, live so as to avoid fear. It was through the problem of avoiding fear that Epicurus was led into theoretical philosophy. He held that two of the greatest sources of fear were religion and the dread of death, which were connected, since religion encouraged the view that the dead are unhappy. He therefore sought a metaphysic which would prove that the gods do not interfere in human affairs, and that the soul perishes with the body. Most modern people think of religion as a consolation, but to Epicurus it was the opposite. Supernatural interference with the course of nature seemed to him a source of terror, and immortality fatal to the hope of release from pain. Accordingly, he constructed an elaborate doctrine designed to cure men of the beliefs that inspire fear. Epicurus was a materialist, but not a determinist. He followed Democritus in believing that the world consists of atoms and the void. But he did not believe, as Democritus did, that the atoms are at all times completely controlled by natural laws. The conception of necessity in Greece was, as we have seen, religious in origin, and perhaps he was right in considering that an attack on religion would be incomplete if it allowed necessity to survive. His atoms had weight, and were continually falling, not towards the center of the earth, but downwards in some absolute sense. Every now and then, however, an atom, actuated by something like free will, would swerve slightly from the direct downward path, and so would come into collision with some other atom. Footnote. An analogous view is urged in our day by Eddington in his interpretation of the principle of indeterminacy. End of footnote. From this point onwards, the development of vortices, etc., proceeded in much the same way as in Democritus. The soul is material, and is composed of particles like those of breath and heat. Epicurus thought breath and wind different in substance from air. They were not merely air in motion. Soul atoms are distributed throughout the body. Sensation is due to thin films thrown off by bodies and traveling on until they touch soul atoms. These films may still exist when the bodies from which they originally proceeded have been dissolved. This accounts for dreams. At death, the soul is dispersed, and its atoms, which of course survive, are no longer capable of sensation because they are no longer connected with the body. It follows, in the words of Epicurus, that death is nothing to us, for that which is dissolved is without sensation, and that which lacks sensation is nothing to us. As for the gods, Epicurus firmly believes in their existence, since he cannot otherwise account for the widespread existence of the idea of gods. But he is persuaded that they do not trouble themselves with the affairs of our human world. They are rational hedonists who follow his precepts and abstain from public life. Government would be an unnecessary labor, to which in their life of complete blessedness they feel no temptation. Of course, divination and augury and all such practices are purely superstitions, and so is the belief in providence. There is therefore no ground for the fear that we may incur the anger of the gods, or that we may suffer in Hades after death. Though subject to the powers of nature which can be studied scientifically, we yet have free will, and are, within limits, the masters of our fate. We cannot escape death, but death, rightly understood, is no evil. If we live prudently, according to the maxims of Epicurus, we shall probably achieve a measure of freedom from pain. This is a moderate gospel, but to a man impressed with human misery it sufficed to inspire enthusiasm. Epicurus has no interest in science on its own account. He values it solely as providing naturalistic explanations of phenomena which superstition attributes to the agency of the gods. When there are several possible naturalistic explanations, he holds that there is no point in trying to decide between them. The phases of the moon, for example, have been explained in many different ways. Any one of these, so long as it does not bring in the gods, is as good as any other, and it would be idle curiosity to attempt to determine which of them is true. It is no wonder that the Epicureans contributed practically nothing to natural knowledge. They served a useful purpose by their protest against the increasing devotion of the later pagans to magic, astrology, and divination. But they remained, like their founder, dogmatic, limited, and without genuine interest in anything outside individual happiness. They learnt by heart the creed of Epicurus and added nothing to it throughout the centuries during which the school survived. The only eminent disciple of Epicurus is the poet Lucretius, 99 to 55 BC, who was a contemporary of Julius Caesar. In the last days of the Roman Republic, free thought was the fashion, and the doctrines of Epicurus were popular among educated people. The Emperor Augustus introduced an archaistic revival of ancient virtue and ancient religion, which caused the poem of Lucretius, On the Nature of Things, to become unpopular, and it remained so until the Renaissance. Only one manuscript of it survived the Middle Ages, and that narrowly escaped destruction by bigots. Hardly any great poet has had to wait so long for recognition, but in modern times his merits have been almost universally acknowledged. For example, he and Benjamin Franklin were Shelley's favorite authors. His poem sets forth in verse the philosophy of Epicurus. Although the two men have the same doctrine, their temperaments are very different. Lucretius was passionate, and much more in need of exhortations to prudence than Epicurus was. He committed suicide, and appears to have suffered from periodic insanity, brought on, so some averred, by the pains of love or the unintended effects of a love philtre. He feels towards Epicurus as towards a saviour, and applies language of religious intensity to the man whom he regards as the destroyer of religion. Footnote. I quote the translation of Mr. R. C. Trevelyan, Book 1, pages 60 to 79. End of footnote. When prostrate upon earth lay human life, visibly trampled down and foully crushed beneath religion's cruelty, who meanwhile out of the regions of the heavens above showed forth her face, lowering on mortal men with horrible aspect. First did a man of Greece dare to lift up his mortal eyes against her. The first was he to stand up and defy her. Him neither stories of the gods, nor lightnings, nor heaven with muttering menaces could quell. But all the more did they arouse his soul's keen valour, till he longed to be the first to break through the fast-bolted doors of nature. Therefore his fervent energy of mind prevailed, and he passed onward, voyaging far, beyond the flaming ramparts of the world, ranging in mind and spirit far and wide, throughout the unmeasured universe, and thence a conqueror he returns to us, bringing back knowledge both of what can and what cannot rise into being, teaching us in fine upon what principle each thing has its powers limited, and its deep-set boundary stone. Therefore now has religion been cast down beneath men's feet, and trampled on in turn. Ourselves heaven high his victory exalts. The hatred of religion expressed by Epicurus and Lucretius is not altogether easy to understand, if one accepts the conventional accounts of the cheerfulness of Greek religion and ritual. Keats's Ode on a Grecian Urn, for instance, celebrates a religious ceremony, but not one which could fill men's minds with dark and gloomy terrors. I think popular beliefs were very largely not of this cheerful kind. The worship of the Olympians had less of superstitious cruelty than the other forms of Greek religion, but even the Olympian gods had demanded occasional human sacrifice until the 7th or 6th century BC, and this practice was recorded in myth and drama. Footnote. Lucretius instances the sacrifice of Iphigenia as an example of the harm wrought by religion. Book 1, pages 85 to 100. End of footnote. Throughout the barbarian world, Human sacrifice was still recognized in the time of Epicurus. Until the Roman conquest, it was practiced in times of crisis, such as the Punic Wars, by even the most civilized of barbarian populations. As was shown most convincingly by Jane Harrison, the Greeks had, in addition to the official cults of Zeus and his family, other more primitive beliefs associated with more or less barbarous rites. These were to some extent incorporated in Orphism, which became the prevalent belief among men of religious temperament. It is sometimes supposed that hell was a Christian invention, but this is a mistake. What Christianity did in this respect was only to systematize earlier popular beliefs. From the beginning of Plato's Republic, it is clear that the fear of punishment after death was common in 5th century Athens, and it is not likely that it grew less in the interval between Socrates and Epicurus. I am thinking not of the educated minority, but of the general population. Certainly also it was common to attribute plagues, earthquakes, defeats in war, and such calamities to divine displeasure or to failure to respect the omens. I think that Greek literature and art are probably very misleading as regards popular beliefs. What should we know of Methodism in the late 18th century, if no record of the period survived except its aristocratic books and paintings? The influence of Methodism, like that of religiosity in the Hellenistic age, rose from below. It was already powerful in the time of Boswell and Sir Joshua Reynolds, although from their allusions to it, the strength of its influence is not apparent. We must not therefore judge of popular religion in Greece by the pictures on Grecian urns, or by the works of poets and aristocratic philosophers. Epicurus was not aristocratic, either by birth or through his associates. Perhaps this explains his exceptional hostility to religion. It is through the poem of Lucretius that the philosophy of Epicurus has chiefly become known to readers since the Renaissance. What has most impressed them, when they were not professional philosophers, is the contrast with Christian belief in such matters as materialism, denial of providence, and rejection of immortality. What is especially striking to a modern reader is to have these views, which nowadays are generally regarded as gloomy and depressing, presented as a gospel of liberation from the burden of fear. Lucretius is as firmly persuaded as any Christian of the importance of true belief in matters of religion. After describing how men seek escape from themselves when they are the victims of an inner conflict, and vainly seek relief in change of place, he says, footnote, Book 3, pages 1068-76, I again quote Mr. R.C. Trevelyan's translation, end of footnote, each man flies from his own self. Yet from that self, in fact, he has no power to escape. He clings to it in his own despite, and loathes it too, because, though he is sick, he perceives not the course of his disease, which if he could but comprehend aright, each would put all things else aside, and first study to learn the nature of the world, since 'tis our state, during eternal time, not for 1 hour merely, that is in doubt, the state wherein mortals will have to pass the whole time that awaits them after death. The age of Epicurus was a weary age. An extinction could appear as a welcome rest from travail of spirit. The last age of the Republic, on the contrary, was not, to most Romans, a time of disillusionment. Men of titanic energy were creating out of chaos a new order, which the Macedonians had failed to do. But to the Roman aristocrat, who stood aside from politics and cared nothing for the scramble for power and plunder, the course of events must have been profoundly discouraging. When to this was added the affliction of recurrent insanity, it is not to be wondered at that Lucretius accepted the hope of non-existence as a deliverance. But the fear of death is so deeply rooted in instinct that the gospel of Epicurus could not at any time make a wide popular appeal. It remained always the creed of a cultivated minority. Even among philosophers, after the time of Augustus, it was as a rule rejected in favor of Stoicism. It survived, it is true, though with diminishing vigor, for 600 years after the death of Epicurus. But as men became increasingly oppressed by the miseries of our terrestrial existence, They demanded continually stronger medicine from philosophy or religion. The philosophers took refuge, with few exceptions, in Neoplatonism. The uneducated turned to various Eastern superstitions, and then, in continually increasing numbers, to Christianity, which, in its early form, placed all good in the life beyond the grave, thus offering men a gospel which was the exact opposite of that of Epicurus. Doctrines very similar to his, however, were revived by the French philosophes at the end of the 18th century and brought to England by Bentham and his followers. This was done in conscious opposition to Christianity, which these men regarded as hostilely as Epicurus regarded the religions of his day. Chapter 28. Stoicism. Stoicism, while in origin contemporaneous with Epicureanism, had a longer history and less constancy in doctrine. The teaching of its founder Zeno, in the early part of the 3rd century BC, was by no means identical with that of Marcus Aurelius in the latter half of the 2nd century AD. Zeno was a materialist, whose doctrines were in the main a combination of Cynicism and Heraclitus. But gradually, through an admixture of Platonism, the Stoics abandoned materialism until, in the end, little trace of it remained. Their ethical doctrine, it is true, changed very little, and was what most of them regarded as of the chief importance. Even in this respect, however, there is some change of emphasis. As time goes on, continually less is said about the other aspects of Stoicism, and continually more exclusive stress is laid upon ethics, and those parts of theology that are most relevant to ethics. With regard to all the earlier Stoics, we are hampered by the fact that their works survive only in a few fragments. Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius, who belong to the 1st and 2nd centuries AD, alone survive in complete books. Stoicism is less Greek than any school of philosophy with which we have been hitherto concerned. The early Stoics were mostly Syrian, the later ones mostly Roman. Tarn, Hellenistic Civilization, page 287, suspects Chaldean influences in Stoicism. Uberweg justly observes that in Hellenizing the barbarian world, the Greeks dropped what only suited themselves. Stoicism, unlike the earlier, purely Greek philosophies, is emotionally narrow, and in a certain sense fanatical. But it also contains religious elements of which the world felt the need, and which the Greeks seemed unable to supply. In particular, it appealed to rulers. Nearly all the successors of Alexander, we may say all the principal kings in existence in the generations following Zeno, professed themselves Stoics, says Professor Gilbert Murray. Zeno was a Phoenician, born at Citium in Cyprus, at some time during the latter half of the 4th century BC. It seems probable that his family were engaged in commerce, and that business interests were what first took him to Athens. When there, however, he became anxious to study philosophy. The views of the Cynics were more congenial to him than those of any other school, but he was something of an eclectic. The followers of Plato accused him of plagiarizing the academy. Socrates was the chief saint of the Stoics throughout their history. His attitude at the time of his trial, his refusal to escape, his calmness in the face of death, and his contention that the perpetrator of injustice injures himself more than his victim, all fitted in perfectly with Stoic teaching. So did his indifference to heat and cold, his plainness in matters of food and dress, and his complete independence of all bodily comforts. But the Stoics never took over Plato's doctrine of ideas, and most of them rejected his arguments for immortality. Only the later Stoics followed him in regarding the soul as immaterial. The earlier Stoics agreed with Heraclitus in the view that the soul is composed of material fire. Verbally, this doctrine is also to be found in Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius, but it seems that in them the fire is not to be taken literally, as one of the 4 elements of which physical things are composed. Zeno had no patience with metaphysical subtleties. Virtue was what he thought important, and he only valued physics and metaphysics in so far as they contributed to virtue. He attempted to combat the metaphysical tendencies of the age by means of common sense, which in Greece meant materialism. Doubts as to the trustworthiness of the senses annoyed him, and he pushed the opposite doctrine to extremes. Zeno began by asserting the existence of the real world. "What do you mean by real?" asked the skeptic. "I mean solid and material. I mean that this table is solid matter." "And God?" asked the skeptic. "And the soul?" "Perfectly solid," said Zeno. "More solid, if anything, than the table." "And virtue, or justice, or the rule of three, also solid matter?" "Of course," said Zeno. "Quite solid." It is evident that at this point Zeno, like many others, was hurried by anti-metaphysical zeal into a metaphysic of his own. The main doctrines to which the school remained constant throughout are concerned with cosmic determinism and human freedom. Zeno believed that there is no such thing as chance, and that the course of nature is rigidly determined by natural laws. Originally, there was only fire. Then the other elements, air, water, earth, in that order gradually emerged. But sooner or later there will be a cosmic conflagration, and all will again become fire. This, according to most Stoics, is not a final consummation, like the end of the world in Christian doctrine, but only the conclusion of a cycle. The whole process will be repeated endlessly. Everything that happens has happened before, and will happen again, not once, but countless times. So far the doctrine might seem cheerless, and in no respect more comforting than ordinary materialism, such as that of Democritus. But this was only one aspect of it. The course of nature, in Stoicism as in 18th century theology, was ordained by a lawgiver, who was also a beneficent providence. Down to the smallest detail, the whole was designed to secure certain ends by natural means. These ends, except in so far as they concern gods and demons, are to be found in the life of man. Everything has a purpose connected with human beings. Some animals are good to eat. Some afford tests of courage. Even bedbugs are useful, since they help us to wake in the morning and not lie in bed too long. The supreme power is called sometimes God, sometimes Zeus. Seneca distinguished this Zeus from the object of popular belief, who was also real but subordinate. God is not separate from the world. He is the soul of the world, and each of us contains a part of the divine fire. All things are parts of one single system, which is called nature. The individual life is good when it is in harmony with nature. In one sense, every life is in harmony with nature, since it is such as nature's laws have caused it to be. But in another sense, a human life is only in harmony with nature when the individual will is directed to ends which are among those of nature. Virtue consists in a will which is in agreement with nature. The wicked, though perforce they obey God's law, do so involuntarily. In the simile of Cleanthes, they are like a dog tied to a cart and compelled to go wherever it goes. In the life of an individual man, virtue is the sole good. Such things as health, happiness, possessions are of no account. Since virtue resides in the will, everything really good or bad in a man's life depends only upon himself. He may become poor, but what of it? He can still be virtuous. A tyrant may put him in prison, but he can still persevere in living in harmony with nature. He may be sentenced to death, but he can die nobly like Socrates. Other men have power only over externals. Virtue, which alone is truly good, rests entirely with the individual. Therefore every man has perfect freedom, provided he emancipates himself from mundane desires. It is only through false judgments that such desires prevail. The sage, whose judgments are true, is master of his fate in all that he values, since no outside force can deprive him of virtue. There are obvious logical difficulties about this doctrine. If virtue is really the sole good, a beneficent providence must be solely concerned to cause virtue, yet the laws of nature have produced abundance of sinners. If virtue is the sole good, there can be no reason against cruelty and injustice, since, as the Stoics are never tired of pointing out, cruelty and injustice afford the sufferer the best opportunities for the exercise of virtue. If the world is completely deterministic, Natural laws will decide whether I shall be virtuous or not. If I am wicked, nature compels me to be wicked, and the freedom which virtue is supposed to give is not possible for me. To a modern mind, it is difficult to feel enthusiastic about a virtuous life if nothing is going to be achieved by it. We admire a medical man who risks his life in an epidemic of plague because we think illness is an evil, and we hope to diminish its frequency. But if illness is no evil, the medical man might as well stay comfortably at home. To the Stoic, his virtue is an end in itself, not something that does good. And when we take a longer view, what is the ultimate outcome? A destruction of the present world by fire, and then a repetition of the whole process. Could anything be more devastatingly futile? There may be progress here and there for a time, but in the long run there is only recurrence. When we see something unbearably painful, we hope that in time such things will cease to happen. But the Stoic assures us that what is happening now will happen over and over again. Providence, which sees the whole, must, one would think, ultimately grow weary through despair. There goes with this a certain coldness in the Stoic conception of virtue. Not only bad passions are condemned, but all passions. The sage does not feel sympathy. When his wife or his children die, he reflects that this event is no obstacle to his own virtue, and therefore he does not suffer deeply. Friendship, so highly prized by Epicurus, is all very well, but it must not be carried to the point where your friend's misfortunes can destroy your holy calm. As for public life, it may be your duty to engage in it, since it gives opportunities for justice, fortitude, and so on, but you must not be actuated by a desire to benefit mankind, since the benefits you can confer, such as peace or a more adequate supply of food, are no true benefits, and in any case nothing matters to you except your own virtue. The Stoic is not virtuous in order to do good, but does good in order to be virtuous. It has not occurred to him to love his neighbor as himself. Love, except in a superficial sense, is absent from his conception of virtue. When I say this, I am thinking of love as an emotion, not as a principle. As a principle, the Stoics preached universal love. This principle is found in Seneca and his successors, and probably was taken by them from earlier Stoics. The logic of the school led to doctrines which were softened by the humanity of its adherents, who were much better men than they would have been if they had been consistent. Kant, who resembles them, says that you must be kind to your brother, not because you are fond of him, but because the moral law enjoins kindness. I doubt, however, whether in private life he lived down to this precept. Leaving these generalities, let us come to the history of Stoicism. Of Zeno, only some fragments remain. From these it appears that he defined God as the fiery mind of the world, that he said God was a bodily substance, and that the whole universe formed the substance of God. Tertullian says that according to Zeno, God runs through the material world as honey runs through the honeycomb. According to Diogenes Laertius, Zeno held that the general law, which is right reason pervading everything, is the same as Zeus, the supreme head of the government of the universe. God, mind, destiny, Zeus are one thing. Destiny is a power which moves matter. Providence and nature are other names for it. Zeno does not believe that there should be temples to the gods. To build temples there will be no need, for a temple must not be held a thing of great worth or anything holy. Nothing can be of great worth or holy which is the work of builders and mechanics. He seems, like the later Stoics, to have believed in astrology and divination. Cicero says that he attributed a divine potency to the stars. Diogenes Laertius says, all kinds of divination the Stoics leave valid. There must be a divination, they say, if there is such a thing as providence. They prove the reality of the art of divination by a number of cases in which predictions have come true, as Zeno asserts. Chrysippus is explicit on this subject. The Stoic doctrine as to virtue does not appear in the surviving fragments of Zeno, but seems to have been held by him. Cleanthes of Assos, the immediate successor of Zeno, is chiefly notable for two things. First, as we have already seen, he held that Aristarchus of Samos should be prosecuted for impiety because he made the sun, instead of the earth, the center of the universe. The second thing is his hymn to Zeus, much of which might have been written by Pope, or any educated Christian in the century after Newton. Even more Christian is the short prayer of Cleanthes. Lead me, O Zeus, and thou, O destiny, lead thou me on. To whatsoever task thou sendest me, lead thou me on. I follow fearless, or if in mistrust I lag and will not follow, follow still I must. Chrysippus, 280 to 207 BC, who succeeded Cleanthes, was a voluminous author, and is said to have written 705 books. He made Stoicism systematic and pedantic. He held that only Zeus, the supreme fire, is immortal. The other gods, including the sun and moon, are born and die. He is said to have considered that God has no share in the causation of evil, but it is not clear how he reconciled this with determinism. Elsewhere, he deals with evil after the manner of Heraclitus, maintaining that opposites imply one another, and good without evil is logically impossible. There can be nothing more inept than the people who suppose that good could have existed without the existence of evil. Good and evil being antithetical, both must needs subsist in opposition. In support of this doctrine, he appeals to Plato, not to Heraclitus. Chrysippus maintained that the good man is always happy, and the bad man unhappy, and that the good man's happiness differs in no way from God's. On the question whether the soul survives death, there were conflicting opinions. Cleanthes maintained that all souls survive until the next universal conflagration, when everything is absorbed into God. But Chrysippus maintained that this is only true of the souls of the wise. He was less exclusively ethical in his interests than the later Stoics. In fact, he made logic fundamental. The hypothetical and disjunctive syllogism, as well as the word disjunction, are due to the Stoics. So is the study of grammar and the invention of cases in declension. Chrysippus, or other Stoics inspired by his work, had an elaborate theory of knowledge, in the main empirical and based on perception, though they allowed certain ideas and principles which were held to be established by consensus gentium, the agreement of mankind. But Zeno, as well as the Roman Stoics, regarded all theoretical studies as subordinate to ethics. He says that philosophy is like an orchard, in which logic is the walls, physics the trees, and ethics the fruit, or like an egg, in which logic is the shell, physics the white, and ethics the yolk. Chrysippus, it would seem, allowed more independent value to theoretical studies. Perhaps his influence accounts for the fact that among the Stoics there were many men who made advances in mathematics and other sciences. Stoicism, after Chrysippus, was considerably modified by two important men, Pernicius and Posidonius. Pernicius introduced a considerable element of Platonism and abandoned materialism. He was a friend of the younger Scipio and had an influence on Cicero, through whom, mainly, Stoicism became known to the Romans. Posidonius, under whom Cicero studied in Rhodes, influenced him even more. Posidonius was taught by Pernicius, who died about 110 BC. Posidonius, circa 135 to circa 51 BC, was a Syrian Greek, and was a child when the Seleucid Empire came to an end. Perhaps it was his experience of anarchy in Syria that caused him to travel westward, first to Athens, where he imbibed the Stoic philosophy, and then further afield to the western parts of the Roman Empire. He saw with his own eyes the sunset in the Atlantic, beyond the verge of the known world, and the African coast over against Spain, where the trees were full of apes, and the villages of barbarous people inland from Marseille, where human heads hanging at the house doors for trophies were an everyday sight. He became a voluminous writer on scientific subjects. Indeed, one of the reasons for his travels was a wish to study the tides, which could not be done in the Mediterranean. He did excellent work in astronomy, As we saw in chapter 22, his estimate of the distance of the sun was the best in antiquity. Footnote. He estimated that by sailing westward from Cadiz, India could be reached after 70,000 stadies. This remark was the ultimate foundation of Columbus's confidence. End of footnote. He was also a historian of note. He continued Polybius, but it was chiefly as an eclectic philosopher that he was known. He combined with Stoicism much of Plato's teaching, which the Academy, in its skeptical phase, appeared to have forgotten. This affinity to Plato is shown in his teaching about the soul and the life after death. Pernicius had said, as most Stoics did, that the soul perishes with the body. Posidonius, on the contrary, says that it continues to live in the air, where in most cases it remains unchanged until the next world conflagration. There is no hell, but the wicked after death are not so fortunate as the good, for sin makes the vapours of the soul muddy and prevents it from rising as far as the good soul rises. The very wicked stay near the earth and are reincarnated. The truly virtuous rise to the stellar sphere and spend their time watching the stars go round. They can help other souls. This explains, he thinks, the truth of astrology. Bevan suggests that by this revival of Orphic notions and incorporation of Neo-Pythagorean beliefs, Posidonius may have paved the way for Gnosticism. He adds very truly that what was fatal to such philosophies as his was not Christianity, but the Copernican theory. Footnote. The above account of Posidonius is mainly based on chapter 3 of Edwin Bevan's Stoics and Skeptics. End of footnote. Cleanthes was right in regarding Aristarchus of Samos as a dangerous enemy. Much more important historically, though not philosophically, than the earlier Stoics, were the three who were connected with Rome: Seneca, Epictetus, and Marcus Aurelius, a minister, a slave, and an emperor, respectively. Seneca, circa 3 BC to AD 65, was a Spaniard, whose father was a cultivated man living in Rome. Seneca adopted a political career and was being moderately successful when he was banished to Corsica, AD 41, by the Emperor Claudius, because he had incurred the enmity of the Empress Messalina. Claudius's second wife, Agrippina, recalled Seneca from exile in AD 48 and appointed him tutor to her son, aged 11. Seneca was less fortunate than Aristotle in his pupil, who was the Emperor Nero. Although, as a Stoic, Seneca officially despised riches, he amassed a huge fortune, amounting, it was said, to 300 million sesterces, about $12 million. Much of this he acquired by lending money in Britain. According to Dio, the excessive rates of interest that he exacted were among the causes of revolt in that country. The heroic Queen Boadicea, if this is true, was heading a rebellion against capitalism, as represented by the philosophic apostle of austerity. Gradually, as Nero's excesses grew more unbridled, Seneca fell increasingly out of favour. At length he was accused, justly or unjustly, of complicity in a widespread conspiracy to murder Nero and place a new emperor, some said Seneca himself, upon the throne. In view of his former services, he was graciously permitted to commit suicide, AD 65. His end was edifying. At first, on being informed of the emperor's decision, he set about making a will. When told that there was no time allowed for such a lengthy business, he turned to his sorrowing family and said, "Never mind. I leave you what is of far more value than earthly riches, the example of a virtuous life," or words to that effect. He then opened his veins and summoned his secretaries to take down his dying words. According to Tacitus, his eloquence continued to flow during his last moments. His nephew Lucan, the poet, suffered a similar death at the same time, and expired reciting his own verses. Seneca was judged in future ages rather by his admirable precepts than by his somewhat dubious practice. Several of the fathers claimed him as a Christian, and a supposed correspondence between him and St. Paul was accepted as genuine by such men as St. Jerome. Epictetus, born about AD 60, died about AD 100, is a very different type of man, though closely akin as a philosopher. He was a Greek, originally a slave of Epaphroditus, a freedman of Nero and then his minister. He was lame, as a result, it was said, of a cruel punishment in his days of slavery. He lived and taught at Rome until AD 90, when the Emperor Domitian, who had no use for intellectuals, banished all philosophers. Epictetus thereupon retired to Nicopolis, in Epirus, where, after some years spent in writing and teaching, he died. Marcus Aurelius, AD 121 to 180, was at the other end of the social scale. He was the adopted son of the good Emperor Antoninus Pius, who was his uncle and his father-in-law, whom he succeeded in AD 161, and whose memory he revered. As emperor, he devoted himself to Stoic virtue. He had much need of fortitude, for his reign was beset by calamities, earthquakes, pestilences, long and difficult wars, military insurrections. His meditations, which are addressed to himself and apparently not intended for publication, show that he felt his public duties burdensome, and that he suffered from a great weariness. His only son, Commodus, who succeeded him, turned out to be one of the worst of the many bad emperors, but successfully concealed his vicious propensities so long as his father lived. The philosopher's wife, Faustina, was accused, perhaps unjustly, of gross immorality, but he never suspected her, and after her death took trouble about her deification. He persecuted the Christians because they rejected the state religion, which he considered politically necessary. In all his actions he was conscientious, but in most he was unsuccessful. He is a pathetic figure. In a list of mundane desires to be resisted, the one that he finds most seductive is the wish to retire to a quiet country life. For this, the opportunity never came. Some of his meditations are dated from the camp on distant campaigns, the hardships of which eventually caused his death. It is remarkable that Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius are completely at one on all philosophical questions. This suggests that, although social circumstances affect the philosophy of an age, individual circumstances have less influence than is sometimes thought upon the philosophy of an individual. Philosophers are usually men with a certain breadth of mind, who can largely discount the accidents of their private lives. But even they cannot rise above the larger good or evil of their time. In bad times they invent consolations. In good times their interests are more purely intellectual. Gibbon, whose detailed history begins with the vices of Commodus, agrees with most 18th century writers in regarding the period of the Antonines as a golden age. If a man were called upon, he says, to fix the period in the history of the world during which the condition of the human race was most happy and prosperous, he would, without hesitation, name that which elapsed from the death of Domitian to the accession of Commodus. It is impossible to agree altogether with this judgment. The evil of slavery involved immense suffering, and was sapping the vigor of the ancient world. There were gladiatorial shows and fights with wild beasts, which were intolerably cruel, and must have debased the populations that enjoyed the spectacle. Marcus Aurelius, it is true, decreed that gladiators should fight with blunted swords, but this reform was short-lived, and he did nothing about fights with wild beasts. The economic system was very bad. Italy was going out of cultivation, and the population of Rome depended upon the free distribution of grain from the provinces. All initiative was concentrated in the emperor and his ministers. Throughout the vast extent of the empire, no one, except an occasional rebellious general, could do anything but submit. Men looked to the past for what was best. The future, they felt, would be at best a weariness, and at worst a horror. When we compare the tone of Marcus Aurelius with that of Bacon or Locke or Condorcet, we see the difference between a tired and a hopeful age. In a hopeful age, great present evils can be endured because it is thought that they will pass. But in a tired age, even real goods lose their savour. The Stoic ethic suited the times of Epictetus and Marcus Aurelius because its gospel was one of endurance rather than hope. Undoubtedly, the age of the Antonines was much better than any later age until the Renaissance, from the point of view of the general happiness. But careful study shows that it was not so prosperous as its architectural remains would lead one to suppose. Greco-Roman civilization had made very little impression on the agricultural regions. It was practically limited to the cities. Even in the cities, there was a proletariat which suffered very great poverty, and there was a large slave class. Rostovtsev sums up a discussion of social and economic conditions in the cities as follows. The picture of their social conditions is not so attractive as the picture of their external appearance. The impression conveyed by our sources is that the splendor of the cities was created by and existed for a rather small minority of their population, that the welfare even of this small minority was based on comparatively weak foundations, that the large masses of the city population had either a very moderate income or lived in extreme poverty. In a word, we must not exaggerate the wealth of the cities. Their external aspect is misleading. On earth, says Epictetus, we are prisoners, and in an earthly body. According to Marcus Aurelius, he used to say, "Thou art a little soul bearing about a corpse." Zeus could not make the body free, but he gave us a portion of his divinity. God is the Father of men, and we are all brothers. We should not say, "I am an Athenian," or "I am a Roman," but "I am a citizen of the universe." If you were a kinsman of Caesar, you would feel safe. How much more should you feel safe in being a kinsman of God? If we understand that virtue is the only true good, we shall see that no real evil can befall us. I must die, but must I die groaning? I must be imprisoned, but must I whine as well? I must suffer exile. Can anyone then hinder me from going with a smile and a good courage and at peace? Tell the secret. I refuse to tell, for this is in my power. But I will chain you. What say you, fellow? Chain me. My leg you will chain, yes, but my will, no. Not even Zeus can conquer that. I will imprison you. My bit of a body, you mean. I will behead you. Why? When did I ever tell you that I was the only man in the world that could not be beheaded? These are the thoughts that those who pursue philosophy should ponder. These are the lessons they should write down day by day. In these they should exercise themselves. Slaves are the equals of other men because all alike are sons of God. We must submit to God as a good citizen submits to the law. The soldier swears to respect no man above Caesar, but we to respect ourselves first of all. When you appear before the mighty of the earth, remember that another looks from above on what is happening, and that you must please him rather than this man. Who then is a Stoic? Show me a man molded to the pattern of the judgments that he utters, in the same way as we call a statue Phidian that is molded according to the art of Phidias. Show me one who is sick and yet happy, in peril and yet happy, dying and yet happy, in exile and happy, in disgrace and happy. Show him me. By the gods, I would fain see a Stoic. Nay, you cannot show me a finished Stoic. Then show me one in the moulding, one who has set his feet on the path. Do me this kindness. Do not grudge an old man like me a sight I never saw till now. What? You think you are going to show me the Zeus of Phidias or his Athena, that work of ivory and gold? It is a soul I want. Let one of you show me the soul of a man who wishes to be at one with God, and to blame God or man no longer, to fail in nothing, to feel no misfortune, to be free from anger, envy, and jealousy.
Collective private humor.
Desires to change his manhood for Godhead, and who in this poor body of his has his purpose set upon communion with God. Show him to me. Nay, you cannot. Epictetus is never weary of showing how we should deal with what are considered misfortunes, which he does often by means of homely dialogues. Like the Christians, he holds that we should love our enemies. In general, in common with other Stoics, he despises pleasure. But there is a kind of happiness that is not to be despised. Athens is beautiful. Yes, but happiness is far more beautiful. Freedom from passion and disturbance, the sense that your affairs depend on no one. Every man is an actor in a play in which God has assigned the parts. It is our duty to perform our part worthily, whatever it may be. There is great sincerity and simplicity in the writings which record the teaching of Epictetus. They are written down from notes by his pupil Arrian. His morality is lofty and unworldly. In a situation in which a man's main duty is to resist tyrannical power, it would be difficult to find anything more helpful. In some respects, for instance in recognizing the brotherhood of man and in teaching the equality of slaves, it is superior to anything to be found in Plato or Aristotle or any philosopher whose thought is inspired by the city-state. The actual world, in the time of Epictetus, was very inferior to the Athens of Pericles. But the evil in what existed liberated his aspirations, and his ideal world is as superior to that of Plato as his actual world is inferior to the Athens of the 5th century. The Meditations of Marcus Aurelius begin by acknowledging his indebtedness to his grandfather, father, adopted father, various teachers, and the gods. Some of the obligations he enumerates are curious. He learned, he says, from Diognetus not to listen to miracle workers, from Rusticus not to write poetry, from Sextus to practice gravity without affectation, from Alexander the grammarian not to correct bad grammar in others, but to use the right expression shortly afterwards, from Alexander the Platonist not to excuse tardiness in answering a letter by the plea of press of business, from his adopted father not to fall in love with boys. He owes it to the gods, he continues, that he was not brought up too long with his grandfather's concubine, and did not make proof of his virility too soon, that his children are neither stupid nor deformed in body, that his wife is obedient, affectionate, and simple, and that when he took to philosophy he did not waste time on history, syllogism, or astronomy. What is impersonal in the Meditations agrees closely with Epictetus. Marcus Aurelius is doubtful about immortality, but says, as a Christian might, "Since it is possible that thou mayest depart from life this very moment, regulate every act and thought accordingly." Life in harmony with the universe is what is good, and harmony with the universe is the same thing as obedience to the will of God. Everything harmonizes with me which is harmonious to thee, O universe. Nothing for me is too early or too late, which is in due time for thee. Everything is fruit to me which thy seasons bring, O nature. From thee are all things, in thee are all things, to thee all things return. The poet says, "Dear city of Cecrops," and wilt not thou say, "Dear city of Zeus"? One sees that St. Augustine's city of God was in part taken over from the pagan emperor. Marcus Aurelius is persuaded that God gives every man a special demon as his guide, a belief which reappears in the Christian guardian angel. He finds comfort in the thought of the universe as a closely knit whole. It is, he says, one living being, having one substance and one soul. One of his maxims is, "Frequently consider the connection of all things in the universe." Whatever may happen to thee, it was prepared for thee from all eternity, and the implication of causes was from eternity spinning the thread of thy being. There goes with this, in spite of his position in the Roman state, the Stoic belief in the human race as one community. My city and country, so far as I am Antoninus, is Rome, but so far as I am a man, it is the world. There is the difficulty that one finds in all Stoics of reconciling determinism with the freedom of the will. Men exist for the sake of one another, he says, when he is thinking of his duty as ruler. The wickedness of one man does no harm to another, he says on the same page, when he is thinking of the doctrine that the virtuous will alone is good. He never inferred that the goodness of one man does no good to another, and that he would do no harm to anybody but himself if he were as bad an emperor as Nero, and yet this conclusion seems to follow. It is peculiar to man, he says, to love even those who do wrong. And this happens if, when they do wrong, it occurs to thee that they are kinsmen, and that they do wrong through ignorance and unintentionally, and that soon both of you will die. And above all, that the wrongdoer has done thee no harm, for he has not made thy ruling faculty worse than it was before. And again, love mankind, follow God, and it is enough to remember that law rules all. These passages bring out very clearly the inherent contradictions in Stoic ethics and theology. On the one hand, the universe is a rigidly deterministic single whole, in which all that happens is the result of previous causes. On the other hand, the individual will is completely autonomous, and no man can be forced to sin by outside causes. This is one contradiction, and there is a second closely connected with it. Since the will is autonomous, and the virtuous will alone is good, one man cannot do either good or harm to another. Therefore, benevolence is an illusion. Something must be said about each of these contradictions. The contradiction between free will and determinism is one of those that run through philosophy from early times to our own day, taking different forms at different times. At present, it is the Stoic form that concerns us. I think that a Stoic, if we could
paintings,
Socratic interrogation, would defend his view more or less as follows. The universe is a single animate being, having a soul which may also be called God or reason. As a whole, this being is free. God decided from the first that he would act according to fixed general laws, but he chose such laws as would have the best results. Sometimes, in particular cases, the results are not wholly desirable. But this inconvenience is worth enduring, as in human codes of law, for the sake of the advantage of legislative fixity. A human being is partly fire, partly of lower clay. In so far as he is fire, at any rate when it is of the best quality, he is part of God. When the divine part of a man exercises will virtuously, this will is part of God's, which is free. Therefore, in these circumstances, the human will is also free. This is a good answer up to a point, but it breaks down when we consider the causes of our volitions. We all know, as a matter of empirical fact, that dyspepsia, for example, has a bad effect on a man's virtue, and that by suitable drugs, forcibly administered, willpower can be destroyed. Take Epictetus's favourite case, the man unjustly imprisoned by a tyrant, of which there have been more examples in recent years than at any other period in human history. Some of these men have acted with stoic heroism, some rather mysteriously have not. It has become clear not only that sufficient torture will break down almost any man's fortitude, but also that morphia or cocaine can reduce a man to docility. The will, in fact, is only independent of the tyrant so long as the tyrant is unscientific. This is an extreme example, but the same arguments that exist in favor of determinism in the inanimate world exist also in the sphere of human volitions in general. I do not think that these arguments are conclusive. I say only that they are of equal strength in both cases, and that there can be no good reason for accepting them in one region and rejecting them in another. The Stoic, when he is engaged in urging a tolerant attitude to sinners, will himself urge that the sinful will is a result of previous causes. It is only the virtuous will that seems to him free. This, however, is inconsistent. Marcus Aurelius explains his own virtue as due to the good influence of parents, grandparents, and teachers. The good will is just as much a result of previous causes as the bad will. The Stoic may say truly that his philosophy is a cause of virtue in those who adopt it, but it seems that it will not have this desirable effect unless there is a certain admixture of intellectual error. The realization that virtue and sin alike are the inevitable result of previous causes, as the Stoics should have held, is likely to have a somewhat paralyzing effect on moral effort. I come now to the second contradiction, that the Stoic, while he preached benevolence, held in theory that no man can do either good or harm to another, since the virtuous will alone is good, and the virtuous will is independent of outside causes. This contradiction is more patent than the other, and more peculiar to the Stoics, including certain Christian moralists. The explanation of their not noticing it is that, like many other people, they had two systems of ethics, a superfine one for themselves, and an inferior one for the lesser breeds without the law. When the Stoic philosopher is thinking of himself, he holds that happiness and all other worldly so-called goods are worthless. He even says that to desire happiness is contrary to nature, meaning that it involves lack of resignation to the will of God. But as a practical man, administering the Roman Empire, Marcus Aurelius knows perfectly well that this sort of thing won't do. It is his duty to see that the grain ships from Africa duly reach Rome, that measures are taken to relieve the sufferings caused by pestilence, and that barbarian enemies are not allowed to cross the frontier. That is to say, in dealing with those of his subjects whom he does not regard as Stoic philosophers, actual or potential, he accepts ordinary mundane standards of what is good or bad. It is by applying these standards that he arrives at his duty as an administrator. What is odd is that this duty itself is in the higher sphere of what the Stoic sage should do, although it is deduced from an ethic which the Stoic sage regards as fundamentally mistaken. The only reply that I can imagine to this difficulty is one which is perhaps logically unassailable, but is not very plausible. It would, I think, be given by Kant, whose ethical system is very similar to that of the Stoics. True, he might say, there is nothing good but the good will, but the will is good when it is directed to certain ends, that in themselves are indifferent. It does not matter whether Mr. A is happy or unhappy, but I, if I am virtuous, shall act in a way which I believe will make him happy, because that is what the moral law enjoins. I cannot make Mr. A virtuous, because his virtue depends only upon himself. But I can do something towards making him happy, or rich, or learned, or healthy. The Stoic ethic may therefore be stated as follows. Certain things are vulgarly considered goods, but this is a mistake. What is good is a will directed towards securing these false goods for other people. This doctrine involves no logical contradiction, but it loses all plausibility if we genuinely believe that what are commonly considered goods are worthless, for in that case the virtuous will might just as well be directed to quite other ends. There is, in fact, an element of sour grapes in Stoicism. We can't be happy, but we can be good. Let us therefore pretend that, so long as we are good, it doesn't matter being unhappy. This doctrine is heroic, and in a bad world useful, but it is neither quite true, nor in a fundamental sense quite sincere. Although the main importance of the Stoics was ethical, there were two respects in which their teaching bore fruit in other fields. One of these is theory of knowledge, the other is the doctrine of natural law and natural rights. In theory of knowledge, in spite of Plato, they accepted perception. The deceptiveness of the senses, they held, was really false judgment, and could be avoided by a little care. A Stoic philosopher, Spherus, an immediate disciple of Zeno, was once invited to dinner by King Ptolemy, who, having heard of this doctrine, offered him a pomegranate made of wax. The philosopher proceeded to try to eat it, whereupon the king laughed at him. He replied that he had felt no certainty of its being a real pomegranate, but had thought it unlikely that anything inedible would be supplied at the royal table. In this answer he appealed to a Stoic distinction between those things which can be known with certainty on the basis of perception, and those which, on this basis, are only probable. On the whole, this doctrine was sane and scientific. Another doctrine of theirs, in theory of knowledge, was more influential, though more questionable. This was their belief in innate ideas and principles. Greek logic was wholly deductive, and this raised the question of first premises. First premises had to be, at least in part, general, and no method existed of proving them. The Stoics held that there are certain principles which are luminously obvious, and are admitted by all men. These could be made, as in Euclid's Elements, the basis of deduction. Innate ideas, similarly, could be used as the starting point of definitions. This point of view was accepted throughout the Middle Ages, and even by Descartes. The doctrine of natural right, as it appears in the 16th, 17th, and 18th centuries, is a revival of a Stoic doctrine, though with important modifications. It was the Stoics who distinguished jus naturale from jus gentium. Natural law was derived from first principles of the kind held to underlie all general knowledge. By nature, the Stoics held all human beings are equal. Marcus Aurelius, in his Meditations, favours a polity in which there is the same law for all, a polity administered with regard to equal rights and equal freedom of speech, and a kingly government which respects most of all the freedom of the governed. This was an ideal which could not be consistently realized in the Roman Empire, but it influenced legislation, particularly in improving the status of women and slaves. Christianity took over this part of Stoic teaching along with much of the rest. And when at last, in the 17th century, the opportunity came to combat despotism effectually, the Stoic doctrines of natural law and natural equality in their Christian dress acquired a practical force which in antiquity not even an emperor could give to them. Chapter 29. The Roman Empire in relation to culture. The Roman Empire affected the history of culture in various more or less separate ways. First, there is the direct effect of Rome on Hellenistic thought. This is not very important or profound. Second, the effect of Greece and the East on the western half of the empire. This was profound and lasting, since it included the Christian religion. Third, the importance of the long Roman peace in diffusing culture and in accustoming men to the idea of a single civilization associated with a single government. Fourth, the transmission of Hellenistic civilization to the Mohammedans, and thence ultimately to Western Europe. Before considering these influences of Rome, a very brief synopsis of the political history will be useful. Alexander's conquests had left the Western Mediterranean untouched. It was dominated, at the beginning of the 3rd century BC, by two powerful city-states, Carthage and Syracuse. In the First and Second Punic Wars, 264 to 241 and 218 to 201, Rome conquered Syracuse and reduced Carthage to insignificance. During the 2nd century, Rome conquered the Macedonian monarchies. Egypt, it is true, lingered on as a vassal state until the death of Cleopatra, 30 BC. Spain was conquered as an incident in the war with Hannibal. France was conquered by Caesar in the middle of the 1st century BC, and England was conquered about 100 years later. The frontiers of the empire in its great days were the Rhine and Danube in Europe, the Euphrates in Asia, and the desert in North Africa. Roman imperialism was perhaps at its best in North Africa, important in Christian history as the home of St. Cyprian and St. Augustine, where large areas, uncultivated before and after Roman times, were rendered fertile and supported populous cities. The Roman Empire was, on the whole, stable and peaceful for over 200 years, from the accession of Augustus, 30 BC, until the disasters of the 3rd century. Meanwhile, the constitution of the Roman state had undergone important developments. Originally, Rome was a small city-state, not very unlike those of Greece, especially such as, like Sparta, did not depend upon foreign commerce. Kings, like those of Homeric Greece, had been succeeded by an aristocratic republic. Gradually, while the aristocratic element, embodied in the Senate, remained powerful, democratic elements were added. The resulting compromise was regarded by Pernicius the Stoic, whose views are reproduced by Polybius and Cicero, as an ideal combination of monarchical, aristocratic, and democratic elements. But conquest upset the precarious balance. It brought immense new wealth to the senatorial class, and in a slightly lesser degree to the knights, as the upper middle class were called. Italian agriculture, which had been in the hands of small farmers growing grain by their own labour and that of their families, came to be a matter of huge estates belonging to the Roman aristocracy, where vines and olives were cultivated by slave labour. The result was the virtual omnipotence of the Senate, which was used shamelessly for the enrichment of individuals, without regard for the interests of the state or the welfare of its subjects. A democratic movement, inaugurated by the Gracchi in the latter half of the 2nd century BC, led to a series of civil wars, and finally, as so often in Greece, to the establishment of a tyranny. It is curious to see the repetition on such a vast scale of developments which in Greece had been confined to minute areas. Augustus, the heir and adopted son of Julius Caesar, who reigned from 30 BC to AD 14, put an end to civil strife, and, with few exceptions, to external wars of conquest. For the first time since the beginnings of Greek civilization, the ancient world enjoyed peace and security. Two things had ruined the Greek political system. First, the claim of each city to absolute sovereignty. Second, the bitter and bloody strife between rich and poor within most cities. After the conquest of Carthage and the Hellenistic kingdoms, the first of these causes no longer afflicted the world, since no effective resistance to Rome was possible. But the second cause remained. In the civil wars, one general would proclaim himself the champion of the Senate, the other of the people. Victory went to the one who offered the highest rewards to the soldiers. The soldiers wanted not only pay and plunder, but grants of land. Therefore, each civil war ended in the formally legal expulsion of many existing landholders, who were nominally tenants of the state, to make room for the legionaries of the victor. The expenses of the war, while in progress, were defrayed by executing rich men and confiscating their property. This system, disastrous as it was, could not be easily ended. At last, to everyone's surprise, Augustus was so completely victorious that no competitor remained to challenge his claim to power. To the Roman world, the discovery that the period of civil war was ended came as a surprise, which was a cause of rejoicing to all except a small senatorial party. To everyone else, it was a profound relief when Rome, under Augustus, at last achieved the stability and order which Greeks and Macedonians had sought in vain, and which Rome, before Augustus, had also failed to produce. In Greece, according to Rostovtsev, Republican Rome had introduced nothing new except pauperization, bankruptcy, and a stoppage of all independent political activity. The reign of Augustus was a period of happiness for the Roman Empire. The administration of the provinces was at last organized with some regard to the welfare of the population, and not on a purely predatory system. Augustus was not only officially deified after his death, but was spontaneously regarded as a god in various provincial cities. Poets praised him, the commercial classes found the universal peace convenient, and even the Senate, which he treated with all the outward forms of respect, lost no opportunity of heaping honors and offices on his head. But although the world was happy, some savor had gone out of life, since safety had been preferred to adventure. In early times, every free Greek had had the opportunity of adventure. Philip and Alexander put an end to this state of affairs, and in the Hellenistic world only Macedonian dynasts enjoyed anarchic freedom. The Greek world lost its youth, and became either cynical or religious. The hope of embodying ideals in earthly institutions faded, and with it the best men lost their zest. Heaven for Socrates was a place where he could go on arguing. For philosophers after Alexander, it was something more different from their existence here below. In Rome, a similar development came later, and in a less painful form. Rome was not conquered, as Greece was, but had, on the contrary, the stimulus of successful imperialism. Throughout the period of the civil wars, it was Romans who were responsible for the disorders. The Greeks had not secured peace and order by submitting to the Macedonians, whereas both Greeks and Romans secured both by submitting to Augustus. Augustus was a Roman, to whom most Romans submitted willingly, not only on account of his superior power. Moreover, he took pains to disguise the military origin of his government, and to base it upon decrees of the Senate. The adulation expressed by the Senate was, no doubt, largely insincere, but outside the senatorial class no one felt humiliated. The mood of the Romans was like that of a jeune homme rangé in 19th century France, who, after a life of amatory adventure, settles down to a marriage of reason. This mood, though contented, is not creative. The great poets of the Augustan age had been formed in more troubled times. Horace fled at Philippi, and both he and Virgil lost their farms in confiscations for the benefit of victorious soldiers. Augustus, for the sake of stability, set to work, somewhat insincerely, to restore ancient piety, and was therefore necessarily rather hostile to free inquiry. The Roman world began to become stereotyped, and the process continued under later emperors. The immediate successors of Augustus indulged in appalling cruelties towards senators and towards possible competitors for the purple. To some extent, the misgovernment of this period extended to the provinces, but in the main the administrative machine created by Augustus continued to function fairly well. A better period began with the accession of Trajan in AD 98, and continued until the death of Marcus Aurelius in AD 180. During this time, the government of the empire was as good as any despotic government can be. The 3rd century, on the contrary, was one of appalling disaster. The army realized its power, made and unmade emperors in return for cash and the promise of a life without warfare, and ceased in consequence to be an effective fighting force. The barbarians, from north and east, invaded and plundered Roman territory. The army, preoccupied with private gain and civil discord, was incompetent in defense. The whole fiscal system broke down, since there was an immense diminution of resources and at the same time a vast increase of expenditure in unsuccessful war and in bribery of the army. Pestilence, in addition to war, greatly diminished the population. It seemed as if the empire was about to fall. This result was averted by 2 energetic men, Diocletian, AD 286 to 305, and Constantine, whose undisputed reign lasted from AD 312 to 337. By then, the empire was divided into an eastern and a western half, corresponding approximately to the division between the Greek and Latin languages. By Constantine, the capital of the eastern half was established at Byzantium, to which he gave the new name of Constantinople. Diocletian curbed the army for a while by altering its character. From his time onwards, the most effective fighting forces were composed of barbarians, chiefly German, to whom all the highest commands were open. This was obviously a dangerous expedient, and early in the 5th century it bore its natural fruit. The barbarians decided that it was more profitable to fight for themselves than for a Roman master. Nevertheless, it served its purpose for over a century. Diocletian's administrative reforms were equally successful for a time, and equally disastrous in the long run. The Roman system was to allow local self-government to the towns, and to leave their officials to collect the taxes, of which only the total amount due from any one town was fixed by the central authorities. This system had worked well enough in prosperous times, but now, in the exhausted state of the empire, the revenue demanded was more than could be borne without excessive hardship. The municipal authorities were personally responsible for the taxes, and fled to escape payment. Diocletian compelled well-to-do citizens to accept municipal office and made flight illegal. From similar motives, he turned the rural population into serfs, tied to the soil and forbidden to migrate. This system was kept on by later emperors. Constantine's most important innovation was the adoption of Christianity as the state religion, apparently because a large proportion of the soldiers were Christian. The result of this was that when, during the 5th century, the Germans destroyed the Western Empire, its prestige caused them to adopt the Christian religion, thereby preserving for Western Europe so much of ancient civilization as had been absorbed by the Church. The development of the territory assigned to the eastern half of the empire was different. The Eastern Empire, though continually diminishing in extent, except for the transient conquests of Justinian in the 6th century, survived until 1453, when Constantinople was conquered by the Turks. But most of what had been Roman provinces in the east, including also Africa and Spain in the west, became Mohammedan. The Arabs, unlike the Germans, rejected the religion but adopted the civilization of those whom they had conquered. The Eastern Empire was Greek, not Latin, in its civilization. Accordingly, from the 7th to the 11th centuries, it was the Arabs who preserved Greek literature, and whatever survived of Greek as opposed to Latin civilization. From the 11th century onward, at first through Moorish influences, the West gradually recovered what it had lost of the Grecian heritage. I come now to the 4 ways in which the Roman Empire affected the history of culture. 1. The direct effect of Rome on Greek thought. This begins in the 2nd century BC, with 2 men, the historian Polybius and the Stoic philosopher Panaetius. The natural attitude of the Greek to the Roman was one of contempt mingled with fear. The Greek felt himself more civilized, but politically less powerful. If the Romans were more successful in politics, that only showed that politics is an ignoble pursuit. The average Greek of the 2nd century BC was pleasure-loving, quick-witted, clever in business, and unscrupulous in all things. There were, however, still men of philosophic capacity. Some of these, notably the skeptics, such as Carneades, had allowed cleverness to destroy seriousness. Some, like the Epicureans and a section of the Stoics, had withdrawn wholly into a quiet private life. But a few, with more insight than had been shown by Aristotle in relation to Alexander, realized that the greatness of Rome was due to certain merits which were lacking among the Greeks. The historian Polybius, born in Arcadia about 200 BC, was sent to Rome as a prisoner, and there had the good fortune to become the friend of the younger Scipio, whom he accompanied on many of his campaigns. It was uncommon for a Greek to know Latin, though most educated Romans knew Greek. The circumstances of Polybius, however, led him to a thorough familiarity with Latin. He wrote, for the benefit of the Greeks, the history of the Punic Wars, which had enabled Rome to conquer the world. His admiration of the Roman constitution was becoming out of date while he wrote, but until his time it had compared very favorably in stability and efficiency with the continually changing constitutions of most Greek cities. The Romans naturally read his history with pleasure. Whether the Greeks did so is more doubtful. Panaetius the Stoic has been already considered in the preceding chapter. He was a friend of Polybius, and like him, a protege of the younger Scipio. While Scipio lived, he was frequently in Rome, but after Scipio's death in 129 BC, he stayed in Athens as head of the Stoic school. Rome still had, what Greece had lost, the hopefulness connected with the opportunity for political activity. Accordingly, the doctrines of Panaetius were more political and less akin to those of the Cynics than were those of earlier Stoics. Probably the admiration of Plato felt by cultivated Romans influenced him in abandoning the dogmatic narrowness of his Stoic predecessors. In the broader form given to it by him and by his successor Posidonius, Stoicism strongly appealed to the more serious among the Romans. At a later date, Epictetus, though a Greek, lived most of his life in Rome. Rome supplied him with most of his illustrations. He is always exhorting the wise man not to tremble in the presence of the emperor. We know the influence of Epictetus on Marcus Aurelius, but his influence on the Greeks is hard to trace. Plutarch, circa AD 46 to 120, in his Lives of the Noble Grecians and Romans, traced a parallelism between the most eminent men of the two countries. He spent a considerable time in Rome, and was honored by the emperors Hadrian and Trajan. In addition to his lives, he wrote numerous works on philosophy, religion, natural history, and morals. His lives are obviously concerned to reconcile Greece and Rome in man's thoughts. On the whole, apart from such exceptional men, Rome acted as a blight on the Greek-speaking part of the empire. Thought and art alike declined. Until the end of the 2nd century AD, life for the well-to-do was pleasant and easygoing. There was no incentive to strenuousness and little opportunity for great achievement. The recognized schools of philosophy, the Academy, the Peripatetics, the Epicureans, and the Stoics, continued to exist until they were closed by Justinian, from Christian bigotry, in the year AD 529. None of these, however, showed any vitality throughout the time after Marcus Aurelius, except the Neoplatonists in the 3rd century AD, whom we shall consider in the next chapter, and these men were hardly at all influenced by Rome. The Latin and Greek halves of the empire became more and more divergent. The knowledge of Greek became rare in the West, and after Constantine, Latin in the East survived only in law and in the army. 2. The influence of Greece and the East in Rome. There are here two very different things to consider. First, the influence of Hellenic art and literature and philosophy on the most cultivated Romans. Second, the spread of non-Hellenic religions and superstitions throughout the Western world. 1. When the Romans first came in contact with Greeks, they became aware of themselves as comparatively barbarous and uncouth. The Greeks were immeasurably their superiors in many ways, in manufacture and in the technique of agriculture, in the kinds of knowledge that are necessary for a good official, in conversation and the art of enjoying life, in art and literature and philosophy. The only things in which the Romans were superior were military tactics and social cohesion. The relation of the Romans to the Greeks was something like that of the Prussians to the French in 1814 and 1815, but this latter was temporary, whereas the other lasted a long time. After the Punic Wars, young Romans conceived an admiration for the Greeks. They learnt the Greek language, they copied Greek architecture, they employed Greek sculptors. The Roman gods were identified with the gods of Greece. The Trojan origin of the Romans was invented to make a connection with the Homeric myths. Latin poets adopted Greek meters. Latin philosophers took over Greek theories. To the end, Rome was culturally parasitic on Greece. The Romans invented no art forms, constructed no original system of philosophy, and made no scientific discoveries. They made good roads, systematic legal codes, and efficient armies. For the rest, they looked to Greece. The Hellenizing of Rome brought with it a certain softening of manners, abhorrent to the elder Cato. Until the Punic Wars, the Romans had been a bucolic people, with the virtues and vices of farmers, austere, industrious, brutal, obstinate, and stupid. Their family life had been stable and solidly built on the patria potestas. Women and young people were completely subordinated. All this changed with the influx of sudden wealth. The small farms disappeared and were gradually replaced by huge estates on which slave labor was employed to carry out new scientific kinds of agriculture. A great class of traders grew up, and a large number of men enriched by plunder, like the nabobs in 18th century England. Women who had been virtuous slaves became free and dissolute. Divorce became common. The rich ceased to have children. The Greeks, who had gone through a similar development centuries ago, encouraged by their example what historians call the decay of morals. Even in the most dissolute times of the empire, the average Roman still thought of Rome as the upholder of a purer ethical standard against the decadent corruption of Greece. The cultural influence of Greece on the Western Empire diminished rapidly from the 3rd century AD onwards, chiefly because culture in general decayed. For this there were many causes, but one in particular must be mentioned. In the last times of the Western Empire, the government was more undisguisedly a military tyranny than it had been, and the army usually selected a successful general as emperor. But the army, even in its highest ranks, was no longer composed of cultivated Romans, but of semi-barbarians from the frontier. These rough soldiers had no use for culture and regarded the civilized citizens solely as sources of revenue. Private persons were too impoverished to support much in the way of education, and the state considered education unnecessary. Consequently, in the West, only a few men of exceptional learning continued to read Greek. 2. Non-Hellenic religion and superstition, on the contrary, acquired, as time went on, a firmer and firmer hold on the West. We have already seen how Alexander's conquests introduced the Greek world to the beliefs of Babylonians, Persians, and Egyptians. Similarly, the Roman conquests made the Western world familiar with these doctrines and also with those of Jews and Christians. I shall consider what concerns the Jews and Christians at a later stage. For the present, I shall confine myself as far as possible to pagan superstitions. In Rome, every sect and every prophet was represented, and sometimes won favor in the highest government circles. Lucian, who stood for sane skepticism in spite of the credulity of his age, tells an amusing story, generally accepted as broadly true, about a prophet and miracle worker called Alexander the Paphlagonian. This man healed the sick and foretold the future, with excursions into blackmail. His fame reached the ears of Marcus Aurelius, then fighting the Marcomanni on the Danube. The emperor consulted him as to how to win the war, and was told that if he threw 2 lions into the Danube, a great victory would result. He followed the advice of the seer, but it was the Marcomanni who won the great victory. In spite of this mishap, Alexander's fame continued to grow. A prominent Roman of consular rank, Rutilianus, after consulting him on many points, at last sought his advice as to the choice of a wife. Alexander, like Endymion, had enjoyed the favors of the moon, and by her had a daughter whom the oracle recommended to Rutilianus. Rutilianus, who was at the time 60 years old, at once complied with the divine injunction, and celebrated his marriage by sacrificing whole hecatombs to his celestial mother-in-law. More important than the career of Alexander the Paphlagonian was the reign of the emperor Elagabalus, or Heliogabalus, AD 218–22, who was, until his elevation by the choice of the army, a Syrian priest of the sun. In his slow progress from Syria to Rome, he was preceded by his portrait, sent as a present to the Senate. He was drawn in his sacerdotal robes of silk and gold, after the loose, flowing fashion of the Medes and Phoenicians. His head was covered with a lofty tiara, his numerous collars and bracelets were adorned with gems of inestimable value. His eyebrows were tinged with black, and his cheeks painted with an artificial red and white. The grave senators confessed with a sigh that after having long experienced the stern tyranny of their own countrymen, Rome was at length humbled beneath the effeminate luxury of Oriental despotism. Supported by a large section in the army, he proceeded with fanatical zeal to introduce in Rome the religious practices of the East. His name was that of the sun god, worshipped at Emesa, where he had been chief priest. His mother or grandmother, who was the real ruler, perceived that he had gone too far, and deposed him in favor of her nephew Alexander, 222–35, whose Oriental proclivities were more moderate. The mixture of creeds that was possible in his day was illustrated in his private chapel, in which he placed the statues of Abraham, Orpheus, Apollonius of Tyana, and Christ. The religion of Mithras, which was of Persian origin, was a close competitor of Christianity, especially during the latter half of the 3rd century A.D. The emperors, who were making desperate attempts to control the army, felt that religion might give a much-needed stability. But it would have to be one of the new religions, since it was these that the soldiers favored. The cult was introduced at Rome, and had much to commend it to the military mind. Mithras was a sun god, but not so effeminate as his Syrian colleague. He was a god concerned with war, the great war between good and evil, which had been part of the Persian creed since Zoroaster. Rostovtsev reproduces a bas-relief representing his worship, which was found in a subterranean sanctuary at Heidenheim in Germany, and shows that his disciples must have been numerous among the soldiers, not only in the East, but in the West also. Constantine's adoption of Christianity was politically successful, whereas early attempts to introduce a new religion failed. But the earlier attempts were, from a governmental point of view, very similar to his. All alike derived their possibility of success from the misfortunes and weariness of the Roman world. The traditional religions of Greece and Rome were suited to men interested in the terrestrial world and hopeful of happiness on earth. Asia, with a longer experience of despair, had evolved more successful antidotes in the form of otherworldly hopes. Of all these, Christianity was the most effective in bringing consolation. But Christianity, by the time it became the state religion, had absorbed much from Greece, and transmitted this, along with the Judaic element, to succeeding ages in the West. 3. The unification of government and culture. We owe it first to Alexander and then to Rome that the achievements of the great age of Greece were not lost to the world, like those of the Minoan age. In the 5th century BC, a Genghis Khan, if one had happened to arise, could have wiped out all that was important in the Hellenic world. Xerxes, with a little more confidence, might have made Greek civilization very greatly inferior to what it became after he was repulsed. Consider the period from Aeschylus to Plato. All that was done in this time was done by a minority of the population of a few commercial cities. These cities, as the future showed, had no great capacity for withstanding foreign conquest, but by an extraordinary stroke of good fortune their conquerors, Macedonian and Roman, were Philhellenes, and did not destroy what they conquered, as Xerxes or Carthage would have done. The fact that we are acquainted with what was done by the Greeks in art and literature and philosophy and science is due to the stability introduced by Western conquerors who had the good sense to admire the civilization which they governed, but did their utmost to preserve. In certain respects, political and ethical, Alexander and the Romans were the causes of a better philosophy than any that was professed by Greeks in their days of freedom. The Stoics, as we have seen, believed in the brotherhood of man, and did not confine their sympathies to the Greeks. The long dominion of Rome accustomed men to the idea of a single civilization under a single government. We are aware that there were important parts of the world which were not subject to Rome, India and China more especially. But to the Roman it seemed that outside the empire there were only obscure barbarian tribes, who might be conquered whenever it should be worthwhile to make the effort. Essentially, and in idea, the empire in the minds of the Romans was worldwide. This conception descended to the Church, which was Catholic, in spite of Buddhists, Confucians, and later Mohammedans. Securus judicat orbis terrarum is a maxim taken over by the Church from the later Stoics. It owes its appeal to the apparent universality of the Roman Empire. Throughout the Middle Ages, after the time of Charlemagne, the Church and the Holy Roman Empire were worldwide in idea, although everybody knew that they were not so in fact. The conception of one human family, one Catholic religion, one universal culture, and one worldwide state has haunted men's thoughts ever since its approximate realization by Rome. The part played by Rome in enlarging the area of civilization was of immense importance. Northern Italy, Spain, France, and parts of western Germany were civilized as a result of forcible conquest by the Roman legions. All these regions proved themselves just as capable of a high level of culture as Rome itself. In the last days of the Western Empire, Gaul produced men who were at least the equals of their contemporaries in regions of older civilization. It was owing to the diffusion of culture by Rome that the barbarians produced only a temporary eclipse, not a permanent darkness. It may be argued that the quality of civilization was never again as good as in the Athens of Pericles, but in a world of war and destruction, quantity is, in the long run, almost as important as quality, and quantity was due to Rome. 4. The Mohammedans as vehicles of Hellenism. In the 7th century, the disciples of the Prophet conquered Syria, Egypt, and North Africa. In the following century, they conquered Spain. Their victories were easy, and the fighting was slight. Except possibly during the first few years, they were not fanatical. Christians and Jews were unmolested so long as they paid the tribute. Very soon, the Arabs acquired the civilization of the Eastern Empire, but with the hopefulness of a rising polity instead of the weariness of decline. Their learned men read Greek and wrote commentaries. Aristotle's reputation is mainly due to them. In antiquity he was seldom mentioned, and was not regarded as on a level with Plato. It is instructive to consider some of the words that we derive from Arabic, such as algebra, alcohol, alchemy, alembic, alkali, azimuth, zenith. With the exception of alcohol, which meant not a drink, but a substance used in chemistry, these words would give a good picture of some of the things we owe to the Arabs. Algebra had been invented by the Alexandrian Greeks, but was carried further by the Mohammedans. Alchemy, alembic, alkali are words connected with the attempt to turn base metals into gold, which the Arabs took over from the Greeks, and in pursuit of which they appealed to Greek philosophy. Azimuth and zenith are astronomical terms, chiefly useful to the Arabs in connection with astrology. The etymological method conceals what we owe to the Arabs as regards knowledge of Greek philosophy, because when it was again studied in Europe, the technical terms required were taken from Greek or Latin. In philosophy, the Arabs were better as commentators than as original thinkers. Their importance for us is that they, and not the Christians, were the immediate inheritors of those parts of the Greek tradition which only the Eastern Empire had kept alive. Contact with the Mohammedans in Spain, and to a lesser extent in Sicily, made the West aware of Aristotle, also of Arabic numerals, algebra, and chemistry. It was this contact that began the revival of learning in the 11th century, leading to the scholastic philosophy. It was much later, from the 13th century onward, that the study of Greek enabled men to go direct to the words of Plato and Aristotle and other Greek writers of antiquity. But if the Arabs had not preserved the tradition, the men of the Renaissance might not have suspected how much was to be gained by the revival of classical learning. Chapter 30. Plotinus. Plotinus, AD 204 to 270, the founder of Neoplatonism, is the last of the great philosophers of antiquity. His life is almost coextensive with one of the most disastrous periods in Roman history. Shortly before his birth, the army had become conscious of its power, and had adopted the practice of choosing emperors in return for monetary rewards, and assassinating them afterwards to give occasion for a renewed sale of the empire. These preoccupations unfitted the soldiers for the defense of the frontier, and permitted vigorous incursions of Germans from the north and Persians from the east. War and pestilence diminished the population of the empire by about a third, while increased taxation and diminished resources caused financial ruin in even those provinces to which no hostile forces penetrated. The cities, which had been the bearers of culture, were especially hard hit. Substantial citizens in large numbers fled to escape the tax collector. It was not till after the death of Plotinus that order was re-established and the empire temporarily saved by the vigorous measures of Diocletian and Constantine. Of all this there is no mention in the works of Plotinus. He turned aside from the spectacle of ruin and misery in the actual world to contemplate an eternal world of goodness and beauty. In this he was in harmony with all the most serious men of his age. To all of them, Christians and pagans alike, the world of practical affairs seemed to offer no hope, and only the other world seemed worthy of allegiance. To the Christian, the other world was the kingdom of heaven, to be enjoyed after death. To the Platonist, it was the eternal world of ideas, the real world as opposed to that of illusory appearance. Christian theologians combined these points of view and embodied much of the philosophy of Plotinus. Dean Ing, in his invaluable book on Plotinus, rightly emphasizes what Christianity owes to him. Platonism, he says, is part of the vital structure of Christian theology, with which no other philosophy, I venture to say, can work without friction. There is, he says, an utter impossibility of excising Platonism from Christianity without tearing Christianity to pieces. He points out that St. Augustine speaks of Plato's system as the most pure and bright in all philosophy, and of Plotinus as a man in whom Plato lived again, and who, if he had lived a little later, would have changed a few words and phrases and become Christian. St. Thomas Aquinas, according to Dean Ing, is nearer to Plotinus than to the real Aristotle. Plotinus, accordingly, is historically important as an influence in moulding the Christianity of the Middle Ages and of Catholic theology. The historian, in speaking of Christianity, has to be careful to recognize the very great changes that it has undergone, and the variety of forms that it may assume even at one epoch. The Christianity of the Synoptic Gospels is almost innocent of metaphysics. The Christianity of modern America, in this respect, is like primitive Christianity. Platonism is alien to popular thought and feeling in the United States, and most American Christians are much more concerned with duties here on earth and with social progress in the everyday world than with the transcendental hopes that consoled men when everything terrestrial inspired despair. I am not speaking of any change of dogma, but of a difference of emphasis and interest. A modern Christian, unless he realizes how great this difference is, will fail to understand the Christianity of the past. We, since our study is historical, are concerned with the effective beliefs of past centuries, and as to these it is impossible to disagree with what Dean Ing says on the influence of Plato and Plotinus. Plotinus, however, is not only historically important. He represents, better than any other philosopher, an important type of theory. A philosophical system may be judged important for various different kinds of reasons. The first and most obvious is that we think it may be true. Not many students of philosophy at the present time would feel this about Plotinus. Dean Ing is, in this respect, a rare exception. But truth is not the only merit that a metaphysic can possess. It may have beauty, and this is certainly to be found in Plotinus. There are passages that remind one of the later cantos of Dante's Paradiso, and of almost nothing else in literature. Now and again his descriptions of the eternal world of glory. To our high-wrought fantasy present that undisturbed song of pure consent, I sung before the sapphire-coloured throne to him that sits thereon. Again, a philosophy may be important because it expresses well what men are prone to believe in certain moods or in certain circumstances. Uncomplicated joy and sorrow is not matter for philosophy, but rather for the simpler kinds of poetry and music. Only joy and sorrow accompanied by reflection on the universe generate metaphysical theories. A man may be a cheerful pessimist or a melancholy optimist. Perhaps Samuel Butler may serve as an example of the first. Plotinus is an admirable example of the second. In an age such as that in which he lived, unhappiness is immediate and pressing, whereas happiness, if attainable at all, must be sought by reflection upon things that are remote from the impressions of sense. Such happiness has in it always an element of strain. It is very unlike the simple happiness of a child, and since it is not derived from the everyday world, but from thought and imagination, it demands a power of ignoring or despising the life of the senses. It is, therefore, not those who enjoy instinctive happiness who invent the kinds of metaphysical optimism that depend upon belief in the reality of a supersensible world. Among the men who have been unhappy in a mundane sense, but resolutely determined to find a higher happiness in the world of theory, Plotinus holds a very high place. Nor are his purely intellectual merits by any means to be despised. He has, in many respects, clarified Plato's teaching. He has developed, with as much consistency as possible, the type of theory advocated by him in common with many others. His arguments against materialism are good, and his whole conception of the relation of soul and body is clearer than that of Plato or Aristotle. Like Spinoza, he has a certain kind of moral purity and loftiness, which is very impressive. He is always sincere, never shrill or censorious, invariably concerned to tell the reader as simply as he can what he believes to be important. Whatever one may think of him as a theoretical philosopher, it is impossible not to love him as a man. The life of Plotinus is known, so far as it is known, through the biography written by his friend and disciple Porphyry, a Semite whose real name was Malchus. There are, however, miraculous elements in this account which make it difficult to place a complete reliance upon its more credible portions. Plotinus considered his spatio-temporal appearance unimportant, and was loath to talk about the accidents of his historical existence. He stated, however, that he was born in Egypt, and it is known that as a young man he studied in Alexandria, where he lived until the age of 39, and where his teacher was Ammonius Saccas, often regarded as the founder of Neoplatonism. He then joined the expedition of the Emperor Gordian III against the Persians, with the intention, it is said, of studying the religions of the East. The emperor was still a youth, and was murdered by the army, as was at that time the custom. This occurred during his campaign in Mesopotamia in AD 244. Plotinus thereupon abandoned his oriental projects and settled in Rome, where he soon began to teach. Among his hearers were many influential men, and he was favored by the emperor Gallienus. Footnote. Concerning Gallienus, Gibbon remarks, "He was a master of several curious but useless sciences, a ready orator and an elegant poet, a skilful gardener, an excellent cook, a most contemptible prince." When the great emergencies of the state required his presence and attention, he was engaged in conversation with the philosopher Plotinus, wasting his time in trifling or licentious pleasures, preparing his initiation to the Grecian mysteries, or soliciting a place in the Areopagus of Athens. End of footnote. At one time he formed a project of founding Plato's Republic in the Campania, and building for the purpose a new city to be called Platonopolis. The emperor at first was favorable, but ultimately withdrew his permission. It may seem strange that there should be room for a new city so near Rome, but probably by that time the region was malarial, as it is now, but had not been earlier. He wrote nothing until the age of 49. After that he wrote much. His works were edited and arranged by Porphyry, who was more Pythagorean than Plotinus, and caused the Neoplatonist school to become more supernaturalist than it would have been if it had followed Plotinus more faithfully. The respect of Plotinus for Plato is very great. Plato is usually alluded to as he. In general, the blessed ancients are treated with reverence, but this reverence does not extend to the atomists. The Stoics and Epicureans, being still active, are controverted. The Stoics only for their materialism, the Epicureans for every part of their philosophy. Aristotle plays a larger part than appears, as borrowings from him are often unacknowledged. One feels the influence of Parmenides at many points. The Plato of Plotinus is not so full-blooded as the real Plato. The theory of ideas, the mystical doctrines of the Phaedo and of Book 6 of the Republic, and the discussion of love in the Symposium make up almost the whole of Plato as he appears in the Enneads, as the books of Plotinus are called. The political interests, the search for definitions of separate virtues, the pleasure in mathematics, the dramatic and affectionate appreciation of individuals, and above all the playfulness of Plato, are wholly absent from Plotinus. Plato, as Carlyle said, is very much at his ease in Zion. Plotinus, on the contrary, is always on his best behavior. The metaphysics of Plotinus begins with a holy trinity, the One, Spirit, and Soul. These three are not equal like the persons of the Christian Trinity. The One is supreme, Spirit comes next, and Soul last. Footnote. Origen, who was a contemporary of Plotinus and had the same teacher in philosophy, taught that the first person was superior to the second, and the second to the third, agreeing in this with Plotinus. But Origen's view was subsequently declared heretical. End of footnote. The One is somewhat shadowy. It is sometimes called God, sometimes the Good. It transcends being, which is the first sequent upon the One. We must not attribute predicates to it, but only say, it is. This is reminiscent of Parmenides. It would be a mistake to speak of God as the All, because God transcends the All. God is present through all things. The one can be present without any coming. While it is nowhere, nowhere is it not. Although the one is sometimes spoken of as the good, we are also told that it precedes both the good and the beautiful. Sometimes the one appears to resemble Aristotle's God. We are told that God has no need of his derivatives and ignores the created world. The one is indefinable, and in regard to it there is more truth in silence than in any words whatever. We now come to the second person, whom Plotinus calls nous. It is always difficult to find an English word to represent nous. The standard dictionary translation is mind, but this does not have the correct connotations, particularly when the word is used in a religious philosophy. If we were to say that Plotinus put mind above soul, we should give a completely wrong impression. McKenna, the translator of Plotinus, uses intellectual principle, but this is awkward and does not suggest an object suitable for religious veneration. Dean Ing uses spirit, which is perhaps the best word available, but it leaves out the intellectual element which was important in all Greek religious philosophy after Pythagoras. Mathematics, the world of ideas and all thought about what is not sensible, have, for Pythagoras, Plato, and Plotinus, something divine. They constitute the activity of nous, or at least the nearest approach to its activity that we can conceive. It was this intellectual element in Plato's religion that led Christians, notably the author of St. John's Gospel, to identify Christ with the Logos. Logos should be translated reason in this connection. This prevents us from using reason as the translation of nous. I shall follow Dean Ing in using spirit, but with the proviso that nous has an intellectual connotation which is absent from spirit as usually understood. But often I shall use the word nous untranslated. Nous, we are told, is the image of the One. It is engendered because the One, in its self-quest, has vision. This seeing is nous. This is a difficult conception. A being without parts, Plotinus says, may know itself. In this case, the seer and the seen are one. In God, who is conceived, as by Plato, on the analogy of the sun, the light-giver and what is lit are the same. Pursuing the analogy, nous may be considered as the light by which the One sees itself. It is possible for us to know the divine mind, which we forget through self-will. To know the divine mind, we must study our own soul when it is most godlike. We must put aside the body and the part of the soul that moulded the body, and sense with desires and impulses and every such futility. What is then left is an image of the divine intellect. Those divinely possessed and inspired have at least the knowledge that they hold some greater thing within them, though they cannot tell what it is. From the movements that stir them and the utterances that come from them, they perceive the power, not themselves, that moves them. In the same way it must be we stand towards the Supreme when we hold nous pure. We know the divine mind within, that which gives being and all else of that order. But we know, too, that other, know that it is none of these, but a nobler principle than anything we know as being, fuller and greater, above reason, mind, and feeling, conferring these powers not to be confounded with them. Thus, when we are divinely possessed and inspired, we see not only nous, but also the One. When we are thus in contact with the divine, we cannot reason or express the vision in words. This comes later. At the moment of touch, there is no power whatever to make any affirmation. There is no leisure, reasoning upon the vision as for afterwards. We may know we have had the vision when the soul has suddenly taken light. This light is from the Supreme, and is the Supreme. We may believe in the presence when, like that other God on the call of a certain man, he comes bringing light. The light is the proof of the advent. Thus, the soul unlit remains without that vision. Lit it possesses what it sought. And this is the true end set before the soul to take that light, to see the Supreme by the Supreme, and not by the light of any other principle, to see the Supreme which is also the means to the vision. For that which illumines the soul is that which it is to see just as it is by the sun's own light that we see the sun. But how is this to be accomplished? Cut away everything. The experience of ecstasy, standing outside one's own body, happened frequently to Plotinus. Many times it has happened, lifted out of the body into myself, becoming external to all other things and self-encentered, beholding a marvelous beauty, then more than ever assured of community with the loftiest order, enacting the noblest life, acquiring identity with the divine, stationing within it by having attained that activity, poised above whatsoever in the intellectual is less than the supreme. Yet there comes the moment of descent from intellection to reasoning, and after that sojourn in the divine. I ask myself how it happens that I can now be descending, and how did the soul ever enter into my body, the soul which even within the body is the high thing it has shown itself to be. This brings us to soul, the third and lowest member of the Trinity. Soul, though inferior to nous, the author of all living things. It made the sun and moon and stars and the whole visible world. It is the offspring of the divine intellect. It is double. There is an inner soul, intent on nous, and another which faces the external. The latter is associated with a downward movement, in which the soul generates its image, which is nature and the world of sense. The Stoics had identified nature with God, but Plotinus regards it as the lowest sphere, something emanating from the soul when it forgets to look upward towards nous. This might suggest the Gnostic view that the visible world is evil, but Plotinus does not take this view. The visible world is beautiful, and is the abode of blessed spirits. It is only less good than the intellectual world. In a very interesting, controversial discussion of the Gnostic view, that the cosmos and its creator are evil, he admits that some parts of Gnostic doctrine, such as the hatred of matter, may be due to Plato, but holds that the other parts, which do not come from Plato, are untrue. His objections to Gnosticism are of two sorts. On the one hand, he says that soul, when it creates the material world, does so from memory of the divine, and not because it is fallen. The world of sense, he thinks, is as good as a sensible world can be. He feels strongly the beauty of things perceived by the senses. Who that truly perceives the harmony of the intellectual realm could fail, if he has any bent towards music, to answer to the harmony in sensible sounds? What geometrician or arithmetician could fail to take pleasure in the symmetries, correspondences, and principles of order observed in visible things? Consider even the case of pictures. Those seeing by the bodily sense the productions of the art of painting do not see the one thing in the one only way. They are deeply stirred by recognizing in the objects depicted to the eyes the presentation of what lies in the idea, and so are called to recollection of the truth, the very experience out of which love rises. Now, if the sight of beauty, excellently reproduced upon a face, hurries the mind to that other sphere, surely no one seeing the loveliness lavish in the world of sense, this vast orderliness, the form which the stars even in their remoteness display, no one could be so dull-witted, so immovable, as not to be carried by all this to recollection, and gripped by reverent awe in the thought of all this so great, sprung from that greatness. Not to answer thus could only be to have neither fathomed this world nor had any vision of that other. There is another reason for rejecting the Gnostic view. The Gnostics think that nothing divine is associated with the sun, moon, and stars. They were created by an evil spirit. Only the soul of man, among things perceived, has any goodness. But Plotinus is firmly persuaded that the heavenly bodies are the bodies of godlike beings, immeasurably superior to man. According to the Gnostics, their own soul, the soul of the least of mankind, they declare deathless, divine. But the entire heavens and the stars within the heavens have had no communion with the immortal principle, though these are far purer and lovelier than their own souls. For the view of Plotinus, there is an authority in the Timaeus, and it was adopted by some Christian fathers, for instance, Origen. It is imaginatively attractive. It expresses feelings that the heavenly bodies naturally inspire, and makes man less lonely in the physical universe. There is in the mysticism of Plotinus nothing morose or hostile to beauty, but he is the last religious teacher for many centuries of whom this can be said. Beauty, and all the pleasures associated with it, came to be thought to be of the devil. Pagans, as well as Christians, came to glorify ugliness and dirt. Julian, the apostle,
confided to Ward, "I must tell Charles to prune it."
of the populousness of his beard. Of all this there is nothing in Plotinus. Matter is created by soul, and has no independent reality. Every soul has its hour. When that strikes, it descends, and enters the body suitable to it. The motive is not reason, but something more analogous to sexual desire. When the soul leaves the body, it must enter another body if it has been sinful, for justice requires that it should be punished. If in this life you have murdered your mother, you will in the next life be a woman and be murdered by your son. Sin must be punished, but the punishment happens naturally, through the restless driving of the sinner's errors. Do we remember this life after we are dead? The answer is perfectly logical, but not what most modern theologians would say. Memory is concerned with our life in time, whereas our best and truest life is in eternity. Therefore, as the soul grows towards eternal life, it will remember less and less. Friends, children, wife will be gradually forgotten. Ultimately, we shall know nothing of the things of this world, but only contemplate the intellectual realm. There will be no memory of personality which in contemplative vision is unaware of itself. The soul will become one with nous, but not to its own destruction. Nous and the individual soul will be simultaneously two and one. In the fourth Ennead, which is on the soul, one section, the seventh tractate, is devoted to the discussion of immortality. The body, being compound, is clearly not immortal. If, then, it is part of us, we are not wholly immortal. But what is the relation of the soul to the body? Aristotle, who is not mentioned explicitly, said the soul was the form of the body, but Plotinus rejects this view on the ground that the intellectual act would be impossible if the soul were any form of body. The Stoics think that the soul is material, but the unity of the soul proves that this is impossible. Moreover, since matter is passive, it cannot have created itself. Matter could not exist if soul had not created it, and if soul did not exist, matter would disappear in a twinkling. The soul is neither matter nor the form of a material body, but essence, and essence is eternal. This view is implicit in Plato's argument that the soul is immortal because ideas are eternal, but it is only with Plotinus that it becomes explicit. How does the soul enter the body from the aloofness of the intellectual world? The answer is through appetite. But appetite, though sometimes ignoble, may be comparatively noble. At best, the soul has the desire of elaborating order on the model of what it has seen in the intellectual principle, nous. That is to say, soul contemplates the inward realm of essence and wishes to produce something as like it as possible that can be seen by looking without instead of looking within, like, we might say, a composer who first imagines his music and then wishes to hear it performed by an orchestra. But this desire of the soul to create has unfortunate results. So long as the soul lives in the pure world of essence, it is not separated from other souls living in the same world. But as soon as it becomes joined to a body, it has the task of governing what is lower than itself. And by this task it becomes separate from other souls which have other bodies. Except in a few men at a few moments, the soul becomes chained to the body. The body obscures the truth, but there all stands out clear and separate. Footnote: Plotinus habitually uses there as a Christian might, as it is used, for instance, in "The life that knows no ending, the tearless life is there." End of footnote. This doctrine, like Plato's, has difficulty in avoiding the view that the creation was a mistake. The soul at its best is content with nous, the world of essence. If it were always at its best, it would not create, but only contemplate. It seems that the act of creation is to be excused on the ground that the created world, in its main lines, is the best that is logically possible. But this is a copy of the eternal world, and as such has the beauty that is possible to a copy. The most definite statement is in the tractate on the Gnostics. To ask why the soul has created the cosmos is to ask why there is a soul and why a creator creates. The question also implies a beginning in the eternal, and further represents creation as the act of a changeful being who turns from this to that. Those that think so must be instructed, if they would but bear with correction, in the nature of the supernals, and brought to desist from that blasphemy of majestic powers which comes so easily to them where all should be reverent scruple. Even in the administration of the universe there is no ground for such attack, for it affords manifest proof of the greatness of the intellectual kind. This all that has emerged into life is no amorphous structure, like those lesser forms within it which are born night and day out of the lavishness of its vitality. The universe is a life organized, effective, complex, all-comprehensive, displaying an unfathomable wisdom. How then can anyone deny that it is a clear image, beautifully formed, of the intellectual divinities? No doubt it is a copy, not original, but that is its very nature. It cannot be at once symbol and reality. But to say that it is an inadequate copy is false. Nothing has been left out which a beautiful representation within the physical order could include. Such a reproduction there must necessarily be, though not by deliberation and contrivance, for the intellectual could not be the last of things, but must have a double act, one within itself and one outgoing. There must, then, be something later than the divine, for only the thing with which all power ends fails to pass downward something of itself. This is perhaps the best answer to the Gnostics that the principles of Plotinus make possible. The problem, in slightly different language, was inherited by Christian theologians. They also have found it difficult to account for the creation without allowing the blasphemous conclusion that, before it, something was lacking to the Creator. Indeed, their difficulty is greater than that of Plotinus, for he may say that the nature of mind made creation inevitable, whereas for the Christian the world resulted from the untrammeled exercise of God's free will. Plotinus has a very vivid sense of a certain kind of abstract beauty. In describing the position of intellect as intermediate between the one and soul, he suddenly bursts out into a passage of rare eloquence. The supreme, in its progress, could never be borne forward upon some soulless vehicle, nor even directly upon the soul. It will be heralded by some ineffable beauty. Before the great king in his progress there comes first the minor train, then, rank by rank, the greater and more exalted. Closer to the king, the kinglier. Next his own honoured company, until, last among all these grandeurs, suddenly appears the supreme monarch himself. And all, unless indeed for those who have contented themselves with the spectacle before his coming and gone away, prostrate themselves and hail him. There is a tractate on intellectual beauty which shows the same kind of feeling. Assuredly, All the gods are august and beautiful in a beauty beyond our speech. And what makes them so? Intellect, and especially intellect operating within them, the divine sun and stars to visibility. To live at ease is there, and to these divine beings verity is mother and nurse, existence and sustenance. All that is not of process, but of authentic being they see, and themselves in all. For all is transparent, nothing dark, nothing resistant. Every being is lucid to every other, in breadth and depth. Light runs through light, and each of them contains all within itself, and at the same time sees all in every other, so that everywhere there is all. And all is all, and each all, and infinite the glory. Each of them is great. The small is great, the sun, there is all the stars, and every star again is all the stars and sun. While some manner of being is dominant in each, all are mirrored in every other. In addition to the imperfection which the world inevitably possesses because it is a copy, there is for Plotinus, as for the Christians, the more positive evil that results from sin. Sin is a consequence of free will, which Plotinus upholds as against the determinists, and more particularly the astrologers. He does not venture to deny the validity of astrology altogether, but he attempts to set bounds to it, so as to make what remains compatible with free will. He does the same as regards magic. The sage, he says, is exempt from the power of the magician. Porphyry relates that a rival philosopher tried to put evil spells on Plotinus, but that because of his holiness and wisdom the spells recoiled on the rival. Porphyry and all the followers of Plotinus are much more superstitious than he is. Superstition in him is as slight as was possible in that age. Let us now endeavour to sum up the merits and defects of the doctrine taught by Plotinus, and in the main accepted by Christian theology so long as it remained systematic and intellectual. There is, first and foremost, the construction of what Plotinus believed to be a secure refuge for ideals and hopes, and one, moreover, which involved both moral and intellectual effort. In the 3rd century, and in the centuries after the barbarian invasion, Western civilization came near to total destruction. It was fortunate that while theology was almost the sole surviving mental activity, the system that was accepted was not purely superstitious, but preserved, though sometimes deeply buried, doctrines which embodied much of the work of Greek intellect and much of the moral devotion that is common to the Stoics and the Neoplatonists. This made possible the rise of the scholastic philosophy, and later, with the Renaissance, the stimulus derived from the renewed study of Plato, and thence of the other ancients. On the other hand, the philosophy of Plotinus has the defect of encouraging men to look within, rather than to look without. When we look within, we see nous, which is divine, while when we look without, we see the imperfections of the sensible world. This kind of subjectivity was a gradual growth. It is to be found in the doctrines of Protagoras, Socrates, and Plato, as well as in the Stoics and Epicureans. But at first it was only doctrinal, not temperamental. For a long time it failed to kill scientific curiosity. We saw how Posidonius about 100 B.C. traveled to Spain and the Atlantic coast of Africa to study the tides. Gradually, however, subjectivism invaded men's feelings as well as their doctrines. Science was no longer cultivated, and only virtue was thought important. Virtue, as conceived by Plato, involved all that was then possible in the way of mental achievement. But in later centuries it came to be thought of increasingly as involving only the virtuous will, and not a desire to understand the physical world or improve the world of human institutions. Christianity, in its ethical doctrines, was not free from this defect, although in practice belief in the importance of spreading the Christian faith gave a practicable object for moral activity, which was no longer confined to the perfecting of self. Plotinus is both an end and a beginning. An end as regards the Greeks, a beginning as regards Christendom. To the ancient world, weary with centuries of disappointment, exhausted by despair, his doctrine might be acceptable, but could not be stimulating. To the cruder barbarian world, where superabundant energy needed to be restrained and regulated rather than stimulated, what could penetrate in his teaching was beneficial, since the evil to be combated was not languor, but brutality. The work of transmitting what could survive of his philosophy was performed by the Christian philosophers of the last age of Rome. Book 2. Catholic Philosophy. Introduction. Catholic philosophy, in the sense in which I shall use the term, is that which dominated European thought from Augustine to the Renaissance. There have been philosophers before and after this period of 10 centuries who belonged to the same general school. Before Augustine, there were the early fathers, especially Origen. After the Renaissance, there are many, including at the present day all orthodox Catholic teachers of philosophy, who adhere to some medieval system, especially that of Thomas Aquinas. But it is only from Augustine to the Renaissance that the greatest philosophers of the age are concerned in building up or perfecting the Catholic synthesis. In the Christian centuries before Augustine, Stoics and Neoplatonists outshine the fathers in philosophic ability. After the Renaissance, none of the outstanding philosophers, even among those who were Orthodox Catholics, were concerned to carry on the scholastic or the Augustinian tradition. The period with which we shall be concerned in this book differs from earlier and later times not only in philosophy but in many other ways. The most notable of these is the power of the Church. The Church brought philosophic beliefs into a closer relation to social and political circumstances than they have ever had before or since the medieval period, which we may reckon from about AD 400 to about AD 1400. The Church is a social institution built upon a creed, partly philosophic, partly concerned with sacred history. It achieved power and wealth by means of its creed. The lay rulers who were in frequent conflict with it were defeated because the great majority of the population, including most of the lay rulers themselves, were profoundly convinced of the truth of the Catholic faith. There were traditions, Roman and Germanic, against which the Church had to fight. The Roman tradition was strongest in Italy, especially among lawyers. The German tradition was strongest in the feudal aristocracy that arose out of the barbarian conquest. But for many centuries, neither of these traditions proved strong enough to generate a successful opposition to the Church, and this was largely due to the fact that they were not embodied in any adequate philosophy. A history of thought, such as that upon which we are engaged, is unavoidably one-sided in dealing with the Middle Ages. With very few exceptions, all the men of this period who contributed to the intellectual life of their time were churchmen. The laity in the Middle Ages slowly built up a vigorous political and economic system, but their activities were in a sense blind. There was, in the later Middle Ages, an important lay literature, very different from that of the Church. In a general history, this literature would demand more consideration than is called for in a history of philosophic thought. It is not until we come to Dante that we find a layman writing with full knowledge of the ecclesiastical philosophy of his time. Until the 14th century, ecclesiastics have a virtual monopoly of philosophy, and philosophy, accordingly, is written from the standpoint of the Church. For this reason, medieval thought cannot be made intelligible without a fairly extensive account of the growth of ecclesiastical institutions, and especially of the papacy. The medieval world, as contrasted with the world of antiquity, is characterized by various forms of dualism. There is the dualism of clergy and laity, the dualism of Latin and Teuton, the dualism of the kingdom of God and the kingdoms of this world, the dualism of the spirit and the flesh. All these are exemplified in the dualism of pope and emperor. The dualism of Latin and Teuton is an outcome of the barbarian invasion, but the others have older sources. The relations of clergy and laity for the Middle Ages were to be modelled on the relations of Samuel and Saul. The demand for the supremacy of the clergy arose out of the period of Arian or semi-Arian emperors and kings. The dualism of the kingdom of God and the kingdoms of this world is found in the New Testament, but was systematized in St. Augustine's City of God. The dualism of the spirit and the flesh is to be found in Plato, and was emphasized by the Neoplatonists. It is important in the teaching of St. Paul, and it dominated the Christian asceticism of the 4th and 5th centuries. Catholic philosophy is divided into two periods by the Dark Ages, during which in Western Europe intellectual activity was almost non-existent. From the conversion of Constantine to the death of Boethius, the thoughts of Christian philosophers are still dominated by the Roman Empire, either as an actuality or as a recent memory. The barbarians in this period are regarded merely as a nuisance, not as an independent part of Christendom. There is still a civilized community in which all well-to-do people can read and write, and a philosopher has to appeal to the laity as well as to the clergy. Between this period and the Dark Ages, at the end of the 6th century, stands Gregory the Great, who regards himself as a subject of the Byzantine emperor, but is lordly in his attitude to barbarian kings. After his time, throughout Western Christendom, the separation of clergy and laity becomes more and more marked. The lay aristocracy creates the feudal system, which slightly tempers the prevailing turbulent anarchy. Christian humility is preached by the clergy, but practiced only by the lower classes. Pagan pride is embodied in the duel, trial by battle, tournaments, and private revenge, all of which the Church dislikes but cannot prevent. With great difficulty, beginning in the 11th century, the Church succeeds in emancipating itself from the feudal aristocracy, and this emancipation is one of the causes of the emergence of Europe from the Dark Ages. The first great period of Catholic philosophy was dominated by St. Augustine and by Plato among the pagans. The second period culminates in St. Thomas Aquinas, for whom and for his successors Aristotle far outweighs Plato. The dualism of the City of God, however, survives in full force. The Church represents the City of God, and politically philosophers stand for the interests of the Church. Philosophy was concerned to defend the faith, and invoked reason to enable it to argue with those who, like the Mohammedans, did not accept the validity of the Christian revelation. By this invocation of reason, the philosophers challenged criticism, not merely as theologians, but as inventors of systems designed to appeal to men of no matter what creed. In the long run, the appeal to reason was perhaps a mistake, but in the 13th century it seemed highly successful. The 13th century synthesis, which had an air of completeness and finality, was destroyed by a variety of causes. Perhaps the most important of these was the growth of a rich commercial class, first in Italy and then elsewhere. The feudal aristocracy, in the main, had been ignorant, stupid, and barbaric. The common people had sided with the Church as superior to the nobles in intelligence, in morality, and in capacity to combat anarchy. But the new commercial class were as intelligent as the clergy, as well informed in mundane matters, more capable of coping with the nobles, and more acceptable to the urban lower classes as champions of civic liberty. Democratic tendencies came to the fore, and after helping the Pope to defeat the Emperor, set to work to emancipate economic life from ecclesiastical control. Another cause of the end of the Middle Ages was the rise of strong national monarchies in France, England, and Spain. Having suppressed internal anarchy and allied themselves with the rich merchants against the aristocracy, the kings, after the middle of the 15th century, were strong enough to fight the Pope in the national interest. The papacy, meanwhile, had lost the moral prestige which it had enjoyed, and on the whole deserved, in the 11th, 12th, and 13th centuries. First by subservience to France during the period when the popes lived at Avignon, then by the Great Schism, they had unintentionally persuaded the Western world that an unchecked papal autocracy was neither possible nor desirable. In the 15th century, their position as rulers of Christendom became subordinate, in practice, to their position as Italian princes, involved in the complex and unscrupulous game of Italian power politics. And so the Renaissance and the Reformation disrupted the medieval synthesis, which has not yet been succeeded by anything so tidy and so apparently complete. The growth and decay of this synthesis is the subject of Book 2. The mood of thoughtful men throughout the whole period was one of deep unhappiness in regard to the affairs of this world, only rendered endurable by the hope of a better world hereafter. This unhappiness was a reflection of what was happening throughout Western Europe. The 3rd century was a period of disaster, when the general level of well-being was sharply lowered. After a lull during the 4th century, the 5th brought the extinction of the Western Empire and the establishment of barbarians throughout its former territory. The cultivated urban rich, upon whom late Roman civilization depended, were largely reduced to the condition of destitute refugees. The remainder took to living on their rural estates. Fresh shocks continued until about AD 1000 without any sufficient breathing space to allow of recovery. The wars of Byzantines and Lombards destroyed most of what remained of the civilization of Italy. The Arabs conquered most of the territory of the Eastern Empire, established themselves in Africa and Spain, threatened France, and even on one occasion sacked Rome. The Danes and Normans caused havoc in France and England, in Sicily and southern Italy. Life throughout these centuries was precarious and full of hardship. Bad as it was in reality, gloomy superstitions made it even worse. It was thought that the great majority, even of Christians, would go to hell. At every moment, men felt themselves encompassed by evil spirits and exposed to the machinations of sorcerers and witches. No joy of life was possible, except in fortunate moments, to those who retained the thoughtlessness of children. The general misery heightened the intensity of religious feeling. The life of the good here below was a pilgrimage to the heavenly city. Nothing of value was possible in the sublunary world except the steadfast virtue that would lead, in the end, to eternal bliss. The Greeks in their great days had found joy and beauty in the everyday world. Empedocles, apostrophizing his fellow citizens, says, "Friends that inhabit the great town looking down on the yellow rock of Acragas, up by the citadel, busy in goodly works, harbour of honour for the stranger, men unskilled in meanness, all hail." In later times, until the Renaissance, men had no such simple happiness in the visible world, but turned their hopes to the unseen. Acragas is replaced in their love by Jerusalem the Golden. When earthly happiness at last returned, the intensity of longing for the other world grew gradually less. Men used the same words, but with a less profound sincerity. In the attempt to make the genesis and significance of Catholic philosophy intelligible, I have found it necessary to devote more space to general history than is demanded in connection with either ancient or modern philosophy. Catholic philosophy is essentially the philosophy of an institution, namely the Catholic Church. Modern philosophy, even when it is far from orthodox, is largely concerned with problems, especially in ethics and political theory, which are derived from Christian views of the moral law and from Catholic doctrines as to the relations of church and state. In Greco-Roman paganism, there is no such dual loyalty as the Christian, from the very beginning, has owed to God and Caesar, or in political terms, to church and state. The problems raised by this dual loyalty were, for the most part, worked out in practice before the philosophers supplied the necessary theory. In this process, there were two very distinct stages, one before the fall of the Western Empire and one after it. The practice of a long line of bishops, culminating in St. Ambrose, supplied the basis for St. Augustine's political philosophy. Then came the barbarian invasion, followed by a long time of confusion and increasing ignorance. Between Boethius and St. Anselm, a period of over 5 centuries, there is only one eminent philosopher, John the Scot, and he, as an Irishman, had largely escaped the various processes that were moulding the rest of the Western world. But this period, in spite of the absence of philosophers, was not one during which there was no intellectual development. Chaos raised urgent practical problems, which were dealt with by means of institutions and modes of thought that dominated scholastic philosophy and are, to a great extent, still important at the present day. These institutions and modes of thought were not introduced to the world by theorists, but by practical men in the stress of conflict. The moral reform of the Church in the 11th century, which was the immediate prelude to the scholastic philosophy, was a reaction against the increasing absorption of the Church into the feudal system. To understand the scholastics, we must understand Hildebrand, and to understand Hildebrand, we must know something of the evils against which he contended. Nor can we ignore the foundation of the Holy Roman Empire and its effect upon European thought. For these reasons, the reader will find in the following pages much ecclesiastical and political history of which the relevance to the development of philosophic thought may not be immediately evident. It is the more necessary to relate something of this history as the period concerned is obscure and is unfamiliar to many who are at home with both ancient and modern history. Few technical philosophers have had as much influence on philosophic thought as St. Ambrose, Charlemagne, and Hildebrand. To relate what is essential concerning these men and their times is therefore indispensable in any adequate treatment of our subject. Part 1. The Fathers. Chapter 1. The Religious Development of the Jews. The Christian religion, as it was handed over by the late Roman Empire to the barbarians, consisted of three elements. First, certain philosophical beliefs, derived mainly from Plato and the Neoplatonists, but also in part from the Stoics. Second, a conception of morals and history derived from the Jews. And thirdly, certain theories, more especially as to salvation, which were on the whole new in Christianity, though in part traceable to Orphism and to kindred cults of the Near East. The most important Jewish elements in Christianity appear to me to be the following. 1. A sacred history, beginning with the creation, leading to a consummation in the future, and justifying the ways of God to man. 2. The existence of a small section of mankind whom God specially loves. For Jews, this section was the chosen people. For Christians, the elect. 3. A new conception of righteousness. The virtue of almsgiving, for example, was taken over by Christianity from later Judaism. The importance attached to baptism might be derived from Orphism or from Oriental pagan mystery religions, but practical philanthropy as an element in the Christian conception of virtue seems to have come from the Jews. 4. The law. Christians kept part of the Hebrew law, for instance the Decalogue, while they rejected its ceremonial and ritual parts. But in practice they attached to the creed much the same feelings that the Jews attached to the law. This involved the doctrine that correct belief is at least as important as virtuous action, a doctrine which is essentially Hellenic. What is Jewish in origin is the exclusiveness of the elect. 5. The Messiah. The Jews believed that the Messiah would bring them temporal prosperity and victory over their enemies here on earth. Moreover, he remained in the future. For Christians, the Messiah was the historical Jesus, who was also identified with the Logos of Greek philosophy, and it was not on earth but in heaven that the Messiah was to enable his followers to triumph over their enemies. 6. The Kingdom of Heaven. Otherworldliness is a conception which Jews and Christians, in a sense, share with later Platonism, but it takes with them a much more concrete form than with Greek philosophers. The Greek doctrine, which is to be found in much Christian philosophy, but not in popular Christianity, was that the sensible world, in space and time, is an illusion, and that by intellectual and moral discipline a man can learn to live in the eternal world, which alone is real. The Jewish and Christian doctrine, on the other hand, conceived the other world as not metaphysically different from this world, but as in the future, when the virtuous would enjoy everlasting bliss and the wicked would suffer everlasting torment. This belief embodied revenge psychology, and was intelligible to all and sundry, as the doctrines of Greek philosophers were not. To understand the origin of these beliefs, we must take account of certain facts in Jewish history, to which we will now turn our attention. The early history of the Israelites cannot be confirmed from any source outside the Old Testament, and it is impossible to know at what point it ceases to be purely legendary. David and Solomon may be accepted as kings who probably had a real existence, but at the earliest point at which we come to something certainly historical, there are already the two kingdoms of Israel and Judah. The first person mentioned in the Old Testament of whom there is an independent record is Ahab, king of Israel, who is spoken of in an Assyrian letter of 853 BC. The Assyrians finally conquered the northern kingdom in 722 BC and removed a great part of the population. After this time, the kingdom of Judah alone preserved the Israelite religion and tradition. The kingdom of Judah just survived the Assyrians, whose power came to an end with the capture of Nineveh by the Babylonians and Medes in 606 BC. But in 586 BC, Nebuchadrezzar captured Jerusalem, destroyed the temple, and removed a large part of the population to Babylon. The Babylonian kingdom fell in 538 BC when Babylon was taken by Cyrus, king of the Medes and Persians. Cyrus, in 537 BC, issued an edict allowing the Jews to return to Palestine. Many of them did so, under the leadership of Nehemiah and Ezra. The temple was rebuilt, and Jewish orthodoxy began to be crystallized. In the period of the captivity, and for some time before and after this period, Jewish religion went through a very important development. Originally, there appears to have been not very much difference, from a religious point of view, between the Israelites and surrounding tribes. Yahweh was at first only a tribal god who favored the children of Israel, but it was not denied that there were other gods, and their worship was habitual. When the first commandment says, "Thou shalt have none other gods but me," it is saying something which was an innovation in the time immediately preceding the captivity. This is made evident by various texts in the earlier prophets. It was the prophets at this time who first taught that the worship of heathen gods was sin. To win the victory in the constant wars of that time, they proclaimed, the favor of Yahweh was essential, and Yahweh would withdraw his favor if other gods were also honored. Jeremiah and Ezekiel especially seem to have invented the idea that all religions except one are false, and that the Lord punishes idolatry. Some quotations will illustrate their teachings, and the prevalence of the heathen practices against which they protested. "Seest thou not what they do in the cities of Judah and in the streets of Jerusalem? The children gather wood, and the fathers kindle the fire, and the women knead their dough to make cakes to the Queen of Heaven, Ishtar, and to pour out drink offerings unto other gods, that they may provoke me to anger." Footnote: Jeremiah chapter 7, verses 17 to 18. End of footnote. The Lord is angry about it. "And they have built the high places of Tophet, which is in the valley of the son of Hinnom, to burn their sons and their daughters in the fire, which I commanded them not, neither came it into my heart." Footnote: Jeremiah chapter 7, verse 31. End of footnote. There is a very interesting passage in Jeremiah in which he denounces the Jews in Egypt for their idolatry. He himself had lived among them for a time. The prophet tells the Jewish refugees in Egypt that Yahweh will destroy them all because their wives have burnt incense to other gods. But they refuse to listen to him, saying, "We will certainly do whatsoever thing goeth forth out of our own mouth, to burn incense unto the Queen of Heaven, and to pour out drink offerings unto her, as we have done, we and our fathers, our kings and our princes, in the cities of Judah and in the streets of Jerusalem. For then we had plenty of victuals, and were well, and saw no evil." But Jeremiah assures them that Yahweh noticed these idolatrous practices, and that misfortune has come because of them. "Behold, I have sworn by my great name, saith the Lord, that my name shall no more be named in the mouth of any man of Judah in all the land of Egypt. I will watch over them for evil, and not for good. And all the men of Judah that are in the land of Egypt shall be consumed by the sword and by the famine, until there be an end of them." Footnote: Jeremiah chapter 44, verse 11 to end. End of footnote. Ezekiel is equally shocked by the idolatrous practices of the Jews. The Lord in a vision shows him women at the north gate of the temple weeping for Tammuz, a Babylonian deity. Then he shows him greater abominations, 25 men at the door of the temple worshipping the sun. The Lord declares, "Therefore will I also deal in fury. Mine eye shall not spare, neither will I have pity. And though they cry in mine ears with a loud voice, yet will I not hear them." Footnote. Ezekiel chapter 8, verse 11 to end. End of footnote. The idea that all religions but one are wicked, and that the Lord punishes idolatry, was apparently invented by these prophets. The prophets on the whole were fiercely nationalistic, and looked forward to the day when the Lord would utterly destroy the Gentiles. The captivity was taken to justify the denunciations of the prophets. If Yahweh was all-powerful, and the Jews were his chosen people, their sufferings could only be explained by their wickedness. The psychology is that of paternal correction. The Jews are to be purified by punishment. Under the influence of this belief, they developed, in exile, an orthodoxy much more rigid and much more nationally exclusive than that which had prevailed while they were independent. The Jews who remained behind and were not transplanted to Babylon did not undergo this development to anything like the same extent. When Ezra and Nehemiah came back to Jerusalem after the captivity, they were shocked to find that mixed marriages had been common, and they dissolved all such marriages. Footnote. Ezra, chapters 9 and 10, verse 5. End of footnote. The Jews were distinguished from the other nations of antiquity by their stubborn national pride. All the others, when conquered, acquiesced inwardly as well as outwardly. The Jews alone retained the belief in their own preeminence and the conviction that their misfortunes were due to God's anger because they had failed to preserve the purity of their faith and ritual. The historical books of the Old Testament, which were mostly compiled after the captivity, give a misleading impression, since they suggest that the idolatrous practices against which the prophets protested were a falling off from earlier strictness, whereas in fact the earlier strictness had never existed. The prophets were innovators to a much greater extent than appears in the Bible when read unhistorically. Some things which were afterwards characteristic of Jewish religion were developed, though in part from previously existing sources, during the captivity. Owing to the destruction of the temple, where alone sacrifices could be offered, the Jewish ritual perforce became non-sacrificial. Synagogues began at this time, with readings from such portions of the Scriptures as already existed. The importance of the Sabbath was first emphasized at this time, and so was circumcision as the mark of the Jew. As we have already seen, it was only during the exile that marriage with Gentiles came to be forbidden. There was a growth of every form of exclusiveness. "I am the Lord your God, which have separated you from other people." Footnote. Leviticus chapter 20, verse 24. End of footnote. "Ye shall be holy, for I, the Lord your God, am holy." Footnote. Leviticus chapter 19, verse 2. End of footnote. The law is a product of this period. It was one of the chief forces in preserving national unity. What we have as the book of Isaiah is the work of two different prophets, one before the exile and one after. The second of these, who is called by biblical students Deutero-Isaiah, is the most remarkable of the prophets. He is the first who reports the Lord as saying, "There is no God but I." He believes in the resurrection of the body, perhaps as a result of Persian influence. His prophecies of the Messiah were later the chief Old Testament texts used to show that the prophets foresaw the coming of Christ. In Christian arguments with both pagans and Jews, these texts from Deutero-Isaiah played a very important part, and for this reason I shall quote the most important of them. All nations are to be converted in the end. They shall beat their swords into plowshares, and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war any more. Isaiah chapter 2, verse 4. Behold, a virgin shall conceive and bear a son, and shall call his name Emmanuel. Footnote. Isaiah chapter 7, verse 14. End of footnote. As to this text, there was a controversy between Jews and Christians. The Jews said that the correct translation is, "A young woman shall conceive," but the Christians thought the Jews were lying. The people that walked in darkness have seen a great light. They that dwell in the land of the shadow of death, upon them hath the light shined. For unto us a child is born, unto us a son is given, and the government shall be upon his shoulder, and his name shall be called Wonderful, Counselor, the Mighty God, the Everlasting Father, the Prince of Peace. Footnote: Isaiah chapter 9, verses 2 and 6. End of footnote. The most apparently prophetic of these passages is the 53rd chapter, which contains the familiar texts. He is despised and rejected of men, a man of sorrows and acquainted with grief. Surely he hath borne our griefs and carried our sorrows. But he was wounded for our transgressions, he was bruised for our iniquities. The chastisement of our peace was upon him, and with his stripes we are healed. He was oppressed, and he was afflicted, yet he opened not his mouth. He is brought as a lamb to the slaughter, and as a sheep before her shearers is dumb, so he openeth not his mouth. The inclusion of the Gentiles in the ultimate salvation is explicit. And the Gentiles shall come to thy light, and kings to the brightness of thy rising. Footnote: Isaiah chapter 60, verse 3. End of footnote. After Ezra and Nehemiah, the Jews for a while disappear from history. The Jewish state survived as a theocracy, but its territory was very small, only the region of 10 to 15 miles around Jerusalem, according to E. Bevan. After Alexander, it became a disputed territory between the Ptolemies and the Seleucids. This, however, seldom involved fighting in actual Jewish territory, and left the Jews for a long time to the free exercise of their religion. Their moral maxims at this time are set forth in Ecclesiasticus, probably written about 200 BC. Until recently, this book was only known in a Greek version. This is the reason for its being banished to the Apocrypha. But a Hebrew manuscript has lately been discovered, in some respects different from the Greek text translated in our version of the Apocrypha. The morality taught is very mundane. Reputation among neighbors is highly prized. Honesty is the best policy because it is useful to have Yahweh on your side. Almsgiving is recommended. The only sign of Greek influence is in the praise of medicine. Slaves must not be treated too kindly. Fodder, a wand, and burdens are for the ass, and bread, correction, and work for a servant. Set him to work as is fit for him. If he be not obedient, put on more heavy fetters. At the same time, remember that you have paid a price for him, and that if he runs away, you will lose your money. This sets a limit to profitable severity. Daughters are a great source of anxiety. Apparently in his day they were much addicted to immorality. He has a low opinion of women. From garments cometh a moth, and from women wickedness. It is a mistake to be cheerful with your children. The right course is to bow down their neck from their youth. Altogether, like the elder Cato, he represents the morality of the virtuous businessman in a very unattractive light. This tranquil existence of comfortable self-righteousness was rudely interrupted by the Seleucid king Antiochus IV, who was determined to Hellenize all his dominions. In 175 BC, he established a gymnasium in Jerusalem and taught young men to wear Greek hats and practice athletics. In this, he was helped by a Hellenizing Jew named Jason, whom he made high priest. The priestly aristocracy had become lax and had felt the attraction of Greek civilization, but they were vehemently opposed by a party called the Hasidim, meaning holy, who were strong among the rural population. Footnote: From them probably developed the sect of the Essenes, whose doctrines seem to have influenced primitive Christianity. The Pharisees also descended from them. End of footnote. When, in 170 BC, Antiochus became involved in war with Egypt, the Jews rebelled. Thereupon Antiochus took the holy vessels from the temple and placed in it the image of the god. He identified Yahweh with Zeus, following a practice which had been successful everywhere else. Footnote. Some Alexandrian Jews did not object to this identification. End of footnote. He resolved to extirpate the Jewish religion and to stop circumcision and the observance of the laws relating to food. To all this Jerusalem submitted, but outside Jerusalem the Jews resisted with the utmost stubbornness. The history of this period is told in the first book of Maccabees. The first chapter tells how Antiochus decreed that all the inhabitants of his kingdom should be one people and abandon their separate laws. All the heathen obeyed, and many of the Israelites, although the king commanded that they should profane the Sabbath, sacrifice swine's flesh, and leave their children uncircumcised. All who disobeyed were to suffer death. Many nevertheless resisted. They put to death certain women that had caused their children to be circumcised, and they hanged the infants about their necks, and rifled their houses, and slew them that had circumcised them. Howbeit many in Israel were fully resolved and confirmed in themselves not to eat any unclean thing. Wherefore they chose rather to die, that they might not be defiled with meats, and that they might not profane the holy covenant. So then they died. Footnote. 1 Maccabees, chapter 1, verses 60 to 63. End of footnote. It was at this time that the doctrine of immortality came to be widely believed among the Jews. It had been thought that virtue would be rewarded here on earth, but persecution which fell upon the most virtuous made it evident that this was not the case. In order to safeguard divine justice, therefore, it was necessary to believe in rewards and punishments hereafter. This doctrine was not universally accepted among the Jews. In the time of Christ, the Sadducees still rejected it. But by that time they were a small party, and in later times all Jews believed in immortality. The revolt against Antiochus was led by Judas Maccabeus, an able military commander who first recaptured Jerusalem, 164 BC, and then embarked upon aggression. Sometimes he killed all the males, sometimes he circumcised them by force. His brother Jonathan was made high priest, was allowed to occupy Jerusalem with a garrison, and conquered part of Samaria, acquiring Joppa and Acre. He negotiated with Rome and was successful in securing complete autonomy. His family were high priests until Herod, and are known as the Hasmonean dynasts. In enduring and resisting persecution, the Jews of this time showed immense heroism, although in defense of things that do not strike us as important, such as circumcision and the wickedness of eating pork. The time of the persecution by Antiochus IV was crucial in Jewish history. The Jews of the dispersion were at this time becoming more and more Hellenized. The Jews of Judea were few, and even among them the rich and powerful were inclined to acquiesce in Greek innovations. But for the heroic resistance of the Hasidim, the Jewish religion might easily have died out. If this had happened, neither Christianity nor Islam could have existed in anything like the form they actually took. Townsend, in his introduction to the translation of the fourth book of Maccabees, says, "It has been finally said that, if Judaism as a religion had perished under Antiochus, the seedbed of Christianity would have been lacking, and thus the blood of the Maccabean martyrs who saved Judaism ultimately became the seed of the Church. Therefore, as not only Christendom but also Islam derive their monotheism from a Jewish source, it may well be that the world today owes the very existence of monotheism, both in the East and in the West, to the Maccabees." The Maccabees themselves, however, were not admired by later Jews, because their family, as high priests, adopted, after their successes, a worldly and temporizing policy. Admiration was for the martyrs. The fourth book of Maccabees, written probably in Alexandria about the time of Christ, illustrates this as well as some other interesting points. In spite of its title, it nowhere mentions the Maccabees, but relates the amazing fortitude, first of an old man, and then of 7 young brothers, all of whom were first tortured and then burnt by Antiochus, while their mother, who was present, exhorted them to stand firm. The king at first tried to win them by friendliness, telling them that if they would only consent to eat pork, he would take them into his favor and secure successful careers for them. When they refused, he showed them the instruments of torture, but they remained unshakable, telling him that he would suffer eternal torment after death, while they would inherit everlasting bliss. One by one, in each other's presence, and in that of their mother, they were first exhorted to eat pork, then, when they refused, tortured and killed. At the end, the king turned round to his soldiers and told them he hoped they would profit by such an example of courage. The account is, of course, embellished by legend, but it is historically true that the persecution was severe and was endured heroically. Also, that the main points at issue were circumcision and eating pork. This book is interesting in another respect. Although the writer is obviously an Orthodox Jew, he uses the language of the Stoic philosophy, and is concerned to prove that the Jews live most completely in accordance with its precepts. The book opens with the sentence, "Philosophical in the highest degree is the question I propose to discuss, namely, whether the inspired reason is supreme ruler over the passions, and to the philosophy of it I would seriously entreat your earnest attention." Alexandrian Jews were willing in philosophy to learn from the Greeks, but they adhered with extraordinary tenacity to the law, especially circumcision, observance of the Sabbath, and abstinence from pork and other unclean meats. From the time of Nehemiah till after the fall of Jerusalem in AD 70, the importance that they attached to the law steadily increased. They no longer tolerated prophets who had anything new to say. Those among them who felt impelled to write in the style of the prophets pretended that they had discovered an old book by Daniel or Solomon or some other ancient of impeccable respectability. Their ritual peculiarities held them together as a nation, but emphasis on the law gradually destroyed originality and made them intensely conservative. This rigidity makes the revolt of St. Paul against the domination of the law very remarkable. The New Testament, however, is not such a completely new beginning as it is apt to seem to those who know nothing of Jewish literature in the times just before the birth of Christ. Prophetic fervour was by no means dead, though it had to adopt the devices of pseudonymity in order to obtain a hearing. Of the greatest interest in this respect is the Book of Enoch, a composite work due to various authors, the earliest being slightly before the time of the Maccabees and the latest about 64 BC. Most of it professes to relate apocalyptic visions of the patriarch Enoch. It is very important for the side of Judaism which turned to Christianity. The New Testament writers are familiar with it. St. Jude considers it to be actually by Enoch. Early Christian fathers, for instance Clement of Alexandria and Tertullian, treated it as canonical, but Jerome and Augustine rejected it. It fell, consequently, into oblivion, and was lost until, early in the 19th century, 3 manuscripts of it, in Ethiopic, were found in Abyssinia. Since then, manuscripts of parts of it have been found in Greek and Latin versions. It appears to have been originally written partly in Hebrew, partly in Aramaic. Its authors were members of the Hasidim and their successors the Pharisees. It denounces kings and princes, meaning the Hasmonean dynasty and the Sadducees. It influenced New Testament doctrine, particularly as regards the Messiah, Sheol, hell, and demonology. The book consists mainly of parables, which are more cosmic than those of the New Testament. There are visions of heaven and hell, of the last judgment, and so on. One is reminded of the first 2 books of Paradise Lost, where the literary quality is good, and of Blake's prophetic books, where it is inferior. There is an expansion of Genesis chapter 6, verses 2 to 4, which is curious and Promethean. The angels taught men metallurgy and were punished for revealing eternal secrets. They were also cannibals. The angels that had sinned became pagan gods, and their women became sirens. But at the last they were punished with everlasting torments. There are descriptions of heaven and hell which have considerable literary merit. The last judgment is performed by the Son of Man who hath righteousness, and who sits on the throne of his glory. Some of the Gentiles at the last will repent and be forgiven, But most Gentiles and all Hellenizing Jews will suffer eternal damnation, for the righteous will pray for vengeance, and their prayer will be granted. There is a section on astronomy where we learn that the sun and moon have chariots driven by the wind, that the year consists of 364 days, that human sin causes the heavenly bodies to depart from their courses, and that only the virtuous can know astronomy. Falling stars are falling angels and are punished by the 7 archangels. Next comes sacred history. Up to the Maccabees, this pursues the course known from the Bible in its earlier portions, and from history in the later parts. Then the author goes on into the future. The New Jerusalem, the conversion of the remnant of the Gentiles, the resurrection of the righteous, and the Messiah. There is a great deal about the punishment of sinners and the reward of the righteous, who never display an attitude of Christian forgiveness toward sinners. What will ye do, ye sinners, and whither will ye flee on that day of judgment, when ye hear the voice of the prayer of the righteous? Sin has not been sent upon the earth, but man of himself has created it. Sins are recorded in heaven. Ye sinners shall be cursed for ever, and ye shall have no peace. Sinners may be happy all their lives, and even in dying, but their souls descend into Sheol, where they shall suffer darkness and chains and a burning flame. But as for the righteous, I and my Son will be united with them forever. The last words of the book are, To the faithful he will give faithfulness in the habitation of upright paths, and they shall see those who were born in darkness led into darkness, while the righteous shall be resplendent. And the sinners shall cry aloud and see them resplendent, and they indeed will go where days and seasons are prescribed for them. Jews, like Christians, thought much about sin, but few of them thought of themselves as sinners. This was, in the main, a Christian innovation, introduced by the parable of the Pharisee and the publican, and taught as a virtue in Christ's denunciations of the scribes and Pharisees. The Christians endeavored to practice Christian humility. The Jews in general did not. There are, however, important exceptions among Orthodox Jews just before the time of Christ. Take, for instance, the Testaments of the 12 Patriarchs, written between 109 and 107 BC by a Pharisee who admired John Hyrcanus, a high priest of the Hasmonean dynasty. This book, in the form in which we have it, contains Christian interpolations, but these are all concerned with dogma. When they are excised, the ethical teaching remains closely similar to that of the Gospels. As the Reverend Dr. R.H. Charles says, the Sermon on the Mount reflects in several instances the spirit and even reproduces the very phrases of our text. Many passages in the Gospel exhibit traces of the same, and St. Paul seems to have used the book as a vademecum. We find in this book such precepts as the following: Love ye one another from the heart. And if a man sin against thee, speak peaceably to him, and in thy soul hold not guile. And if he repent and confess, forgive him. But if he deny it, do not get into a passion with him, lest, catching the poison from thee, he take to swearing, and so then sin doubly. And if he be shameless and persist in wrongdoing, even so forgive him from the heart, and leave to God the avenging. Dr. Charles is of the opinion that Christ must have been acquainted with this passage. Again we find, Love the Lord and your neighbor. Love the Lord through all your life, and one another with a true heart. I loved the Lord, likewise also every man with all my heart. These are to be compared with Matthew chapter 22, verses 37 to 39. There is a reprobation of all hatred in the Testaments of the 12 Patriarchs. For instance, anger is blindness, and does not suffer one to see the face of any man with truth. Hatred, therefore, is evil, for it constantly mateth with lying. The author of this book, as might be expected, holds that not only the Jews, but all the Gentiles will be saved. Christians have learnt from the Gospels to think ill of Pharisees, yet the author of this book was a Pharisee, and he taught, as we have seen, those very ethical maxims which we think of as most distinctive of Christ's preaching. The explanation, however, is not difficult. In the first place, he must have been, even in his own day, an exceptional Pharisee. The more usual doctrine was, no doubt, that of the Book of Enoch. In the second place, we know that all movements tend to ossify. Who could infer the principles of Jefferson from those of the DAR? In the third place, we know, as regards the Pharisees in particular, that their devotion to the law, as the absolute and final truth, soon put an end to all fresh and living thought and feeling among them. As Dr. Charles says, when Pharisaism, breaking with the ancient ideals of its party, committed itself to political interests and movements, and concurrently therewith surrendered itself more and more wholly to the study of the letter of the law, it soon ceased to offer scope for the development of such a lofty system of ethics as the testaments of the patriarchs attest. And so the true successors of the early Hasids and their teaching quitted Judaism and found their natural home in the bosom of primitive Christianity. After a period of rule by the high priests, Mark Antony made his friend Herod king of the Jews. Herod was a gay adventurer, often on the verge of bankruptcy, accustomed to Roman society and very far removed from Jewish piety. His wife was of the family of the high priests, but he was an Idumean, which alone would suffice to make him an object of suspicion to the Jews. He was a skilful time-server, and deserted Antony promptly when it became evident that Octavius was going to be victorious. However, he made strenuous attempts to reconcile the Jews to his rule. He rebuilt the temple, though in a Hellenistic style, with rows of Corinthian pillars. But he placed over the main gate a large golden eagle, thereby infringing the second commandment. When it was rumored that he was dying, the Pharisees pulled down the eagle, but he in revenge caused a number of them to be put to death. He died in 4 BC, and soon after his death the Romans abolished the kingship, putting Judea under a procurator. Pontius Pilate, who became procurator in AD 26, was tactless and was soon retired. In AD 66, the Jews, led by the party of the Zealots, rebelled against Rome. They were defeated, and Jerusalem was captured in AD 70. The temple was destroyed, and few Jews were left in Judea. The Jews of the dispersion had become important centuries before this time. The Jews had been originally an almost wholly agricultural people, but they learnt trading from the Babylonians during the captivity. Many of them remained in Babylon after the time of Ezra and Nehemiah, and among these some were very rich. After the foundation of Alexandria, great numbers of Jews settled in that city. They had a special quarter assigned to them, not as a ghetto, but to keep them from danger of pollution by contact with Gentiles. The Alexandrian Jews became much more Hellenized than those of Judea and forgot Hebrew. For this reason, it became necessary to translate the Old Testament into Greek. The result was the Septuagint. The Pentateuch was translated in the middle of the 3rd century BC, the other parts somewhat later. Legends arose about the Septuagint, so called because it was the work of 70 translators. It was said that each of the 70 translated the whole independently, and that when the versions were compared, they were found to be identical down to the smallest detail, having all been divinely inspired. Nevertheless, later scholarship showed that the Septuagint was gravely defective. The Jews, after the rise of Christianity, made little use of it, but reverted to reading the Old Testament in Hebrew. The early Christians, on the contrary, few of whom knew Hebrew, depended upon the Septuagint, or upon translations from it into Latin. A better text was produced by the labors of Origen in the 3rd century, but those who only knew Latin had very defective versions until Jerome in the 5th century produced the Vulgate. This was at first received with much criticism, because he had been helped by Jews in establishing the text, and many Christians thought that Jews had deliberately falsified the prophets in order that they should not seem to foretell Christ. Gradually, however, the work of St. Jerome was accepted, and it remains to this day authoritative in the Catholic Church. The philosopher Philo, who was a contemporary of Christ, is the best illustration of Greek influence on the Jews in the sphere of thought. While orthodox in religion, Philo is in philosophy primarily a Platonist. Other important influences are those of the Stoics and Neo-Pythagoreans. While his influence among the Jews ceased after the fall of Jerusalem, the Christian fathers found that he has shown the way to reconcile Greek philosophy with acceptance of the Hebrew scriptures. In every important city of antiquity, there came to be considerable colonies of Jews, who shared with the representatives of other Eastern religions an influence upon those who were not content either with skepticism or with the official religions of Greece and Rome. Many converts were made to Judaism, not only in the empire, but also in South Russia. It was probably to Jewish and semi-Jewish circles that Christianity first appealed. Orthodox Judaism, however, became more orthodox and more narrow after the fall of Jerusalem, just as it had done after the earlier fall due to Nebuchadnezzar. After the 1st century, Christianity also crystallized, and the relations of Judaism and Christianity were wholly hostile and external. As we shall see, Christianity powerfully stimulated anti-Semitism. Throughout the Middle Ages, Jews had no part in the culture of Christian countries, and were too severely persecuted to be able to make contributions to civilization beyond supplying capital for the building of cathedrals and such enterprises. It was only among the Mohammedans at that period that Jews were treated humanely and were able to pursue philosophy and enlightened speculation. Throughout the Middle Ages, the Mohammedans were more civilized and more humane than the Christians. Christians persecuted Jews, especially at times of religious excitement. The Crusades were associated with appalling pogroms. In Mohammedan countries, on the contrary, Jews were not in any way ill-treated. Especially in Moorish Spain, they contributed to learning. Maimonides, 1135 to 1204, who was born at Cordova, is regarded by some as the source of much of Spinoza's philosophy. When the Christians reconquered Spain, it was largely the Jews who transmitted to them the learning of the Moors. Learned Jews who knew Hebrew, Greek, and Arabic, and were acquainted with the philosophy of Aristotle, transmitted their knowledge to less learned schoolmen. They transmitted also less desirable things, such as alchemy and astrology. After the Middle Ages, the Jews still contributed largely to civilization as individuals, but no longer as a race. Chapter 2. Christianity during the first 4 centuries. Christianity at first was preached by Jews to Jews, as Reformed Judaism. St. James, and to a lesser extent St. Peter, wished it to remain no more than this, and they might have prevailed but for St. Paul, who was determined to admit Gentiles without demanding circumcision or submission to the Mosaic law. The contention between the two factions is related in the Acts of the Apostles from a Pauline point of view. The communities of Christians that St. Paul established in many places were no doubt composed partly of converts from among the Jews, partly of Gentiles seeking a new religion. The certainties of Judaism made it attractive in that age of dissolving faiths. But circumcision was an obstacle to the conversion of men. The ritual laws in regard to food were also inconvenient. These two obstacles, even if there had been no others, would have made it almost impossible for the Hebrew religion to become universal. Christianity, owing to St. Paul, retained what was attractive in the doctrines of the Jews without the features that Gentiles found hardest to assimilate. The view that the Jews were the chosen people remained, however, obnoxious to Greek pride. This view was radically rejected by the Gnostics. They, or at least some of them, held that the sensible world had been created by an inferior deity named Yaldabaoth, the rebellious son of Sophia, heavenly wisdom. He, they said, is the Yahweh of the Old Testament, while the serpent, so far from being wicked, was engaged in warning Eve against his deceptions. For a long time, the supreme deity allowed Yaldabaoth free play. At last he sent his son to inhabit temporarily the body of the man Jesus and to liberate the world from the false teaching of Moses. Those who held this view combined it, as a rule, with a Platonic philosophy. Plotinus, as we saw, found some difficulty in refuting it. Gnosticism afforded a halfway house between philosophic paganism and Christianity, for
the day and the hour and the minute.
The same was true later of Manichaeism, through which St. Augustine came to the Catholic faith. Manichaeism combined Christian and Zoroastrian elements, teaching that evil is a positive principle, embodied in matter, while the good principle is embodied in spirit. It condemned meat-eating and all sex, even in marriage. Such intermediate doctrines helped much in the gradual conversion of cultivated men of Greek speech. But the New Testament warns true believers against them. O Timothy, keep that which is committed to thy trust, avoiding profane and vain babblings and oppositions of science, gnosis, falsely so called, which some professing have erred concerning the faith. Footnote. 1 Timothy chapter 6, verses 20, 21. End of footnote. Gnostics and Manichaeans continued to flourish until the government became Christian. After that time, they were led to conceal their beliefs, but they still had a subterranean influence. One of the doctrines of a certain sect of Gnostics was adopted by Muhammad. They taught that Jesus was a mere man, and that the Son of God descended upon him at the baptism and abandoned him at the time of the Passion. In support of this view, they appealed to the text, my God, why hast thou forsaken me?" Footnote. Mark chapter 25, verse 34. End of footnote. A text which, it must be confessed, Christians have always found difficult. The Gnostics considered it unworthy of the Son of God to be born, to be an infant, and above all to die on the cross. They said that these things had befallen the man Jesus, but not the divine Son of God. Muhammad, who recognized Jesus as a prophet, though not as divine, had a strong class feeling that prophets ought not to come to a bad end. He therefore adopted the view of the Docetics, a Gnostic sect, according to which it was a mere phantom that hung upon the cross, upon which, impotently and ignorantly, Jews and Romans wreaked their ineffectual vengeance. In this way, something of Gnosticism passed over into the orthodox doctrine of Islam. The attitude of Christians to contemporary Jews early became hostile. The received view was that God had spoken to the patriarchs and prophets, who were holy men, and had foretold the coming of Christ. But when Christ came, the Jews failed to recognize him, and were thenceforth to be accounted wicked. Moreover, Christ had abrogated the Mosaic law, substituting the 2 commandments to love God and our neighbor. This also the Jews perversely failed to recognize. As soon as the state became Christian, anti-Semitism in its medieval form began nominally as a manifestation of Christian zeal. How far the economic motives by which it was inflamed in later times operated in the Christian empire, it seems impossible to ascertain. In proportion as Christianity became Hellenized, it became theological. Jewish theology was always simple. Yahweh developed from a tribal deity into the sole omnipotent God who created heaven and earth. Divine justice, when it was seen not to confer earthly prosperity upon the virtuous, was transferred to heaven, which entailed belief in immortality. But throughout its evolution, the Jewish creed involved nothing complicated and metaphysical. It had no mysteries, and every Jew could understand it. This Jewish simplicity, on the whole, still characterizes the Synoptic Gospels, Matthew, Mark, and Luke, but has already disappeared in St. John, where Christ is identified with the Platonic Stoic Logos. It is less Christ the man than Christ the theological figure that interests the 4th evangelist. This is still more true of the Fathers. You will find in their writings many more allusions to St. John than to the other 3 Gospels put together. The Pauline epistles also contain much theology, especially as regards salvation. At the same time, they show a considerable acquaintance with Greek culture, a quotation from Menander, an allusion to Epimenides the Cretan, said that all Cretans are liars, and so on. Nevertheless, St. Paul says, "Beware lest any man spoil you through philosophy and vain deceit." Footnote. Or rather, the author of an epistle attributed to St. Paul, Colossians chapter 2, verse 8, end of footnote. The synthesis of Greek philosophy and Hebrew scriptures remained more or less haphazard and fragmentary until the time of Origen, AD 185 to 254. Origen, like Philo, lived in Alexandria, which, owing to commerce and the university, was, from its foundation to its fall, the chief centre of learned syncretism. Like his contemporary Plotinus, he was a pupil of Ammonius Saccas, whom many regard as the founder of Neoplatonism. His doctrines, as set forth in his work De Principiis, have much affinity to those of Plotinus, more, in fact, than is compatible with orthodoxy. There is, Origen says, nothing wholly incorporeal except God, Father, Son, and Holy Ghost. The stars are living, rational beings, to whom God has given souls that were already in existence. The Son, he thinks, can sin. The souls of men, as Plato taught, come to them at birth from elsewhere, having existed ever since the creation. Nous and soul are distinguished more or less as in Plotinus. When nous falls away, it becomes soul. Soul, when virtuous, becomes nous. Ultimately, all spirits will become wholly submissive to Christ, and will then be bodiless. Even the devil will be saved at the last. Origen, in spite of being recognized as one of the fathers, was in later times condemned as having maintained 4 heresies. 1. The pre-existence of souls, as taught by Plato. 2. That the human nature of Christ, and not only his divine nature, existed before the Incarnation. 3. That at the resurrection our bodies shall be transformed into absolutely ethereal bodies. 4. That all men, and even devils, shall be saved at the last. St. Jerome, who had expressed a somewhat unguarded admiration of Origen for his work in establishing the text of the Old Testament, found it prudent, subsequently, to expend much time and vehemence in repudiating his theological errors. Origen's aberrations were not only theological. In his youth he was guilty of an irreparable error through a too literal interpretation of the text, "There be eunuchs, which have made themselves eunuchs for the kingdom of heaven's sake." Footnote, Matthew chapter 19, verse 12. End of footnote. This method of escaping the temptations of the flesh, which Origen rashly adopted, has been condemned by the Church. Moreover, it made him ineligible for holy orders, although some ecclesiastics seem to have thought otherwise, thereby giving rise to unedifying controversies. Origen's longest work is a book entitled Against Celsus. Celsus was the author of a book, now lost, against Christianity, and Origen set to work to answer him point by point. Celsus begins by objecting to Christians because they belong to illegal associations. This Origen does not deny, but claims to be a virtue, like tyrannicide. He then comes to what is no doubt the real basis for the dislike of Christianity. Christianity, says Celsus, comes from the Jews, who are barbarians, and only Greeks can extract sense out of the teachings of barbarians. Origen replies that anyone coming from Greek philosophy to the Gospels would conclude that they are true, and supply a demonstration satisfying to the Greek intellect. But further, the Gospel has a demonstration of its own, more divine than any established by Grecian dialectics. And this diviner method is called by the Apostle the manifestation of the Spirit and of power. Of the Spirit, on account of the prophecies, which are sufficient to produce faith in any one who reads them, especially in those things which relate to Christ, and of power, because of the signs and wonders which we must believe to have been performed, both on many other grounds, and on this, that traces of them are still preserved among those who regulate their lives by the precepts of the gospel. This passage is interesting, as showing already the twofold argument for belief which is characteristic of Christian philosophy. On the one hand, pure reason, rightly exercised, suffices to establish the essentials of the Christian faith, more especially God, immortality, and free will. But on the other hand, the Scriptures prove not only these bare essentials, but much more. And the divine inspiration of the Scriptures is proved by the fact that the prophets foretold the coming of the Messiah, by the miracles, and by the beneficent effects of belief on the lives of the faithful. Some of these arguments are now considered out of date, but the last of them was still employed by William James. All of them, until the Renaissance, were accepted by every Christian philosopher. Some of Origen's arguments are curious. He says that magicians invoke the God of Abraham, often without knowing who he is. But apparently this invocation is specially potent. Names are essential in magic. It is not indifferent whether God is called by his Jewish, Egyptian, Babylonian, Greek, or Brahmin name. Magic formulae lose their efficacy when translated. One is led to suppose that the magicians of the time used formulae from all known religions. But if Origen is right, those derived from Hebrew sources were the most effective. The argument is the more curious as he points out that Moses forbade sorcery. Christians, we are told, should not take part in the government of the state, but only of the divine nation, that is, the Church. This doctrine, of course, was somewhat modified after the time of Constantine, but something of it survived. It is implicit in St. Augustine's City of God. It led churchmen at the time of the fall of the Western Empire to look on passively at secular disasters, while they exercised their very great talents in church discipline, theological controversy, and the spread of monasticism. Some trace of it still exists. Most people regard politics as worldly and unworthy of any really holy man. Church government developed slowly during the first 3 centuries and rapidly after the conversion of Constantine. Bishops were popularly elected. Gradually they acquired considerable power over Christians in their own dioceses, but before Constantine there was hardly any form of central government over the whole church. The power of bishops in great cities was enhanced by the practice of almsgiving. The offerings of the faithful were administered by the bishop, who could give or withhold charity to the poor. There came thus to be a mob of the destitute, ready to do the bishop's will. When the state became Christian, the bishops were given judicial and administrative functions. There came also to be a central government, at least in matters of doctrine. Constantine was annoyed by the quarrel between Catholics and Arians. Having thrown in his lot with the Christians, he wanted them to be a united party. For the purpose of healing dissensions, he caused the convening of the Ecumenical Council of Nicaea, which drew up the Nicene Creed. Footnote, not exactly in its present form, which was decided upon in 362. End of footnote. And, so far as the Arian controversy was concerned, determined for all time the standard of orthodoxy. Other later controversies were similarly decided by ecumenical councils until the division between East and West and the Eastern refusal to admit the authority of the Pope made them impossible. The Pope, though officially the most important individual in the Church, had no authority over the Church as a whole until a much later period. The gradual growth of the papal power is a very interesting subject, which I shall deal with in later chapters. The growth of Christianity before Constantine, as well as the motives of his conversion, have been variously explained by various authors. Gibbon assigns 5 causes. 1. The inflexible, and if we may use the expression, the intolerant zeal of the Christians, derived, it is true, from the Jewish religion, but purified from the narrow and unsocial spirit which, instead of inviting, had deterred the Gentiles from embracing the law of Moses. 2. The doctrine of a future life, improved by every additional circumstance which could give weight and efficacy to that important truth. 3. The miraculous powers ascribed to the primitive Church. 4. The pure and austere morals of the Christians. 5. The union and discipline of the Christian Republic, which gradually formed an independent and increasing state in the heart of the Roman Empire. Broadly speaking, this analysis may be accepted, but with some comments. The first cause, the inflexibility and intolerance derived from the Jews, may be wholly accepted. We have seen in our own day the advantages of intolerance in propaganda. The Christians, for the most part, believed that they alone would go to heaven, and that the most awful punishments would in the next world fall upon the heathen. The other religions which competed for favor during the 3rd century had not this threatening character. The worshippers of the Great Mother, for example, while they had a ceremony, the Torabolium, which was analogous to baptism, did not teach that those who omitted it would go to hell. It may be remarked, incidentally, that the Taurobolium was expensive. A bull had to be killed, and its blood allowed to trickle over the convert. A rite of this sort is aristocratic, and cannot be the basis of a religion which is to embrace the great bulk of the population, rich and poor, free and slave. In such respects, Christianity had an advantage over all its rivals. As regards the doctrine of a future life, in the West it was first taught by the Orphics, and thence adopted by Greek philosophers. The Hebrew prophets, some of them, taught the resurrection of the body, but it seems to have been from the Greeks that the Jews learnt to believe in the resurrection of the spirit. The doctrine of immortality in Greece had a popular form in Orphism and a learned form in Platonism. The latter, being based upon difficult arguments, could not become widely popular. The Orphic form, however, probably had a great influence on the general opinions of later antiquity, not only among pagans, but also among Jews and Christians. Elements of mystery religions, both Orphic and Asiatic, enter largely into Christian theology. In all of them, the central myth is that of the dying God who rises again. I think, therefore, that the doctrine of immortality must have had less to do with the spread of Christianity than given thought. Miracles certainly played a very large part in Christian propaganda, but miracles in later antiquity were very common, and were not the prerogative of any one religion. It is not altogether easy to see why, in this competition, the Christian miracles came to be more widely believed than those of other sects. I think Gibbon omits one very important matter, namely the possession of a sacred book. The miracles to which Christians appealed had begun in a remote antiquity, among a nation which the ancients felt to be mysterious. There was a consistent history from the creation onwards, according to which Providence had always worked wonders, first for the Jews, then for the Christians. To a modern historical student, it is obvious that the early history of the Israelites is in the main legendary, but not so to the ancients. They believed in the Homeric account of the siege of Troy, in Romulus and Remus and so on. Why, asks Origen, should you accept these traditions and reject those of the Jews? To this argument there was no logical answer. It was therefore natural to accept Old Testament miracles, and when they had been admitted, those of more recent date became credible, especially in view of the Christian interpretation of the prophets. The morals of the Christians, before Constantine, were undoubtedly very superior to those of average pagans. The Christians were persecuted at times, and were almost always at a disadvantage in competition with pagans. They believed firmly that virtue would be rewarded in heaven and sin punished in hell. Their sexual ethics had a strictness that was rare in antiquity. Pliny, whose official duty it was to persecute them, testifies to their high moral character. After the conversion of Constantine, there were, of course, time-servers among Christians, but prominent ecclesiastics, with some exceptions, continued to be men of inflexible moral principles. I think Gibbon is right in attributing great importance to this high moral level as one of the causes of the spread of Christianity. Gibbon puts last the union and discipline of the Christian Republic. I think, from a political point of view, this was the most important of his 5 causes. In the modern world, we are accustomed to political organization. Every politician has to reckon with the Catholic vote, but it is balanced by the vote of other organized groups. A Catholic candidate for the presidency is at a disadvantage because of a Protestant prejudice. But if there were no such thing as Protestant prejudice, a Catholic candidate would stand a better chance than any other. This seems to have been Constantine's calculation. The support of the Christians, as a single organized bloc, was to be obtained by favoring them. Whatever dislike of the Christians existed was unorganized and politically ineffective. Probably Rostovtsev is right in holding that a large part of the army was Christian, and that this was what most influenced Constantine. However that may be, the Christians, while still a minority, had a kind of organization which was then new, though now common, and which gave them all the political influence of a pressure group to which no other pressure groups are opposed. This was the natural consequence of their virtual monopoly of zeal, and their zeal was an inheritance from the Jews. Unfortunately, as soon as the Christians acquired political power, they turned their zeal against each other. There had been heresies, not a few before Constantine, but the Orthodox had had no means of punishing them. When the state became Christian, great prizes in the shape of power and wealth became open to ecclesiastics. There were disputed elections, and theological quarrels were also quarrels for worldly advantages. Constantine himself preserved a certain degree of neutrality in the disputes of theologians, but after his death, 337, his successors, except for Julian the Apostate, were in a greater or less degree favorable to the Arians until the accession of Theodosius in 379. The hero of this period is Athanasius, circa 297 to 373, who was throughout his long life the most intrepid champion of Nicene orthodoxy. The period from Constantine to the Council of Chalcedon, 451, is peculiar owing to the political importance of theology. Two questions successively agitated the Christian world: first, the nature of the Trinity, and then the doctrine of the Incarnation. Only the first of these was to the fore in the time of Athanasius. Arius, a cultivated Alexandrian priest, maintained that the Son is not the equal of the Father, but was created by him. At an earlier period this view might not have aroused much antagonism, but in the 4th century most theologians rejected it. The view which finally prevailed was that the Father and the Son were equal, and of the same substance. They were, however, distinct persons. The view that they were not distinct, but only different aspects of one being, was the Sabellian heresy, called after its founder Sabellius. Orthodoxy thus had to tread a narrow line. Those who unduly emphasized the distinctness of the Father and the Son were in danger of Arianism, and those who unduly emphasized their oneness were in danger of Sabellianism. The doctrines of Arius were condemned by the Council of Nicaea, 325, by an overwhelming majority. But various modifications were suggested by various theologians, and favored by emperors. Athanasius, who was Bishop of Alexandria from 328 till his death, was constantly in exile because of his zeal for Nicene orthodoxy. He had immense popularity in Egypt, which, throughout the controversy, followed him unwaveringly. It is curious that, in the course of theological controversy, national, or at least regional feeling, which had seemed extinct since the Roman conquest, revived. Constantinople and Asia inclined to Arianism. Egypt was fanatically Athanasian. The West steadfastly adhered to the decrees of the Council of Nicaea. After the Arian controversy was ended, new controversies of a more or less kindred sort arose, in which Egypt became heretical in one direction and Syria in another. These heresies, which were persecuted by the Orthodox, impaired the unity of the Eastern Empire and facilitated the Mohammedan conquest. The separatist movements in themselves are not surprising, but it is curious that they should have been associated with very subtle and abstruse theological questions. The emperors, from 335 to 378, favored more or less Arian opinions, as far as they dared, except for Julian the Apostate, 361 to 363, who, as a pagan, was neutral as regards the internal disputes of the Christians. At last, in 379, the Emperor Theodosius gave his full support to the Catholics, and their victory throughout the empire was complete. St. Ambrose, St. Jerome, and St. Augustine, whom we shall consider in the next chapter, lived most of their lives during this period of Catholic triumph. It was succeeded, however, in the West by another Arian domination, that of the Goths and Vandals, who between them conquered most of the Western Empire. Their power lasted for about a century, at the end of which it was destroyed by Justinian, the Lombards, and the Franks, of whom Justinian and the Franks, and ultimately the Lombards also, were Orthodox. Thus at last the Catholic faith achieved definitive success. Chapter 3. Three Doctors of the Church. 4 men are called the Doctors of the Western Church: St. Ambrose, St. Jerome, St. Augustine, and Pope Gregory the Great. Of these, the first three were contemporaries, while the fourth belonged to a later date. I shall, in this chapter, give some account of the life and times of the first three, reserving for a later chapter an account of the doctrines of St. Augustine, who is for us the most important of the three. Ambrose, Jerome, and Augustine all flourished during the brief period between the victory of the Catholic Church in the Roman Empire and the barbarian invasion. All three were young during the reign of Julian the Apostate. Jerome lived 10 years after the sack of Rome by the Goths under Alaric. Augustine lived till the eruption of the Vandals into Africa, and died while they were besieging Hippo, of which he was bishop. Immediately after their time, the masters of Italy, Spain, and Africa were not only barbarians, but Arian heretics. Civilization declined for centuries, and it was not until nearly 1,000 years later that Christendom again produced men who were their equals in learning and culture. Throughout the Dark Ages and medieval period, their authority was revered. They, more than any other men, fixed the mould into which the Church was shaped. Speaking broadly, St. Ambrose determined the ecclesiastical conception of the relation of Church and State. St. Jerome gave the Western Church its Latin Bible and a great part of the impetus to monasticism, while St. Augustine fixed the theology of the Church until the Reformation and later a great part of the doctrines of Luther and Calvin. Few men have surpassed these three in influence on the course of history. The independence of the Church in relation to the secular state, as successfully maintained by St. Ambrose, was a new and revolutionary doctrine, which prevailed until the Reformation. When Hobbes combated it in the 17th century, it was against St. Ambrose that he chiefly argued. St. Augustine was in the forefront of theological controversy during the 16th and 17th centuries, Protestants and Jansenists being for him, and Orthodox Catholics against him. The capital of the Western Empire at the end of the 4th century was Milan, of which Ambrose was bishop. His duties brought him constantly into relations with the emperors, to whom he spoke habitually as an equal, sometimes as a superior. His dealings with the imperial court illustrate a general contrast characteristic of the times. While the state was feeble, incompetent, governed by unprincipled self-seekers, and totally without any policy beyond that of momentary expedience, the Church was vigorous, able, guided by men prepared to sacrifice everything personal in its interests, and with a policy so far-sighted that it brought victory for the next 1,000 years. It is true that these merits were offset by fanaticism and superstition, but without these no reforming movement could at that time have succeeded. St. Ambrose had every opportunity to seek success in the service of the state. His father, also named Ambrose, was a high official, prefect of the Gauls. The saint was born, probably at Augusta Treverorum, Trèves, a frontier garrison town, where the Roman legions were stationed to keep the Germans at bay. At the age of 13, he was taken to Rome, where he had a good education, including a thorough grounding in Greek. When he grew up, he took to the law, in which he was very successful, and at the age of 30 he was made governor of Liguria and Aemilia. Nevertheless, 4 years later he turned his back on secular government and by popular acclaim became Bishop of Milan, in opposition to an Arian candidate. He gave all his worldly goods to the poor, and devoted the whole of the rest of his life to the service of the Church, sometimes at great personal risk. This choice was certainly not dictated by worldly motives, but if it had been, it would have been wise. In the state, even if he had become emperor, he could at that time have found no such scope for his administrative statesmanship as he found in the discharge of his episcopal duties. During the first 9 years of Ambrose's episcopate, the emperor of the West was Gratian, who was Catholic, virtuous and careless. He was so devoted to the chase that he neglected the government, and in the end was assassinated. He was succeeded, throughout most of the Western Empire, by a usurper named Maximus. But in Italy, the succession passed to Gratian's younger brother, Valentian II, who was still a boy. At first, the imperial power was exercised by his mother, Justina, widow of the Emperor Valentinian I. But as she was an Arian, conflicts between her and St. Ambrose were inevitable. All the three saints with whom we are concerned in this chapter wrote innumerable letters, of which many are preserved. The consequence is that we know more about them than about any of the pagan philosophers, and more than about all but a few of the ecclesiastics of the Middle Ages. St. Augustine wrote letters to all and sundry, mostly on doctrine or church discipline. St. Jerome's letters are mainly addressed to ladies, giving advice on how to preserve virginity. But St. Ambrose's most important and interesting letters are to emperors, telling them in what respects they have fallen short of their duty, or on occasion congratulating them on having performed it. The first public question with which Ambrose had to deal was that of the altar and statue of Victory in Rome. Paganism lingered longer among the senatorial families of the capital than it did elsewhere. The official religion was in the hands of an aristocratic priesthood, and was bound up with the imperial pride of the conquerors of the world. The statue of Victory in the Senate House had been removed by Constantius, the son of Constantine, and restored by Julian the Apostate. The Emperor Gratian again removed the statue, whereupon a deputation of the Senate, headed by Symmachus, prefect of the city, asked for its renewed restoration. Symmachus, who also played a part in the life of Augustine, was a distinguished member of a distinguished family, rich, aristocratic, cultivated, and pagan. He was banished from Rome by Gratian in 382 for his protest against the removal of the Statue of Victory, but not for long, as he was prefect of the city in 384. He was the grandfather of the Symmachus who was the father-in-law of Boethius, and who was prominent in the reign of Theodoric. The Christian senators objected, and by the help of Ambrose and the Pope Damasus, their view was made to prevail with the emperor. After the death of Gratian, Symmachus and the pagan senators petitioned the new emperor, Valentinian II, in AD 384. In rebuttal of this renewed attempt, Ambrose wrote to the emperor, setting forth the thesis that, as all Romans owed military service to their sovereign, so he, the emperor, owed service to Almighty God. Footnote. This thesis seems to anticipate the outlook of feudalism. End of footnote. Let no one, he says, take advantage of your youth. If he be a heathen who demands this, it is not right that he should bind your mind with the bonds of his own superstition. But by his zeal he ought to teach and admonish you how to be zealous for the true faith, since he defends vain things with all the passion of truth. To be compelled to swear at the altar of an idol, he says, is to a Christian persecution. If it were a civil cause, the right of reply would be reserved for the opposing party. It is a religious cause, and I, the bishop, make a claim. Certainly, if anything else is decreed, we bishops cannot constantly suffer it and take no notice. You indeed may come to the church, but will find either no priest there, or one who will resist you. The next epistle points out that the endowments of the church serve purposes never served by the wealth of heathen temples. The possessions of the church are the maintenance of the poor. Let them count up how many captives the temples have ransomed, what food they have contributed for the poor, to what exiles they have supplied the means of living. This was a telling argument, and one which was quite justified by Christian practice. St. Ambrose won his point, but a subsequent usurper, Eugenius, who favoured the heathen, restored the altar and the statue. It was only after the defeat of Eugenius by Theodosius in 394 that the question was finally decided in favour of the Christians. The bishop was at first on very friendly terms with the imperial court, and was employed on a diplomatic mission to the usurper Maximus, who it was feared might invade Italy. But before long a grave matter of controversy arose. The Empress Justina, as an Arian, requested that one church in Milan might be ceded to the Arians, but Ambrose refused. The people sided with him, and thronged the basilica in great crowds. Gothic soldiers, who were Arians, were sent to take possession, but fraternized with the people. The counts and tribunes, he says in a spirited letter to his sister, came and urged me to cause the basilica to be quickly surrendered, saying that the emperor was exercising his rights, since everything was under his power. I answered that if he asked of me what was mine, that is, my land, my money, or whatever of this kind was my own, I would not refuse it, although all that I have belonged to the poor, but that those things which are God's are not subject to the imperial power. If my patrimony is required, enter upon it. If my body, I will go at once. Do you wish to cast me into chains, or to give me to death? It will be a pleasure to me. I will not defend myself with throngs of people, nor will I cling to the altars and entreat for my life, but will more gladly be slain myself for the altars. I was indeed struck with horror when I learnt that armed men had been sent to take possession of the basilica, lest while the people were defending the basilica there might be some slaughter which would tend to the injury of the whole city. I prayed that I might not survive the destruction of so great a city, or it might be of the whole of Italy. These fears were not exaggerated, as the Gothic soldiery were likely to break out into savagery, as they did 25 years later in the sack of Rome. Ambrose's strength lay in the support of the people. He was accused of inciting them, but replied that it was in my power not to excite them, but in God's hands to quiet them. None of the Arians, he says, dared to go forth, as there was not one Arian among the citizens. He was formally commanded to surrender the basilica, and the soldiers were ordered to use violence if necessary. But in the end, they refused to use violence, and the emperor was compelled to give way. A great battle had been won in the contest for ecclesiastical independence. Ambrose had demonstrated that there were matters in which the state must yield to the church, and had thereby established a new principle which retains its importance to the present day. His next conflict was with the Emperor Theodosius. A synagogue had been burnt, and the Count of the East reported that this had been done at the instigation of the local bishop. The emperor ordered that the actual incendiaries should be punished, and that the guilty bishop should rebuild the synagogue. St. Ambrose neither admits nor denies the bishop's complicity, but is indignant that the emperor should seem to side with Jews against Christians. Suppose the bishop refuses to obey? He will then have to become a martyr if he persists, or an apostate if he gives way. Suppose the count decides to rebuild the synagogue himself at the expense of the Christians. In that case, the emperor will have an apostate count, and Christian money will be taken to support unbelief. Shall then a place be made for the unbelief of the Jews out of the spoils of the church? And shall patrimony, which by the favor of Christ has been gained for Christians, be transferred to the treasuries of unbelievers? He continues, "But perhaps the cause of discipline moves you, O Emperor, which then is of greater importance, the show of discipline or the cause of religion? It is needful that judgment should yield to religion. Have you not heard, O Emperor, how when Julian commanded that the temple of Jerusalem should be restored, those who were clearing the rubbish were consumed by fire?" It is clear that, in the saint's opinion, the destruction of synagogues should not be punished in any way. This is an example of the manner in which, as soon as it acquired power, the Church began to stimulate anti-Semitism. The next conflict between emperor and saint was more honorable to the latter. In AD 390, when Theodosius was in Milan, a mob in Thessalonica murdered the captain of the garrison. Theodosius, on receiving the news, was seized with ungovernable fury and ordered an abominable revenge. When the people were assembled in the circus, the soldiers fell upon them and massacred at least 7,000 of them, in an indiscriminate slaughter. Hereupon Ambrose, who had endeavored in advance to restrain the emperor, but in vain, wrote him a letter full of splendid courage on a purely moral issue, involving for once no question of theology or the power of the Church. There was that done in the city of the Thessalonians, of which no similar record exists, which I was not able to prevent happening, which indeed I had before said would be most atrocious when I so often petitioned against it. David repeatedly sinned and confessed his sin with penitence. Footnote. This allusion to the books of Samuel begins a line of biblical argument against kings which persisted throughout the Middle Ages, and even in the conflict of the Puritans with the Stuarts. It appears, for instance, in Milton. End of footnote. Will Theodosius do likewise? Ambrose decides that I dare not offer the sacrifice if you intend to be present. Is that which is not allowed after shedding the blood of one innocent person allowed after shedding the blood of many? I do not think so. The emperor repented, and, divested of the purple, did public penance in the cathedral of Milan. From that time until his death in 395, he had no friction with Ambrose. Ambrose, while he was eminent as a statesman, was in other respects merely typical of his age. He wrote, like other ecclesiastical authors, a treatise in praise of virginity, and another deprecating the remarriage of widows. When he had decided on the site for his new cathedral, 2 skeletons, revealed in a vision, it was said, were conveniently discovered on the spot, were found to work miracles, and were declared by him to be those of 2 martyrs. Other miracles are related in his letters, with all the credulity characteristic of his times. He was inferior to Jerome as a scholar, and to Augustine as a philosopher, but as a statesman who skilfully and courageously consolidated the power of the Church, he stands out as a man of the first rank. Jerome is chiefly notable as the translator who produced the Vulgate, which remains to this day the official Catholic version of the Bible. Until his day, the Western Church relied, as regards the Old Testament, chiefly on translations from the Septuagint, which in important ways differed from the Hebrew original. Christians were given to maintaining that the Jews, since the rise of Christianity, had falsified the Hebrew text where it seemed to predict the Messiah. This was a view which sound scholarship showed to be untenable, and which Jerome firmly rejected. He accepted the help of rabbis, given secretly for fear of the Jews. In defending himself against Christian criticism, he said, "Let him who would challenge aught in this translation ask the Jews." Because of his acceptance of the Hebrew text in the form which the Jews regarded as correct, his version had at first a largely hostile reception, but it won its way, partly because St. Augustine, on the whole, supported it. It was a great achievement, involving considerable textual criticism. Jerome was born in 345, 5 years after Ambrose, not far from Aquileia, at a town called Stridon, which was destroyed by the Goths in 377. His family were well-to-do, but not rich. In 363 he went to Rome, where he studied rhetoric and sinned. After travelling in Gaul, he settled in Aquileia and became an ascetic. The next 5 years he spent as a hermit in the Syrian wilderness. His life, while in the desert, was one of rigorous penance, of tears and groans alternating with spiritual ecstasy, and of temptations from haunting memories of Roman life. He lived in a cell or cavern. He earned his daily bread and was clad in sackcloth. After this period, he travelled to Constantinople and lived in Rome for 3 years, where he became the friend and adviser of Pope Damasus, with whose encouragement he undertook his translation of the Bible. St. Jerome was a man of many quarrels. He quarrelled with St. Augustine about the somewhat questionable behaviour of St. Peter, as related by St. Paul in Galatians 2. He broke with his friend Rufinus over Origen, and he was so vehement against Pelagius that his monastery was attacked by a Pelagian mob. After the death of Damasus, he seems to have quarrelled with a new pope. He had, while in Rome, become acquainted with various ladies who were both aristocratic and pious, some of whom he persuaded to adopt the ascetic life. The new pope, in common with many other people in Rome, disliked this. For this reason, among others, Jerome left Rome for Bethlehem, where he remained from 386 till his death in 420. Among his distinguished female converts, 2 were especially notable: the widow Paula and her daughter Eustochium. Both these ladies accompanied him on his circuitous journey to Bethlehem. They were of the highest nobility, and one cannot but feel a flavour of snobbery in the saint's attitude to them. When Paula died and was buried at Bethlehem, Jerome composed an epitaph for her tomb. Within this tomb a child of Scipio lies, a daughter of the far-famed Pauline house, a scion of the Gracchi, of the stock of Agamemnon's self, illustrious. Here rests the Lady Paula, well beloved of both her parents, with Eustochium for daughter, she the first of Roman dames, who hardship chose, and Bethlehem for Christ. Some of Jerome's letters to Eustochium are curious. He gives her advice on the preservation of virginity, very detailed and frank. He explains the exact anatomical meaning of certain euphemisms in the Old Testament, and he employs a kind of erotic mysticism in praising the joys of conventual life. A nun is the bride of Christ. This marriage is celebrated in the Song of Solomon. In a long letter written at the time when she took the vows, he gives a remarkable message to her mother. Are you angry with her because she chooses to be a king's, Christ's, wife, and not a soldier's? She has conferred on you a high privilege. You are now the mother-in-law of God. To Eustochium herself, in the same letter, he says, Ever let the privacy of your chamber guard you. Ever let the bridegroom sport with you within. Do you pray? You speak to the bridegroom. Do you read? He speaks to you. When sleep overtakes you, he will come behind and put his hand through the hole of the door, and your heart shall be moved for him. And you will awake and rise up and say, I am sick of love. Then he will reply, A garden enclosed is my sister, my spouse, a spring shut up, a fountain sealed. In the same letter he relates how, after cutting himself off from relations and friends, and harder still from the dainty food to which I had been accustomed, he still could not bear to be parted from his library, and took it with him to the desert. And so, miserable man that I was, I would fast only that I might afterwards read Cicero. After days and nights of remorse, he would fall again and read Plautus. After such indulgence, the style of the prophets seemed rude and repellent. At last, during a fever, he dreamed that, at the last judgment, Christ asked him who he was, and he replied that he was a Christian. The answer came, Thou liest. Thou art a follower of Cicero, and not of Christ. Thereupon he was ordered to be scourged. At length, Jerome in his dream cried out, Lord, if ever again I possess worldly books, or if ever again I read such, I have denied thee. This, he adds, was no sleep or idle dream. Footnote. This hostility to pagan literature persisted in the Church until the 11th century, except in Ireland, where the Olympian gods had never been worshipped and were therefore not feared by the Church. End of footnote. After this, for some years, his letters contain few classical quotations, but after a certain time he lapses again into verses from Virgil, Horace, and even Ovid. They seem, however, to be from memory, particularly as some of them are repeated over and over again. Jerome's letters express the feelings produced by the fall of the Roman Empire more vividly than any others known to me. In 396 he writes, I shudder when I think of the catastrophes of our time. For 20 years and more the blood of Romans has been shed daily between Constantinople and the Julian Alps. Scythia, Thrace, Macedonia, Dacia, Thessaly, Achaia, Epirus, Dalmatia, the Pannonias, each and all of these have been sacked and pillaged and plundered by Goths and Sarmatians, Quaedi and Alans, Huns and Vandals and Marchmen. The Roman world is falling, yet we hold up our heads instead of bowing them. What courage, think you, have the Corinthians now, or the Athenians, or the Lacedaemonians, or the Arcadians, or any of the Greeks over whom the barbarians bear sway? I have mentioned only a few cities, but these once the capitals of no mean states. He goes on to relate the ravages of the Huns in the East, and ends with the reflection, To treat such themes as they deserve, Thucydides and Sallust would be as good as dumb. 17 years later, 3 years after the sack of Rome, he writes, "The world sinks into ruin, yes, but shameful to say our sins still live and flourish. The renowned city, the capital of the Roman Empire, is swallowed up in one tremendous fire, and there is no part of the earth where Romans are not in exile. Churches once held sacred are now but heaps of dust and ashes. And yet we have our minds set on the desire of gain. We live as though we were going to die tomorrow, yet we build as though we were going to live always in this world. Our walls shine with gold, our ceilings also, and the capitals of our pillars. Yet Christ dies before our doors, naked and hungry in the person of his poor." This passage occurs incidentally in a letter to a friend who has decided to devote his daughter to perpetual virginity, and most of it is concerned with the rules to be observed in the education of girls so dedicated. It is strange that, with all Jerome's deep feeling about the fall of the ancient world, he thinks the preservation of virginity more important than victory over the Huns and Vandals and Goths. Never once do his thoughts turn to any possible measure of practical statesmanship. Never once does he point out the evils of the fiscal system or of reliance on an army composed of barbarians. The same is true of Ambrose and of Augustine. Ambrose, it is true, was a statesman, but only on behalf of the Church. It is no wonder that the empire fell into ruin when all the best and most vigorous minds of the age were so completely remote from secular concerns. On the other hand, if ruin was inevitable, the Christian outlook was admirably fitted to give men fortitude, and to enable them to preserve their religious hopes when earthly hopes seemed vain. The expression of this point of view in The City of God was the supreme merit of St. Augustine. Of St. Augustine I shall speak in this chapter only as a man. As a theologian and philosopher I shall consider him in the next chapter. He was born in 354, 9 years after Jerome and 14 years after Ambrose. He was a native of Africa, where he passed much the greater part of his life. His mother was a Christian, but his father was not. After a period as a Manichaean, he became a Catholic, and was baptized by Ambrose in Milan. He became Bishop of Hippo, not far from Carthage, about the year 396. There he remained until his death in 430. Of his early life we know much more than in the case of most ecclesiastics, because he has told of it in his Confessions. This book has had famous imitators, particularly Rousseau and Tolstoy, but I do not think it has any comparable predecessors. St. Augustine is in some ways similar to Tolstoy, to whom, however, he is superior in intellect. He was a passionate man, in youth very far from a pattern of virtue, but driven by an inner impulse to search for truth and righteousness. Like Tolstoy, he was obsessed in his later years by a sense of sin, which made his life stern and his philosophy inhuman. He combated heresies vigorously, but some of his own views, when repeated by Jansenius in the 17th century, were pronounced heretical. Until the Protestants took up his opinions, however, the Catholic Church had never impugned their orthodoxy. One of the first incidents of his life, related in the Confessions, occurred in his boyhood, and did not, in itself, greatly distinguish him from other boys. It appears that, with some companions of his own age, he despoiled a neighbour's pear tree, although he was not hungry, and his parents had better pears at home. He continued throughout his life to consider this an act of almost incredible wickedness. It would not have been so bad if he had been hungry, or had had no other means of getting pears. But as it was, the act was one of pure mischief, inspired by the love of wickedness for its own sake. It is this that makes it so unspeakably black. He beseeches God to forgive him. "Behold my heart, O God. Behold my heart, which thou hadst pity upon in the bottom of the abyss. Now behold, let my heart tell thee what it sought there, that I should be gratuitously wicked, having no temptation to that evil deed, but the evil deed itself. It was foul, and I loved it. I loved to perish. I loved mine own fault, not that for the sake of which I committed the fault, but my fault itself I loved. Foul soul, falling from the firmament to expulsion from thy presence, not seeking aught through the shame, but the shame itself. He goes on like this for 7 chapters, and all about some pears plucked from a tree in a boyish prank. To a modern mind, this seems morbid. Footnote: I must accept Mahatma Gandhi, whose autobiography contains passages closely similar to the above. End of footnote. But in his own age it seemed right and a mark of holiness. The sense of sin, which was very strong in his day, came to the Jews as a way of reconciling self-importance with outward defeat. Yahweh was omnipotent, and Yahweh was specially interested in the Jews. Why then did they not prosper? Because they were wicked. They were idolaters. They married Gentiles. They failed to observe the law. God's purposes were centered on the Jews, but since righteousness is the greatest of goods and is achieved through tribulation, they must first be chastised, and must recognize their chastisement as a mark of God's paternal love. Christians put the church in place of the chosen people, but except in one respect, this made little difference to the psychology of sin. The church, like the Jews, suffered tribulation. The church was troubled by heresies. Individual Christians fell into apostasy under the stress of persecution. There was, however, one important development already made to a great extent by the Jews, and that was the substitution of individual for communal sin. Originally, it was the Jewish nation that sinned, and that was collectively punished. But later, sin became more personal, thus losing its political character. When the church was substituted for the Jewish nation, this change became essential, since the church, as a spiritual entity, could not sin, but the individual sinner could cease to be in communion with the church. Sin, as we said just now, is connected with self-importance. Originally, the importance was that of the Jewish nation, but subsequently it was that of the individual, not of the church, because the church never sinned. It thus came about that Christian theology had 2 parts, one concerned with the church and one with the individual soul. In later times, the first of these was most emphasized by Catholics and the second by Protestants. But in St. Augustine, both exist equally, without his having any sense of disharmony. Those who are saved are those whom God has predestined to salvation. This is a direct relation of the soul to God. But no one will be saved unless he has been baptized, and thereby become a member of the church. This makes the church an intermediary between the soul and God. Sin is what is essential to the direct relation, since it explains how a beneficent deity can cause men to suffer, and how, in spite of this, individual souls can be what is of most importance in the created world. It is therefore not surprising that the theology upon which the Reformation relied should be due to a man whose sense of sin was abnormal. So much for the pears. Let us now see what the Confessions have to say on some other subjects. Augustine relates how he learnt Latin painlessly at his mother's knee, but hated Greek, which they tried to teach him at school, because he was urged vehemently with cruel threats and punishments. To the end of his life, his knowledge of Greek remained slight. One might have supposed that he would go on, from this contrast, to draw a moral in favor of gentle methods in education. What he says, however, is, "It is quite clear, then, that a free curiosity has more power to make us learn these things than a terrifying obligation. Only this obligation restrains the waverings of that freedom by thy laws, O my God. Thy laws, from the master's rod to the martyr's trials. For thy laws have the effect of mingling for us certain wholesale bitters, which recall us to thee, away from that pernicious blithesomeness by means of which we depart from thee." The schoolmaster's blows, though they failed to make him know Greek, cured him of being perniciously blithesome, and were on this ground a desirable part of education. For those who make sin the most important of all human concerns, this view is logical. He goes on to point out that he sinned not only as a schoolboy, when he told lies and stole food, but even earlier. Indeed, he devotes a whole chapter to proving that even infants at the breast are full of sin, gluttony, jealousy, and other horrible vices. When he reached adolescence, the lusts of the flesh overcame him. Where was I, and how far was I exiled from the delights of thy house, in that 16th year of the age of my flesh, when the madness of lust, which hath license through man's viciousness, though forbidden by thy laws, took the rule over me, and I resigned myself wholly to it. His father took no pains to prevent this evil, but confined himself to giving help in Augustine's studies. His mother, St. Monica, on the contrary, exhorted him to chastity, but in vain, and even she did not at that time suggest marriage, lest my prospects might be embarrassed by the clog of a wife. At the age of 16 he went to Carthage, where there seethed all around me a cauldron of lawless loves. I loved not yet I loved to love, and out of a deep-seated want I hated myself for wanting not. I sought what I might love, in love with loving, and I hated safety. To love then, and to be beloved, was sweet to me. But more, when I obtained to enjoy the person I loved, I defiled, therefore, the spring of friendship with the filth of concupiscence, and I beclouded its brightness with the hell of lustfulness. These words describe his relation to a mistress whom he loved faithfully for many years, and by whom he had a son whom he also loved, and to whom, after his conversion, he gave much care in religious education. The time came when he and his mother thought he ought to begin to think of marrying. He became engaged to a girl of whom she approved, and it was held necessary that he should break with his mistress. My mistress, he says, being torn from my side as a hindrance to my marriage, my heart which clave unto her was torn and wounded and bleeding, and she returned to Africa. Augustine was at this time in Milan, vowing unto thee never to know any other man, leaving with me my son by her. As, however, the marriage could not take place for 2 years, owing to the girl's youth, he took meanwhile another mistress, less official and less acknowledged. His conscience increasingly troubled him, and he used to pray, "Give me chastity and continence, only not yet." At last, before the time had come for his marriage, religion won a complete victory, and he dedicated the rest of his life to celibacy. To return to an earlier time, in his 19th year, having achieved proficiency in rhetoric, he was recalled to philosophy by Cicero. He tried reading the Bible, but found it lacking in Ciceronian dignity. It was at this time that he became a Manichaean, which grieved his mother. By profession he was a teacher of rhetoric. He was addicted to astrology, to which in later life he was averse, because it teaches that the inevitable cause of thy sin is in the sky. He read philosophy so far as it could be read in Latin. He mentions particularly Aristotle's 10 categories, which he says he understood without the help of a teacher. And what did it profit me, that I, the vilest slave of evil passions, read by myself all the books of so-called liberal arts, and understood whatever I could read? For I had my back to the light, and my face to the things enlightened, whence my face itself was not enlightened. At this time he believed that God was a vast and bright body, and he himself a part of that body. One could wish that he had told in detail the tenets of the Manichaeans, instead of merely saying they were erroneous. It is interesting that St. Augustine's first reasons for rejecting the doctrines of Manichaeus were scientific. He remembered, so he tells us, what he had learned of astronomy from the writings of the best astronomers, and I compared them with the sayings of Manichaeus, who in his crazy folly has written much and copiously upon these subjects. But none of his reasoning of the solstices, nor equinoxes, nor eclipses, nor whatever of this kind I had learned in books of secular philosophy, was satisfactory to me. But I was commanded to believe, and yet it corresponded not with the reasonings obtained by calculations, and by my own observations, but was quite contrary. He is careful to point out that scientific mistakes are not in themselves a sign of errors as to the faith, but only become so when delivered with an air of authority as known through divine inspiration. One wonders what he would have thought if he had lived in the time of Galileo. In the hope of resolving his doubts, a Manichaean bishop named Faustus, reputed the most learned member of the sect, met him and reasoned with him. But I found him first utterly ignorant of liberal sciences, save grammar, and that but in an ordinary way. But because he had read some of Tully's orations, a very few books of Seneca, some things of the poets, and such few volumes of his own sect as were written in Latin and in logical order, and was daily practised in speaking, he acquired a certain eloquence, which proved the more pleasing and seductive because, under the control of his good sense, and with a certain natural grace. He found Faustus quite unable to solve his astronomical difficulties. The books of the Manichaeans, he tells us, are full of lengthy fables of the heaven and stars, sun and moon, which do not agree with what has been discovered by astronomers. But when he questioned Faustus on these matters, Faustus frankly confessed his ignorance. Even for this I liked him the better, for the modesty of a candid mind is even more attractive than the knowledge of those things which I desired, and such I found him in all the more difficult and subtle questions. This sentiment is surprisingly liberal. One would not have expected it in that age. Nor is it quite in harmony with St. Augustine's later attitude towards heretics. At this time he decided to go to Rome. Not, he says, because there the income of a teacher was higher than at Carthage, but because he had heard that classes were more orderly. At Carthage, the disorders perpetrated by students were such that teaching was almost impossible, but at Rome, while there was less disorder, students fraudulently evaded payment. In Rome he still associated with the Manichaeans, but with less conviction of their rightness. He began to think that the academics were right in holding that men ought to doubt everything. He still, however, agreed with the Manichaeans in thinking that it is not we ourselves that sin, but that some other nature, what I know not, sins in us. And he believed evil to be some kind of substance. This makes it clear that before, as after his conversion, the question of sin preoccupied him. After about a year in Rome, he was sent to Milan by the prefect Symmachus, in response to a request from that city for a teacher of rhetoric. At Milan he became acquainted with Ambrose, known to the whole world as among the best of men. He came to love Ambrose for his kindness, and to prefer the Catholic doctrine to that of the Manichaeans. But for a while he was held back by the skepticism he had learnt from the academics, to which philosophers notwithstanding, because they were without the saving name of Christ, I utterly refused to commit the care of my sick soul. In Milan he was joined by his mother, who had a powerful influence in hastening the last steps to his conversion. She was a very earnest Catholic, and he writes of her always in a tone of reverence. She was the more important to him at this time because Ambrose was too busy to converse with him privately. There is a very interesting chapter in which he compares the Platonic philosophy with Christian doctrine. The Lord, he says, at this time provided him with certain books of the Platonists, translated from Greek into Latin, and therein I read, not indeed in these words, but to the same purpose, enforced by many and diverse reasons, that in the beginning was the Word, and the Word was with God, and the Word was God. The same was in the beginning with God. All things were made by him, and without him was nothing made. That which was made by him is life, and the life was the light of men, and the light shineth in the darkness, and the darkness comprehended it not. And that the soul of man, though it bears witness to the light, yet itself is not that light. But God, the Word of God, is that true light that lighteth every man that cometh into the world, and that he was in the world, and the world was made by him, and the world knew him not. But that he came unto his own, and his own received him not. But as many as received him, to them gave he power to become the sons of God, even to them that believe on his name. This I read not there. He also did not read there that the Word was made flesh and dwelt among us, nor that he humbled himself and became obedient unto death, even the death of the cross, nor that at the name of Jesus every knee should bow. Broadly speaking, he found in the Platonists the metaphysical doctrine of the Logos, but not the doctrine of the Incarnation and the consequent doctrine of human salvation. Something not unlike these doctrines existed in Orphism and the other mystery religions, but of this St. Augustine appears to have been ignorant. In any case, none of these were connected with a comparatively recent historical event as Christianity was. As against the Manichaeans, who were dualists, Augustine came to believe that evil originates not from some substance, but from perverseness of will. He found especial comfort in the writings of St. Paul. At length, after passionate inward struggles, he was converted, 386. He gave up his professorship, his mistress, and his bride, and after a brief period of meditation and retirement, was baptized by St. Ambrose. His mother rejoiced, but died not long afterwards. In 388 he returned to Africa, where he remained for the rest of his life, fully occupied with his episcopal duties and with controversial writings against various heresies, Donatist, Manichaean, and Pelagian. Chapter 4. St. Augustine's Philosophy and Theology. St. Augustine was a very voluminous writer, mainly on theological subjects. Some of his controversial writing was topical and lost interest through its very success. But some of it, especially what is concerned with the Pelagians, remained practically influential down to modern times. I do not propose to treat his works exhaustively, but only to discuss what seems to me important, either intrinsically or historically. I shall consider, first, his pure philosophy, particularly his theory of time; second, his philosophy of history, as developed in The City of God; third, his theory of salvation, as propounded against the Pelagians. 1. Pure philosophy. St. Augustine at most times does not occupy himself with pure philosophy, but when he does, he shows very great ability. He is the first of a long line whose purely speculative views are influenced by the necessity of agreeing with Scripture. This cannot be said of earlier Christian philosophers, for example, Origen. In Origen, Christianity and Platonism lie side by side, and do not interpenetrate. In St. Augustine, on the other hand, original thinking in pure philosophy is stimulated by the fact that Platonism, in certain respects, is not in harmony with Genesis. The best purely philosophical work in St. Augustine's writings is the 11th book of the Confessions. Popular editions of the Confessions end with Book 10, on the ground that what follows is uninteresting. It is uninteresting because it is good philosophy, not biography. Book 11 is concerned with the problem, creation having occurred as the first chapter of Genesis asserts, and as Augustine maintains against the Manichaeans, it should have occurred as soon as possible. So he imagines an objector arguing. The first point to realize, if his answer is to be understood, is that creation out of nothing, which was taught in the Old Testament, was an idea wholly foreign to Greek philosophy. When Plato speaks of creation, he imagines a primitive matter to which God gives form, and the same is true of Aristotle. There God is an artificer or architect, rather than a creator. Substance is thought of as eternal and uncreated. Only form is due to the will of God. As against this view, St. Augustine maintains, as every orthodox Christian must, that the world was created not from any certain matter, but from nothing. God created substance, not only order and arrangement. The Greek view, that creation out of nothing is impossible, has recurred at intervals in Christian times and has led to pantheism. Pantheism holds that God and the world are not distinct, and that everything in the world is part of God. This view is developed most fully in Spinoza, but is one to which almost all mystics are attracted. It has thus happened throughout the Christian centuries that mystics have had difficulty in remaining orthodox, since they find it hard to believe that the world is outside God. Augustine, however, feels no difficulty on this point. Genesis is explicit, and that is enough for him. His view on this matter is essential to his theory of time. Why was the world not created sooner? Because there was no sooner. Time was created when the world was created. God is eternal in the sense of being timeless. In God there is no before and after, but only an eternal present. God's eternity is exempt from the relation of time. All time is present to him at once. He did not precede his own creation of time, for that would imply that he was in time, whereas he stands eternally outside the stream of time. This leads St. Augustine to a very admirable relativistic theory of time. What then is time, he asks. If no one asks of me, I know. If I wish to explain to him who asks, I know not. Various difficulties perplex him. Neither past nor future, he says, but only the present really is. The present is only a moment, and time can only be measured while it is passing. Nevertheless, there really is time past and future. We seem here to be led into contradictions. The only way Augustine can find to avoid these contradictions is to say that past and future can only be thought of as present. Past,
alcoholic distress,
and future with expectation. Memory and expectation being both present facts. There are, he says, 3 times: a present of things past, a present of things present, and a present of things future. The present of things past is memory, the present of things present is sight, and the present of things future is expectation. To say that there are 3 times, past, present, and future, is a loose way of speaking. He realizes that he has not really solved all difficulties by this theory. My soul yearns to know this most entangled enigma, he says, and he prays to God to enlighten him, assuring him that his interest in the problem does not arise from vain curiosity. I confess to thee, O Lord, that I am as yet ignorant what time is. But the gist of the solution he suggests is that time is subjective. Time is in the human mind, which expects, considers, and remembers. It follows that there can be no time without a created being, and that to speak of time before the creation is meaningless. I do not myself agree with this theory, insofar as it makes time something mental, but it is clearly a very able theory, deserving to be seriously considered. I should go further and say that it is a great advance on anything to be found on the subject in Greek philosophy. It contains a better and clearer statement than Kant's of the subjective theory of time, a theory which, since Kant, has been widely accepted among philosophers. The theory that time is only an aspect of our thoughts is one of the most extreme forms of that subjectivism which, as we have seen, gradually increased in antiquity from the time of Protagoras and Socrates onwards. Its emotional aspect is obsession with sin, which came later than its intellectual aspects. St. Augustine exhibits both kinds of subjectivism. Subjectivism led him to anticipate not only Kant's theory of time, but Descartes' cogito. In his Soliloquia, he says, "You who wish to know, do you know who you are? I know it. Whence are you? I know not. Do you feel yourself single or multiple? I know not. Do you feel yourself moved? I know not. Do you know that you think? I do." This contains not only Descartes' cogito, but his reply to Gassendy's ambulo ergo sum. As a philosopher, therefore, Augustine deserves a high place. 2. The City of God. When in 410 Rome was sacked by the Goths, the pagans, not unnaturally, attributed the disaster to the abandonment of the ancient gods. So long as Jupiter was worshipped, they said, Rome remained powerful. Now that the emperors have turned away from him, he no longer protects his Romans. This pagan argument called for an answer. The City of God, written gradually between 412 and 427, was St. Augustine's answer, but it took, as it proceeded, a far wider flight, and developed a complete Christian scheme of history, past, present, and future. It was an immensely influential book throughout the Middle Ages, especially in the struggles of the Church with secular princes. Like some other very great books, it composes itself, in the memory of those who have read it, into something better than it first appears on rereading. It contains a great deal that hardly anyone at the present day can accept, and its central thesis is somewhat obscured by excrescences belonging to his age. But the broad conception of a contrast between the city of this world and the city of God has remained an inspiration to many, and even now can be restated in non-theological terms. To omit detail in an account of the book, and concentrate on the central idea, would give an unduly favourable view. On the other hand, to concentrate on the detail would be to omit what is best and most important. I shall endeavour to avoid both errors by first giving some account of the detail, and then passing on to the general idea as it appeared in historical development. The book begins with considerations arising out of the sack of Rome, and designed to show that even worse things happened in pre-Christian times. Among the pagans who attribute the disaster to Christianity there are many, the saint says, who, during the sack, sought sanctuary in the churches, which the Goths, because they were Christians, respected. In the sack of Troy, on the contrary, Juno's temple afforded no protection, nor did the gods preserve the city from destruction. The Romans never spared temples in conquered cities. In this respect, the sack of Rome was milder than most, and the mitigation was a result of Christianity. Christians who suffered in the sack have no right to complain, for several reasons. Some wicked Goths may have prospered at their expense, but they will suffer hereafter. If all sin were punished on earth, there would be no need of the last judgment. What Christians endured would, if they were virtuous, turn to their edification, for saints, in the loss of things temporal, lose nothing of any value. It does not matter if their bodies lie unburied, because ravenous beasts cannot interfere with the resurrection of the body. Next comes the question of pious virgins who were raped during the sack. There were apparently some who held that these ladies, by no fault of their own, had lost the crown of virginity. This view the saint very sensibly opposes. Tush, another's lust cannot pollute thee. Chastity is a virtue of the mind, and is not lost by rape, but is lost by the intention of sin, even if unperformed. It is suggested that God permitted rapes because the victims have been too proud of their continence. It is wicked to commit suicide in order to avoid being raped. This leads to a long discussion of Lucretia, who ought not to have killed herself. Suicide is always a sin, except in the case of Samson. There is one proviso to the exculpation of virtuous women who are raped. They must not enjoy it. If they do, they are sinful. He comes next to the wickedness of the heathen gods. For example, your stage plays, those spectacles of uncleanness, those licentious vanities, were not first brought up at Rome by the corruptions of the men, but by the direct command of your gods. It would be better to worship a virtuous man, such as Scipio, than these immoral gods. But as for the sack of Rome, it need not trouble Christians, who have a sanctuary in the pilgrim city of God. In this world, the two cities, the earthly and the heavenly, are commingled. But hereafter, the predestinate and the reprobate will be separated. In this life we cannot know who, even among our seeming enemies, are to be found ultimately among the elect. The most difficult part of the work, we are told, will consist in the refutation of the philosophers, with the best of whom Christians are to a large extent in agreement, for instance as to immortality and the creation of the world by God. The philosophers did not throw over the worship of the heathen gods, and their moral instructions were weak because the gods were wicked. It is not suggested that the gods are mere fables. They are held by St. Augustine to exist, but to be devils. They liked to have filthy stories told of them because they wanted to injure men. Jupiter's deeds count more with most pagans than Plato's doctrines or Cato's opinions. Plato, who would not allow poets to dwell in a well-governed city, showed that his sole worth was better than those gods that desire to be honored with stage plays. Rome was always wicked, from the rape of the Sabine women onwards. Many chapters are devoted to the sinfulness of Roman imperialism. Nor is it true that Rome did not suffer before the state became Christian. From the Gauls and the civil wars it suffered as much as from the Goths, and more. Astrology is not only wicked, but false. This may be proved from the different fortunes of twins who have the same horoscope. Footnote. This argument is not original. It is derived from the academic skeptic Carneades. End of footnote. The Stoic conception of fate, which was connected with astrology, is mistaken, since angels and men have free will. It is true that God has foreknowledge of our sins, but we do not sin because of his foreknowledge. It is a mistake to suppose that virtue brings unhappiness, even in this world. Christian emperors, if virtuous, have been happy even if not fortunate, and Constantine and Theodosius were fortunate as well. Again, the Jewish kingdom lasted as long as the Jews adhered to the truth of religion. There is a very sympathetic account of Plato, whom he places above all other philosophers. All others are to give place to him. Let Thales depart with his water, Anaximenes with the air, the Stoics with their fire, Epicurus with his atoms. All these were materialists. Plato was not. Plato saw that God is not any bodily thing, but that all things have their being from God, and from something immutable. He was right also in saying that perception is not the source of truth. Platonists are the best in logic and ethics, and nearest to Christianity. It is said that Plotinus, that lived but lately, understood Plato the best of any. As for Aristotle, he was Plato's inferior, but far above the rest. Both, however, said that all gods are good and to be worshipped. As against the Stoics, who condemned all passion, St. Augustine holds that the passions of Christians may be causes of virtue. Anger or pity is not to be condemned per se, but we must inquire into its cause. Platonists are right about God, wrong about gods. They are also wrong in not acknowledging the Incarnation. There is a long discussion of angels and demons which is connected with the Neoplatonists. Angels may be good or bad, but demons are always bad. To angels, knowledge of temporal things, though they have it, is vile. St. Augustine holds with Plato that the sensible world is inferior to the eternal. Book 11 begins the account of the nature of the city of God. The city of God is the society of the elect. Knowledge of God is obtained only through Christ. There are things that can be discovered by reason, as in the philosophers, but for all further religious knowledge we must rely on the Scriptures. We ought not to seek to understand time and space before the world was made. There was no time before the creation, and there is no place where the world is not. Everything blessed is eternal, but not everything eternal is blessed. For example, hell and Satan. God foreknew the sins of devils, but also their use in improving the universe as a whole, which is analogous to antithesis in rhetoric. Origen errs in thinking that souls were given bodies as a punishment. If this were so, bad souls would have bad bodies, but devils, even the worst of them, have airy bodies, which are better than ours. The reason the world was created in 6 days is that 6 is a perfect number, that is, equal to the sum of its factors. There are good and bad angels, but even the bad angels do not have an essence which is contrary to God. God's enemies are not so by nature, but by will. The vicious will have no efficient cause, but only a deficient one. It is not an effect, but a defect. The world is less than 6,000 years old. History is not cyclic, as some philosophers suppose. Christ died once for our sins. Footnote. Romans chapter 6. End of footnote. If our first parents had not sinned, they would not have died, but because they sinned, all their posterity die. Eating the apple brought not only natural death, but eternal death, that is, damnation. Porphyry is wrong in refusing bodies to saints in heaven. They will have better bodies than Adam's before the fall. Their bodies will be spiritual, but not spirits, and will not have weight. Men will have male bodies, and women female bodies, and those who have died in infancy will rise again with adult bodies. Adam's sins would have brought all mankind to eternal death, that is, damnation, but that God's grace has freed many from it. Sin came from the soul, not from the flesh. Platonists and Manichaeans both err in ascribing sin to the nature of the flesh, though Platonists are not so bad as Manichaeans. The punishment of all mankind for Adam's sin was just, for, as a result of this sin, man that might have been spiritual in body became carnal in mind. This leads to a long and minute discussion of sexual lust, to which we are subject as part of our punishment for Adam's sin. This discussion is very important as revealing the psychology of asceticism. We must therefore go into it, although the saint confesses that the theme is immodest. The theory advanced is as follows. It must be admitted that sexual intercourse in marriage is not sinful, provided the intention is to beget offspring. Yet, even in marriage, a virtuous man will wish that he could manage without lust. Even in marriage, as the desire for privacy shows, people are ashamed of sexual intercourse because this lawful act of nature is, from our first parents, accompanied with our penal shame. The cynics thought that one should be without shame, and Diogenes would have none of it, wishing to be in all things like a dog. Yet even he, after one attempt, abandoned in practice this extreme of shamelessness. What is shameful about lust is its independence of the will. Adam and Eve, before the fall, could have had sexual intercourse without lust, though in fact they did not. Handicraftsmen, in the pursuit of their trade, moved their hands without lust. Similarly, Adam, if only he had kept away from the apple tree, could have performed the business of sex without the emotions that it now demands. The sexual members, like the rest of the body, would have obeyed the will. The need of lust in sexual intercourse is a punishment for Adam's sin, but for which sex might have been divorced from pleasure. Omitting some physiological details which the translator has very properly left in the decent obscurity of the original Latin, the above is St. Augustine's theory as regards sex. It is evident from the above that what makes the ascetic dislike sex is its independence of the will. Virtue, it is held, demands a complete control of the will over the body, but such control does not suffice to make the sexual act possible. The sexual act, therefore, seems inconsistent with a perfectly virtuous life. Ever since the fall, the world has been divided into two cities, of which one shall reign eternally with God, the other shall be in eternal torment with Satan. Cain belongs to the city of the devil, Abel to the city of God. Abel, by grace and in virtue of predestination, was a pilgrim on earth and a citizen of heaven. The patriarchs belonged to the city of God. Discussion of the death of Methuselah brings St. Augustine to the vexed question of the comparison of the Septuagint with the Vulgate. The data, as given in the Septuagint, lead to the conclusion that Methuselah survived the flood by 14 years, which is impossible, since he was not in the ark. The Vulgate, following the Hebrew manuscript, gives data from which it follows that he died the year of the flood. On this point, St. Augustine holds that St. Jerome and the Hebrew manuscript must be right. Some people maintained that the Jews had deliberately falsified the Hebrew manuscript out of malice towards the Christians. This hypothesis is rejected. On the other hand, the Septuagint must have been divinely inspired. The only conclusion is that Ptolemy's copyists made mistakes in transcribing the Septuagint. Speaking of the translations of the Old Testament, he says, "The Church has received that of the 70 as if there were no other, as many of the Greek Christians, using this wholly, know not whether there be or no. Our Latin translation is from this also, although one Jerome, a learned priest and a great linguist, has translated the same scriptures from the Hebrew into Latin. But although the Jews affirm his learned labour to be all truth, and avouch the 70 to have oftentimes erred, yet the churches of Christ hold no one man to be preferred before so many, especially being selected by the high priest for this work. He accepts the story of the miraculous agreement of the 70 independent translations, and considers this a proof that the Septuagint is divinely inspired. The Hebrew, however, is equally inspired. This conclusion leaves undecided the question as to the authority of Jerome's translation. Perhaps he might have been more decidedly on Jerome's side if the two saints had not had a quarrel about St. Peter's time-serving propensities. Footnote: Galatians chapter 2, verses 11 through 14. End of footnote. He gives a synchronism of sacred and profane history. We learn that Aeneas came to Italy when Abdon was judge in Israel, and that the last persecution will be under Antichrist, but its date is unknown. Footnote: Of Abdon we know only that he had 40 sons and 30 nephews, and that all these 70 rode donkeys. Judges chapter 12, verse 14. End of footnote. After an admirable chapter against judicial torture, St. Augustine proceeds to combat the new academicians, who hold all things to be doubtful. The Church of Christ detests these doubts as madness, having a most certain knowledge of the things it apprehends. We should believe in the truth of the Scriptures. He goes on to explain that there is no true virtue apart from true religion. Pagan virtue is prostituted with the influence of obscene and filthy devils. What would be virtues in a Christian are vices in a pagan. Those things which she, the soul, seems to account virtues, and thereby to sway her affections, if they be not all referred unto God, are indeed vices rather than virtues. They that are not of this society, the Church, shall suffer eternal misery. In our conflicts here on earth, either the pain is victor, and so death expels the sense of it, or nature conquers and expels the pain. But there pain shall afflict eternally, and nature shall suffer eternally, both enduring to the continuance of the inflicted punishment. There are two resurrections, that of the soul at death, and that of the body at the last judgment. After a discussion of various difficulties concerning the millennium and the subsequent doings of Gog and Magog, he comes to a text in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, verses 11 and 12. God shall send them strong delusion, that they should believe a lie, that all they might be damned who believed not the truth, but had pleasure in unrighteousness. Some people might think it unjust that the Omnipotent should first deceive them, and then punish them for being deceived. But to St. Augustine this seems quite in order. Being condemned, they are seduced, and being seduced, condemned. But their seducement is by the secret judgment of God, justly secret, and secretly just, even his that hath judged continually, ever since the world began. St. Augustine holds that God divided mankind into the elect and the reprobate, not because of their merits or demerits, but arbitrarily. All alike deserve damnation, and therefore the reprobate have no ground of complaint. From the above passage of St. Paul, it appears that they are wicked because they are reprobate, not reprobate because they are wicked. After the resurrection of the bodies of the damned will burn eternally without being consumed. In this there is nothing strange. It happens to the salamander and Mount Etna. Devils, though incorporeal, can be burnt by corporeal fire. Hell's torments are not purifying, and will not be lessened by the intercessions of saints. Origen erred in thinking hell not eternal. Heretics and sinful Catholics will be damned. The book ends with a description of the saints' vision of God in heaven, and of the eternal felicity of the city of God. From the above summary, the importance of the work may not be clear. What was influential was the separation of church and state, with the clear implication that the state could only be part of the city of God by being submissive towards the church in all religious matters. This has been the doctrine of the church ever since. All through the Middle Ages, during the gradual rise of the papal power, and throughout the conflict between Pope and Emperor, St. Augustine supplied the Western Church with the theoretical justification of its policy. The Jewish state, in the legendary time of the Judges, and in the historical period after the return from the Babylonian captivity, had been a theocracy. The Christian state should imitate it in this respect. The weakness of the emperors and of most Western medieval monarchs enabled the Church, to a great extent, to realize the ideal of the city of God. In the East, where the emperor was strong, this development never took place, and the Church remained much more subject to the state than it became in the West. The Reformation, which revived St. Augustine's doctrine of salvation, threw over his theocratic teaching and became Erastian, largely owing to the practical exigencies of the fight with Catholicism. Footnote: Erastianism is the doctrine that the Church should be subject to the state. End of footnote. But Protestant Erastianism was half-hearted, and the most religious among Protestants were still influenced by St. Augustine. Anabaptists, Fifth Monarchy men, and Quakers took over a part of his doctrine, but laid less stress on the Church. He held to predestination, and also to the need of baptism for salvation. These two doctrines do not harmonize well, and the extreme Protestants threw over the latter. But their eschatology remained Augustinian. The city of God contains little that is fundamentally original. The eschatology is Jewish in origin, and came into Christianity mainly through the book of Revelation. The doctrine of predestination and election is Pauline, though St. Augustine gave it a much fuller and more logical development than is to be found in the epistles. The distinction between sacred and profane history is quite clearly set forth in the Old Testament. What St. Augustine did was to bring these elements together, and to relate them to the history of his own time, in such a way that the fall of the Western Empire and the subsequent period of confusion could be assimilated by Christians without any unduly severe trial of their faith. The Jewish pattern of history, past and future, is such as to make a powerful appeal to the oppressed and unfortunate at all times. St. Augustine adapted this pattern to Christianity, Marx to socialism. To understand Marx psychologically, one should use the following dictionary. Yahweh equals dialectical materialism. The Messiah equals Marx. The elect equals the proletariat. The Church equals the Communist Party. The Second Coming equals the Revolution. Hell equals punishment of the capitalists. The millennium equals the Communist Commonwealth. The terms on the left give the emotional content of the terms on the right, and it is this emotional content, familiar to those who have had a Christian or a Jewish upbringing, that makes Marx's eschatology credible. A similar dictionary could be made for the Nazis, but their conceptions are more purely Old Testament and less Christian than those of Marx, and their Messiah is more analogous to the Maccabees than to Christ. 3. The Pelagian controversy. Much of the most influential part of St. Augustine's theology was concerned in combating the Pelagian heresy. Pelagius was a Welshman whose real name was Morgan, which means man of the sea, as Pelagius does in Greek. He was a cultivated and agreeable ecclesiastic, less fanatical than many of his contemporaries. He believed in free will, questioned the doctrine of original sin, and thought that when men act virtuously, it is by virtue of their own moral effort. If they act rightly and are orthodox, they go to heaven as a reward of their virtues. These views, though they may now seem commonplace, caused at the time a great commotion, and were, largely through St. Augustine's efforts, declared heretical. They had, however, a considerable temporary success. Augustine had to write to the Patriarch of Jerusalem to warn him against the wily heresiarch, who had persuaded many Eastern theologians to adopt his views. Even after his condemnation, other people, called semi-Pelagians, advocated weakened forms of his doctrines. It was a long time before the purer teaching of the saint was completely victorious, especially in France, where the final condemnation of the semi-Pelagian heresy took place at the Council of Orange in 529. St. Augustine taught that Adam, before the fall, had had free will and could have abstained from sin. But as he and Eve ate the apple, corruption entered into them, and descended to all their posterity, none of whom can of their own power abstain from sin. Only God's grace enables men to be virtuous. Since we all inherit Adam's sin, we all deserve eternal damnation. All who die unbaptized, even infants, will go to hell and suffer unending torment. We have no reason to complain of this, since we are all wicked. In the Confessions, the saint enumerates the crimes of which he was guilty in the cradle. But by God's free grace, certain people, among those who have been baptized, are chosen to go to heaven. These are the elect. They do not go to heaven because they are good. We are all totally depraved, except in so far as God's grace, which is only bestowed on the elect, enables us to be otherwise. No reason can be given why some are saved and the rest damned. This is due to God's unmotived choice. Damnation proves God's justice, salvation his mercy. Both equally display his goodness. The arguments in favor of this ferocious doctrine, which was revived by Calvin and has since then not been held by the Catholic Church, are to be found in the writings of St. Paul, particularly the Epistle to the Romans. These are treated by Augustine as a lawyer treats the law. The interpretation is able, and the texts are made to yield their utmost meaning. One is persuaded at the end, not that St. Paul believed what Augustine deduces, but that, taking certain texts in isolation, they do imply just what he says they do. It may seem odd that the damnation of unbaptized infants should not have been thought shocking, but should have been attributed to a good God. The conviction of sin, however, so dominated him that he really believed newborn children to be limbs of Satan. A great deal of what is most ferocious in the medieval church is traceable to his gloomy sense of universal guilt. There is only one intellectual difficulty that really troubles St. Augustine. This is not that it seems a pity to have created man, since the immense majority of the human race are predestined to eternal torment. What troubles him is that, if original sin is inherited from Adam, as St. Paul teaches, the soul, as well as the body, must be propagated by the parents, for sin is of the soul, not the body. He sees difficulties in this doctrine, but says that, since Scripture is silent, it cannot be necessary to salvation to arrive at a just view on the matter. He therefore leaves it undecided. It is strange that the last men of intellectual eminence before the Dark Ages were concerned not with saving civilization or expelling the barbarians, or reforming the abuses of the administration, but with preaching the merit of virginity and the damnation of unbaptized infants. Seeing that these were the preoccupations that the Church handed on to the converted barbarians, it is no wonder that the succeeding age surpassed almost all other fully historical periods in cruelty and superstition. Chapter 5. The 5th and 6th Centuries. The 5th century was that of the barbarian invasion and the fall of the Western Empire. After the death of Augustine in 430, there was little philosophy. It was a century of destructive action, which, however, largely determined the lines upon which Europe was to be developed. It was in this century that the English invaded Britain, causing it to become England. It was also in this century that the Frankish invasion turned Gaul into France, and that the Vandals invaded Spain, giving their name to Andalusia. St. Patrick, during the middle years of the century, converted the Irish to Christianity. Throughout the Western world, rough Germanic kingdoms succeeded the centralized bureaucracy of the empire. The imperial post ceased. The great roads fell into decay. War put an end to large-scale commerce, and life again became local, both politically and economically. Centralized authority was preserved only in the Church, and there was much difficulty. Of the Germanic tribes that invaded the empire in the 5th century, the most important were the Goths. They were pushed westward by the Huns, who attacked them from the east. At first they tried to conquer the Eastern Empire, but were defeated. Then they turned upon Italy. Since Diocletian, they had been employed as Roman mercenaries. This had taught them more of the art of war than barbarians would otherwise have known. Alaric, king of the Goths, sacked Rome in 410, but died the same year. Odovaker, king of the Ostrogoths, put an end to the Western Empire in 476 and reigned until 493, when he was treacherously murdered by another Ostrogoth, Theodoric, who was king of Italy until 526. Of him I shall have more to say shortly. He was important both in history and legend. In the Nibelungenlied he appears as Dietrich von Bern, Bern being Verona. Meanwhile, the Vandals established themselves in Africa, the Visigoths in the south of France, and the Franks in the north. In the middle of the Germanic invasion came the inroads of the Huns under Attila. The Huns were of Mongol race, and yet they were often allied with the Goths. At the crucial moment, however, when they invaded Gaul in 451, they had quarrelled with the Goths. The Goths and Romans together defeated them in that year at Chalons. Attila then turned against Italy and thought of marching on Rome, but Pope Leo dissuaded him, pointing out that Alaric had died after sacking Rome. His forbearance, however, did him no service, for he died in the following year. After his death, the power of the Huns collapsed. During this period of confusion, the Church was troubled by a complicated controversy on the Incarnation. The protagonists in the debates were two ecclesiastics, Cyril and Nestorius, of whom more or less by accident the former was proclaimed a saint and the latter a heretic. St. Cyril was Patriarch of Alexandria from about 412 till his death in 444. Nestorius was Patriarch of Constantinople. The question at issue was the relation of Christ's divinity to his humanity. Were there two persons, one human and one divine? This was the view held by Nestorius. If not, was there only one nature, or were there two natures in one person, a human nature and a divine nature? These questions roused in the 5th century an almost incredible degree of passion and fury. A secret and incurable discord was cherished between those who were most apprehensive of confounding and those who were most fearful of separating the divinity and the humanity of Christ. St. Cyril, the advocate of unity, was a man of fanatical zeal. He used his position as patriarch to incite pogroms of the very large Jewish colony in Alexandria. His chief claim to fame is the lynching of Hypatia, a distinguished lady who, in an age of bigotry, adhered to the Neoplatonic philosophy and devoted her talents to mathematics. She was torn from her chariot, stripped naked, dragged to the church, and inhumanly butchered by the hands of Peter the Reader and a troop of savage and merciless fanatics. Her flesh was scraped from her bones with sharp oyster shells, and her quivering limbs were delivered to the flames. The just progress of inquiry and punishment was stopped by seasonable gifts. After this, Alexandria was no longer troubled by philosophers. St. Cyril was pained to learn that Constantinople was being led astray by the teaching of its patriarch Nestorius, who maintained that there were two persons in Christ, one human and one divine. On this ground, Nestorius objected to the new practice of calling the Virgin Mother of God. She was, he said, only the mother of the human person, while the divine person, who was God, had no mother. On this question the Church was divided. Roughly speaking, bishops east of Suez favoured Nestorius, while those west of Suez favoured St. Cyril. A council was summoned to meet at Ephesus in 431 to decide the question. The western bishops arrived first and proceeded to lock the doors against latecomers and decide in hot haste for St. Cyril, who presided. This episcopal tumult, at the distance of 13 centuries, assumes the venerable aspect of the Third Ecumenical Council. As a result of this council, Nestorius was condemned as a heretic. He did not recant, but was the founder of the Nestorian sect, which had a large following in Syria and throughout the East. Some centuries later, Nestorianism was so strong in China that it seemed to have a chance of becoming the established religion. Nestorians were found in India by the Spanish and Portuguese missionaries in the 16th century. The persecution of Nestorianism by the Catholic government of Constantinople caused disaffection, which helped the Mohammedans in their conquest of Syria. The tongue of Nestorius, by which its eloquence had seduced so many, was eaten by worms, so at least we are assured. Ephesus had learnt to substitute the Virgin for Artemis, but had still the same intemperate zeal for its goddess as in the time of St. Paul. It was said that the Virgin was buried there. In 449, after the death of St. Cyril, a synod at Ephesus tried to carry the triumph further, and thereby fell into the heresy opposite to that of Nestorius. This is called the Monophysite heresy, and maintains that Christ has only one nature. If St. Cyril had still been alive, he would certainly have supported this view and have become heretical. The emperor supported the synod, but the pope repudiated it. At last, Pope Leo, the same pope who turned Attila from attacking Rome in the year of the Battle of Chalons, secured the summoning of an ecumenical council at Chalcedon in 451, which condemned the Monophysites and finally decided the orthodox doctrine of the Incarnation. The Council of Ephesus had decided that there is only one person of Christ, but the Council of Chalcedon decided that he exists in two natures, one human and one divine. The influence of the Pope was paramount in securing this decision. The Monophysites, like the Nestorians, refused to submit. Egypt, almost to a man, adopted their heresy, which spread up the Nile and as far as Abyssinia. The heresy of Egypt, like the opposite heresy of Syria, facilitated the Arab conquest. The heresy of the Abyssinians was given by Mussolini as one of his reasons for conquering them. During the 6th century, there were four men of great importance in the history of culture: Boethius, Justinian, Benedict, and Gregory the Great. They will be my chief concern in the remainder of this chapter and in the next. The Gothic conquest of Italy did not put an end to Roman civilization. Under Theodoric, king of Italy and of the Goths, the civil administration of Italy was entirely Roman. Italy enjoyed peace and religious toleration till near the end. The king was both wise and vigorous. He appointed consuls, preserved Roman law, and kept up the Senate. When in Rome, his first visit was to Senate House. Though an Arian, Theodoric was on good terms with the Church until his last years. In 523, the Emperor Justin proscribed Arianism, and this annoyed Theodoric. He had reason for fear, since Italy was Catholic and was led by theological sympathy to side with the emperor. He believed, rightly or wrongly, that there was a plot involving men in his own government. This led him to imprison and execute his minister, the senator Boethius, whose Consolations of Philosophy was written while he was in prison. Boethius is a singular figure. Throughout the Middle Ages he was read and admired, regarded always as a devout Christian, and treated almost as if he had been one of the Fathers. Yet his Consolations of Philosophy, written in 524 while he was awaiting execution, is purely Platonic. It does not prove that he was not a Christian, but it does show that pagan philosophy had a much stronger hold on him than Christian theology. Some theological works, especially one on the Trinity, which are attributed to him, are by many authorities considered to be spurious. But it was probably owing to them that the Middle Ages were able to regard him as orthodox, and to imbibe from him much Platonism which would otherwise have been viewed with suspicion. The work is an alternation of verse and prose. Boethius, in his own person, speaks in prose, while philosophy answers in verse. There is a certain resemblance to Dante, who was no doubt influenced by him in the Vita Nuova. The Consolations, which Gibbon rightly calls a golden volume, begins by the statement that Socrates, Plato, and Aristotle are the true philosophers. Stoics, Epicureans, and the rest are usurpers, whom the profane multitude mistook for the friends of philosophy. Boethius says he obeyed the Pythagorean command to follow God, not the Christian command. Happiness, which is the same thing as blessedness, is the good, not pleasure. Friendship is a most sacred thing. There is much morality that agrees closely with Stoic doctrine, and is in fact largely taken from Seneca. There is a summary, in verse, of the beginning of the Timaeus. This is followed by a great deal of purely Platonic metaphysics. Imperfection, we are told, is a lack, implying the existence of a perfect pattern. He adopts the privative theory of evil. He then passes on to a pantheism which should have shocked Christians, but for some reason did not. Blessedness and God, he says, are both the chiefest good, and are therefore identical. Men are made happy by the obtaining of divinity. They who obtain divinity become gods. Wherefore every one that is happy is a god, but by nature there is only one God, but there may be many by participation. The sum, origin, and cause of all that is sought after is rightly thought to be goodness. The substance of God consisteth in nothing else but in goodness. Can God do evil? No. Therefore evil is nothing, since God can do everything. Virtuous men are always powerful, and bad men always weak. For both desire the good, but only the virtuous get it. The wicked are more unfortunate if they escape punishment than if they suffer it. Note that this could not be said of punishment in hell. In wise men there is no place for hatred. The tone of the book is more like that of Plato than that of Plotinus. There is no trace of the superstition or morbidness of the age, no obsession with sin, no excessive straining after the unattainable. There is perfect philosophic calm, so much that if the book had been written in prosperity, it might almost have been called smug. Written when it was, in prison, under sentence of death, it is as admirable as the last moments of the Platonic Socrates. One does not find a similar outlook until after Newton. I will quote in extenso one poem from the book, which in its philosophy is not unlike Pope's essay on man. If thou wouldst see God's laws with purest mind, thy sight on heaven must fixed be, whose settled course the stars in peace doth bind. The sun's bright fire stops not his sister's team, nor doth the northern bear desire within the ocean's wave to hide her beam. Though she behold the other stars there couching, yet she incessantly is rolled about high heaven, the ocean never touching. The evening light with certain course doth show the coming of the shady night, and Lucifer before the day doth go. This mutual love courses eternal makes, and from the starry spheres above all cause of war and dangerous discord takes. This sweet consent in equal bands doth tie the nature of each element, so that the moist things yield unto the dry. The piercing cold with flames doth friendship heap, the trembling fire the highest place doth hold, and the gross earth sinks down into the deep. The flowery year breathes odours in the spring, the scorching summer corn doth bear, the autumn fruit from laden trees doth bring. The falling rain doth winter's moisture give. These rules thus nourish and maintain all creatures which we see on earth to live. And when they die, these bring them to their end, while their Creator sits on high, whose hand the reins of the whole world doth bend. He, as their king, rules them with lordly might. From him they rise, flourish, and spring. He as their law and judge decides their right. Those things whose course most swiftly glides away, his might doth often backward force, and suddenly their wandering motion stay. Unless his strength their violence should bound, and them which else would run at length, should bring within the compass of a round, that firm decree, which now doth all adorn, would soon destroyed and broken be, things being far from their beginning born. This powerful love is common unto all, which for desire of good do move back to the springs from whence they first did fall. No worldly thing can a continuance have, unless love back again it bring, unto the cause which first the essence gave. Boethius was, until the end, a friend of Theodoric. His father was consul, he was consul, and so were his two sons. His father-in-law, Symmachus, probably grandson of the one who had a controversy with Ambrose about the Statue of Victory, was an important man in the court of the Gothic king. Theodoric employed Boethius to reform the coinage, and to astonish less sophisticated barbarian kings with such devices as sundials and water clocks. It may be that his freedom from superstition was not so exceptional in Roman aristocratic families as elsewhere, but its combination with great learning and zeal for the public good was unique in that age. During the 2 centuries before his time and the 10 centuries after it, I cannot think of any European man of learning so free from superstition and fanaticism. Nor are his merits merely negative. His survey is lofty, disinterested, and sublime. He would have been remarkable in any age. In the age in which he lived, he is utterly amazing. The medieval reputation of Boethius was partly due to his being regarded as a martyr to Arian persecution, a view which began 200 or 300 years after his death. In Pavia he was regarded as a saint, but in fact he was not canonized. Though Cyril was a saint, Boethius was not. 2 years after the execution of Boethius, Theodoric died. In the next year, Justinian became emperor. He reigned until 565, and in this long time managed to do much harm and some good. He is, of course, chiefly famous for his digest, but I shall not venture on this topic, which is one for the lawyers. He was a man of deep piety, which he signalized 2 years after his accession by closing the schools of philosophy in Athens, where paganism still reigned. The dispossessed philosophers betook themselves to Persia, where the king received them kindly, but they were shocked, more so, says Gibbon, than became philosophers, by the Persian practices of polygamy and incest, so they returned home again and faded into obscurity. 3 years after this exploit, 532, Justinian embarked upon another, more worthy of praise, the building of St. Sophia. I have never seen St. Sophia, but I have seen the beautiful contemporary mosaics at Ravenna, including portraits of Justinian and his empress Theodora. Both were very pious, though Theodora was a lady of easy virtue whom he had picked up in the circus. What is even worse, she was inclined to be a Monophysite. But enough of scandal. The emperor himself, I am happy to say, was of impeccable orthodoxy, except in the matter of the 3 chapters. This was a vexatious controversy. The Council of Chalcedon had pronounced orthodox 3 fathers suspected of Nestorianism. Theodora, along with many others, accepted all the other decrees of the council, but not this one. The Western Church stood by everything decided by the council, and the empress was driven to persecute the pope. Justinian adored her, and after her death in 548, she became to him what the dead prince consort was to Queen Victoria. So in the end, he lapsed into heresy. A contemporary historian, Evagrius, writes, "Having since the end of his life received the wages of his misdeeds, he has gone to seek the justice which was his due before the judgment seat of hell." Justinian aspired to reconquer as much as possible of the Western Empire. In 535 he invaded Italy, and at first had quick success against the Goths. The Catholic population welcomed him, and he came as representing Rome against the barbarians. But the Goths rallied, and the war lasted 18 years, during which Rome and Italy generally suffered far more than in the barbarian invasion. Rome was 5 times captured, thrice by Byzantines, twice by Goths, and sank to a small town. The same sort of thing happened in Africa, which Justinian also more or less reconquered. At first his armies were welcomed. Then it was found that Byzantine administration was corrupt, and Byzantine taxes were ruinous. In the end, many people wished the Goths and Vandals back. The Church, however, until his last years, was steadily on the side of the emperor because of his orthodoxy. He did not attempt the reconquest of Gaul, partly because of distance, but partly also because the Franks were orthodox. In 568, 3 years after Justinian's death, Italy was invaded by a new and very fierce German tribe, the Lombards. Wars between them and the Byzantines continued intermittently for 200 years, until nearly the time of Charlemagne. The Byzantines held gradually less and less of Italy. In the south they had also to face the Saracens. Rome remained nominally subject to them, and the popes treated the Eastern emperors with deference. But in most parts of Italy, the emperors, after the coming of the Lombards, had very little authority, or even none at all. It was this period that ruined Italian civilization. It was refugees from the Lombards who founded Venice, not, as tradition avers, fugitives from Attila. Chapter 6. St. Benedict and Gregory the Great. In the general decay of civilization that came about during the incessant wars of the 6th and succeeding centuries, it was above all the Church that preserved whatever survived of the culture of ancient Rome. The Church performed this work very imperfectly, because fanaticism and superstition prevailed among even the greatest ecclesiastics of the time, and secular learning was thought wicked. Nevertheless, ecclesiastical institutions created a solid framework, within which, in later times, a revival of learning and civilized arts became possible. In the period with which we are concerned, 3 of the activities of the Church call for special notice. First, the monastic movement. Second, the influence of the papacy, especially under Gregory the Great. Third, the conversion of the heathen barbarians by means of missions. I will say something about each of these in succession. The monastic movement began simultaneously in Egypt and Syria about the beginning of the 4th century. It had 2 forms, that of solitary hermits and that of monasteries. St. Anthony, the first of the hermits, was born in Egypt about 250 and withdrew from the world about 270. For 15 years he lived alone in a hut near his home, then for 20 years in remote solitude in the desert. But his fame spread, and multitudes longed to hear him preach. Accordingly, about 305, he came forth to teach and to encourage the hermit's life. He practiced extreme austerities, reducing food, drink, and sleep to the minimum required to support life. The devil constantly assailed him with lustful visions, but he manfully withstood the malign diligence of Satan. By the end of his life, the Thebaid, the desert near Egyptian Thebes, was full of hermits who had been inspired by his example and his precepts. A few years later, about 315 or 320, another Egyptian, Pachomius, founded the first monastery. Here the monks had a common life, without private property, with communal meals and communal religious observations. It was in this form, rather than in that of St. Anthony, that monasticism conquered the Christian world. In the monasteries derived from Pachomius, the monks did much work, chiefly agricultural, instead of spending the whole of their time in resisting the temptations of the flesh. At about the same time, monasticism sprang up in Syria and Mesopotamia. Here asceticism was carried to even greater lengths than in Egypt. St. Simeon Stylites and the other pillar hermits were Syrian. It was from the east that monasticism came to Greek-speaking countries, chiefly owing to St. Basil, about 360. His monasteries were less ascetic. They had orphanages and schools for boys, not only for such as intended to become monks. At first, monasticism was a spontaneous movement, quite outside church organization. It was St. Athanasius who reconciled ecclesiastics to it. Partly as a result of his influence, it came to be the rule that monks should be priests. It was he also, while he was in Rome in 339, who introduced the movement into the West. St. Jerome did much to promote it, and St. Augustine introduced it into Africa. St. Martin of Tours inaugurated monasteries in Gaul, St. Patrick in Ireland. The monastery of Iona was founded by St. Columba in 566. In early days, before monks had been fitted into the ecclesiastical organization, they had been a source of disorder. To begin with, there was no way of discriminating between genuine ascetics and men who, being destitute, found monastic establishments comparatively luxurious. Then again, there was the difficulty that the monks gave a turbulent support to their favorite bishop, causing synods and almost causing councils to fall into heresy. The synod, not the Council of Ephesus, which decided for the Monophysites, was under a monkish reign of terror. But for the resistance of the Pope, the victory of the Monophysites might have been permanent. In later times such disorders no longer occurred. There seem to have been nuns before there were monks, as early as the middle of the 3rd century. Some shut themselves up in tombs. Cleanliness was viewed with abhorrence. Lice were called pearls of God and were a mark of saintliness. Saints, male and female, would boast that water had never touched their feet except when they had to cross rivers. In later centuries, monks served many useful purposes. They were skilled agriculturists, and some of them kept alive or revived learning. But in the beginning, especially in the eremitic section, there was none of this. Most monks did no work, never read anything except what religion prescribed, and conceived virtue in an entirely negative manner, as abstention from sin, especially the sins of the flesh. St. Jerome, it is true, took his library with him into the desert, but he came to think that this had been a sin. In Western monasticism, the most important name is that of St. Benedict, the founder of the Benedictine order. He was born about 480 near Spoleto, of a noble Umbrian family. At the age of 20, he fled from the luxuries and pleasures of Rome to the solitude of a cave, where he lived for 3 years. After this period, his life was less solitary, and about the year 520 he founded the famous monastery of Monte Cassino, for which he drew up the Benedictine rule. This was adapted to Western climates, and demanded less austerity than had been common among Egyptian and Syrian monks. There had been an unedifying competition in ascetic extravagance, the most extreme practitioner being considered the most holy. To this St. Benedict put an end, decreeing that austerities going beyond the rule could only be practiced by permission of the abbot. The abbot was given great power. He was elected for life and had, within the rule and the limits of orthodoxy, an almost despotic control over his monks, who were no longer allowed, as previously, to leave their monastery for another if they felt so inclined. In later times, Benedictines have been remarkable for learning, but at first all their reading was devotional. Organizations have a life of their own, independent of the intentions of their founders. Of this fact, the most striking example is the Catholic Church, which would astonish Jesus and even Paul. The Benedictine order is a lesser example. The monks take a vow of poverty, obedience, and chastity. As to this, Gibbon remarks, "I have somewhere heard or read the frank confession of a Benedictine.
Never mind. But we...
The vow of poverty has given me 100,000 crowns a year. My vow of obedience has raised me to the rank of a sovereign prince." I forget the consequences of his vow of chastity. The departures of the order from the founder's intentions were, however, by no means all regrettable. This is true in particular of learning. The library of Monte Cassino is famous, and in various ways the world is much indebted to the scholarly tastes of later Benedictines. St. Benedict lived at Monte Cassino from its foundation until his death in 543. The monastery was sacked by the Lombards shortly before Gregory the Great, himself a Benedictine, became pope. The monks fled to Rome, but when the fury of the Lombards had abated, they returned to Monte Cassino. From the dialogues of Pope Gregory the Great, written in 593, we learn much about St. Benedict. He was brought up at Rome in the study of humanity. But forasmuch as he saw many, by the reason of such learning, to fall to dissolute and lewd life, he drew back his foot, which he had, as it were, now set forth into the world, lest, entering too far in acquaintance therewith, he likewise might have fallen into that dangerous and godless gulf. Wherefore, giving over his book, and forsaking his father's house and wealth, with a resolute mind only to serve God, he sought for some place where he might attain to the desire of his holy purpose. And in this sort he departed, instructed with learned ignorance, and furnished with unlearned wisdom. He immediately acquired the power to work miracles. The first of these was the mending of a broken sieve by means of prayer. The townsmen hung the sieve over the church door, and it continued there many years after, even to these very troubles of the Lombards. Abandoning the sieve, he went to his cave, unknown to all but one friend, who secretly supplied him with food let down by a rope, to which a bell was tied to let the saint know when his dinner had come. But Satan threw a stone at the rope, breaking both it and the bell. Nevertheless, the enemy of mankind was foiled in his hope of disrupting the saint's food supply. When Benedict had been as long in the cave as God's purposes required, Our Lord appeared on Easter Sunday to a certain priest, revealed the hermit's whereabouts, and bade him share his Easter feast with the saint. About the same time, certain shepherds found him. At first, when they espied him through the bushes, and saw his apparel made of skins, they verily thought that it had been some beast. But after they were acquainted with the servant of God, many of them were by his means converted from their beastly life to grace, piety, and devotion. Like other hermits, Benedict suffered from the temptations of the flesh. A certain woman there was, which some time he had seen, the memory of which the wicked spirit put into his mind, and by the memory of her did so mightily inflame with concupiscence the soul of God's servant, which did so increase that, almost overcome with pleasure, he was of mind to have forsaken the wilderness. But suddenly, assisted with God's grace, he came to himself, and seeing many thick briars and nettle bushes to grow hard by, off he cast his apparel, and threw himself into the midst of them, and there wallowed so long that when he rose up all his flesh was pitifully torn, and so by the wounds of his body he cured the wounds of his soul. His fame being spread abroad, the monks of a certain monastery, whose abbot had lately died, besought him to accept the succession. He did so, and insisted upon observance of strict virtue, so that the monks, in a rage, decided to poison him with a glass of poisoned wine. He, however, made the sign of the cross over the glass, whereupon it broke in pieces. So he returned to the wilderness. The miracle of the sieve was not the only practically useful one performed by St. Benedict. One day, a virtuous Goth was using a bill-hook to clear away briars, when the head of it flew off the handle and fell into deep water. The saint, being informed, held the handle in the water, whereupon the iron head rose up and joined itself again to the handle. A neighboring priest, envious of the holy man's reputation, sent him a poisoned loaf. But Benedict miraculously knew it was poisoned. He had the habit of giving bread to a certain crow, and when the crow came on the day in question, the saint said to it, "In the name of Jesus Christ our Lord, take up that loaf, and leave it in some such place where no man may find it." The crow obeyed, and on its return was given its usual dinner. The wicked priest, seeing he could not kill Benedict's body, decided to kill his soul, and sent 7 naked young women into the monastery. The saint feared lest some of the younger monks might be moved to sin, and therefore departed himself, that the priest might no longer have a motive for such acts. But the priest was killed by the ceiling of his rooms falling on him. A monk pursued Benedict with the news, rejoicing, and bidding him return. Benedict mourned over the death of the sinner, and imposed a penance on the monk for rejoicing. Gregory does not only relate miracles, but deigns now and then to tell facts in the career of St. Benedict. After founding 12 monasteries, he finally came to Monte Cassino, where there was a chapel to Apollo, still used by the country people for heathen worship. Even to that very time, the mad multitude of infidels did offer most wicked sacrifice. Benedict destroyed the altar, substituted a church, and converted the neighboring pagans. Satan was annoyed. The old enemy of mankind, not taking this in good part, did not now privily, or in a dream, but in open sight, present himself to the eyes of that holy father, and with great outcries complained that he had offered him violence. The noise which he made the monks did hear, but himself they could not see. But as the venerable father told them, he appeared visibly unto him most fell and cruel, and as though with his fiery mouth and flaming eyes he would have torn him in pieces. What the devil said unto him, all the monks did hear, for first he would call him by his name, and because the man of God vouchsafed him not any answer, then would he fall a reviling and railing at him. For when he cried out, calling him Blessed Bennet, and yet found that he gave him no answer, straightways he would turn his tune and say, Cursed Bennet, and not blessed, what hast thou to do with me, and why dost thou thus persecute me? Here the story ends. One gathers that Satan gave up in despair. I have quoted at some length from these dialogues because they have a threefold importance. First, they are the principal source for our knowledge of the life of St. Benedict, whose rule became the model for all Western monasteries except those of Ireland or founded by Irishmen. Secondly, they give a vivid picture of the mental atmosphere among the most civilized people living at the end of the 6th century. Thirdly, they are written by Pope Gregory the Great, fourth and last of the doctors of the Western Church, and politically one of the most eminent of the popes. To him we must now turn our attention. The Venerable W. H. Hutton, Archdeacon of Northampton, claims that Gregory was the greatest man of the 6th century. The only rival claimants, he says, would be Justinian and St. Benedict. All three certainly had a profound effect on future ages. Justinian by his laws, not by his conquests, which were ephemeral, Benedict by his monastic order, and Gregory by the increase of papal power which he brought about. In the dialogues that I have been quoting, he appears childish and credulous, but as a statesman he is astute, masterful, and very well aware of what can be achieved in the complex and changing world in which he has to operate. The contrast is surprising, but the most effective men of action are often intellectually second-rate. Gregory the Great, the first pope of that name, was born in Rome about 540 of a rich and noble family. It seems his grandfather had been pope after he became a widower. He himself, as a young man, had a palace and immense wealth. He had what was considered a good education, though it did not include a knowledge of Greek, which he never acquired, although he lived for 6 years in Constantinople. In 573 he was prefect of the city of Rome. But religion claimed him. He resigned his office, gave his wealth to the founding of monasteries and to charity, and turned his own palace into a house for monks, himself becoming a Benedictine. He devoted himself to meditation, and to austerities which permanently injured his health. But Pope Pelagius II had become aware of his political abilities and sent him as his envoy to Constantinople, to which, since Justinian's time, Rome was nominally subject. Gregory lived in Constantinople from 579 to 585, representing papal interests at the emperor's court and papal theology in discussions with Eastern ecclesiastics, who were always more prone to heresy than those of the West. The Patriarch of Constantinople at this time held the erroneous opinion that our resurrection bodies will be impalpable, but Gregory saved the emperor from falling into this departure from the true faith. He was unable, however, to persuade the emperor to undertake a campaign against the Lombards, which was the principal object of his mission. The 5 years, 585 to 590, Gregory spent as head of his monastery. Then the Pope died, and Gregory succeeded him. The times were difficult, but by their very confusion offered great opportunities to an able statesman. The Lombards were ravaging Italy. Spain and Africa were in a state of anarchy due to the weakness of the Byzantines and the decadence of Visigoths and the depredations of Moors. In France, there were wars between North and South. Britain, which had been Christian under the Romans, had reverted to paganism since the Saxon invasion. There were still remnants of Arianism, and the heresy of the 3 chapters was by no means extinct. The turbulent times infected even bishops, many of whom led far from exemplary lives. Simony was rife, and remained a crying evil until the latter half of the 11th century. All these sources of trouble Gregory combated with energy and sagacity. Before his pontificate, the Bishop of Rome, though acknowledged to be the greatest man in the hierarchy, was not regarded as having any jurisdiction outside his own diocese. St. Ambrose, for example, who was on the best of terms with the Pope of his day, obviously never regarded himself as in any degree subject to his authority. Gregory, owing partly to his personal qualities and partly to the prevailing anarchy, was able to assert successfully an authority which was admitted by ecclesiastics throughout the West, and even to a lesser degree in the East. He exerted this authority chiefly by means of letters to bishops and secular rulers in all parts of the Roman world, but also in other ways. His Book of Pastoral Rule, containing advice to bishops, had a great influence throughout the earlier Middle Ages. It was intended as a guide to the duties of bishops, and was accepted as such. He wrote it in the first instance for the Bishop of Ravenna, and sent it also to the Bishop of Seville. Under Charlemagne, it was given to bishops at consecration. Alfred the Great translated it into Anglo-Saxon. In the East, it was circulated in Greek. It gives sound, if not surprising, advice to bishops, such as not to neglect business. It tells them also that rulers should not be criticized, but should be kept alive to the danger of hellfire if they fail to follow the advice of the Church. Gregory's letters are extraordinarily interesting, not only as showing his character, but as giving a picture of his age. His tone, except to the emperor and the ladies of the Byzantine court, is that of a headmaster, sometimes commending, often reproving, never showing the faintest hesitation as to his right to give orders. Let us take as a sample his letters during 1 year, 599. The first is a letter to the Bishop of Cagliari in Sardinia, who, though old, was bad. It says in part, "It has been told me that on the Lord's Day, before celebrating the solemnities of Mass, thou wentest forth to plough up the crop of the bearer of these presents. Also, after the solemnities of Mass, thou didst not fear to root up the landmarks of that possession. Seeing that we still spare thy grey hairs, bethink thee at length, old man, and restrain thyself from such levity of behaviour and perversity of deeds." He writes at the same time to the secular authorities of Sardinia on the same subject. The bishop in question next has to be reproved because he makes a charge for conducting funerals, and then again because with his sanction a converted Jew placed the cross and an image of the Virgin in a synagogue. Moreover, he and other Sardinian bishops have been known to travel without permission of their metropolitan. This must cease. Then follows a very severe letter to the proconsul of Dalmatia, saying, among other things, "We see not of what sort your satisfaction is either to God or men." And again, "With regard to your seeking to be in favour with us, it is fitting that with your whole heart and soul, and with tears, as becomes you, you should satisfy your Redeemer for such things as these." I am ignorant as to what the wretch had done. Next comes a letter to Callinicus, exarch of Italy, congratulating him on a victory over the Slavs, and telling him how to act towards the heretics of Istria, who erred as to the 3 chapters. He writes also on this subject to the Bishop of Ravenna. Once, by way of exception, we find a letter to the Bishop of Syracuse, in which Gregory defends himself instead of finding fault with others. The question at issue is a weighty one, namely, whether Alleluia should be said at a certain point in the Mass. Gregory's usage, he says, is not adopted from subservience to the Byzantines, as the Bishop of Syracuse suggests, but is derived from St. James via the Blessed Jerome. Those who thought he was being unduly subservient to Greek usage were therefore in error. A similar question was one of the causes of the schism of the Old Believers in Russia. There are a number of letters to barbarian sovereigns, male and female. Brunichild, Queen of the Franks, wanted the pallium conferred on a certain French bishop, and Gregory was willing to grant her request. But unfortunately, the emissary she sent was a schismatic. To Agilulf, king of the Lombards, he writes congratulating him on having made peace. For, if unhappily peace had not been made, what else could have ensued but, with sin and danger on both sides, the shedding of the blood of miserable peasants whose labour profits both? At the same time, he writes to Agilulf's wife, Queen Theolinda, telling her to influence her husband to persist in good courses. He writes again to Brunichild to find fault with 2 things in her kingdom: that laymen are promoted at once to be bishops without a probationary time as ordinary priests, and that Jews are allowed to have Christian slaves. To Theodoric and Theodebert, kings of the Franks, he writes, saying that owing to the exemplary piety of the Franks, he would like to utter only pleasant things, but he cannot refrain from pointing out the prevalence of simony in their kingdom. He writes again about a wrong done to the Bishop of Turin. One letter to a barbarian sovereign is wholly complimentary. It is to Richard, king of the Visigoths, who had been an Arian, but became a Catholic in 587. For this, the Pope rewards him by sending him a small key from the most sacred body of the blessed Apostle Peter to convey his blessing, containing iron from his chains, that what had bound his neck for martyrdom may loose yours from all sins. I hope His Majesty was pleased with his present. The Bishop of Antioch is instructed as to the heretical synod of Ephesus, and informed that it has come to our ears that in the churches of the East no one attains to a sacred order except by giving of bribes, a matter which the bishop is to rectify wherever it is in his power to do so. The Bishop of Marseille is reproached for breaking certain images which were being adored. It is true that adoration of images is wrong, but images nevertheless are useful and should be treated with respect. Two bishops of Gaul are reproached because a lady who had become a nun was afterwards forced to marry. If this be so, you shall have the office of hirelings, and not the merit of shepherds. The above are a few of the letters of a single year. It is no wonder that he found no time for contemplation, as he laments in one of the letters of this year. Gregory was no friend to secular learning. To Desiderius, Bishop of Vienne in France, he writes, "It came to our ears, what we cannot mention without shame, that thy fraternity is, that is, thou art, in the habit of expounding grammar to certain persons. This thing we took so much amiss, and so strongly disapproved it, that we changed what had been said before into groaning and sadness, since the praises of Christ cannot find room in one mouth with the praises of Jupiter. In proportion as it is execrable for such a thing to be related of a priest, it ought to be ascertained by strict and veracious evidence whether or not it be so." This hostility to pagan learning survived in the Church for at least 4 centuries, till the time of Gerbert, Sylvester II. It was only from the 11th century onward that the Church became friendly to learning. Gregory's attitude to the emperor is much more deferential than his attitude to barbarian kings. Writing to a correspondent in Constantinople, he says, "What pleases the most pious emperor, whatever he commands to be done, is in his power. As he determines, so let him provide. Only let him not cause us to be mixed up in the deposition of an orthodox bishop. Still, what he does, if it is canonical, we will follow. But if it is not canonical, we will bear it, so far as we can, without sin of our own." When the Emperor Maurice was dethroned by a mutiny, of which the leader was an obscure centurion named Phocas, this upstart acquired the throne and proceeded to massacre the 5 sons of Maurice in their father's presence, after which he put to death the aged emperor himself. Phocas was of course crowned by the Patriarch of Constantinople, who had no alternative but death. What is more surprising is that Gregory, from the comparatively safe distance of Rome, wrote letters of fulsome adulation to the usurper and his wife. "There is this difference," he writes, "between the kings of the nations and the emperors of the republic, that the kings of the nations are lords of slaves, but the emperors of the republic lords of free men. May Almighty God, in every thought and deed, keep the heart of your piety, that is you, in the hand of his grace. And whatsoever things should be done justly, whatsoever things with clemency, may the Holy Spirit who dwells in your breast direct." And to the wife of Phocas, the Empress Leontia, he writes, "What tongue may suffice to speak, what mind to think, what great thanks we owe to Almighty God for the serenity of your empire, in that such hard burdens of long duration have been removed from our necks, and the gentle yoke of imperial supremacy has returned." One might suppose Maurice to have been a monster. In fact, he was a good old man. Apologists excuse Gregory on the plea that he did not know what atrocities had been committed by Phocas, but he certainly knew the customary behavior of Byzantine usurpers, and he did not wait to ascertain whether Phocas was an exception. The conversion of the heathen was an important part of the increasing influence of the Church. The Goths had been converted before the end of the 4th century, by Ulfilas or Ulfila, unfortunately to Arianism, which was also the creed of the Vandals. After the death of Theodoric, however, the Goths became gradually Catholic. The king of the Visigoths, as we have seen, adopted the Orthodox faith in the time of Gregory. The Franks were Catholic from the time of Clovis. The Irish were converted before the fall of the Western Empire by St. Patrick, a Somersetshire country gentleman, who lived among them from 432 till his death in 461. The Irish, in turn, did much to evangelize Scotland and the north of England. In this work, the greatest missionary was St. Columba. Another was St. Columban, who wrote long letters to Gregory on the date of Easter and other important questions. The conversion of England, apart from Northumbria, was Gregory's special care. Everyone knows how, before he was pope, he saw two fair-haired, blue-eyed boys in the slave market in Rome, and on being told they were Angles, replied, "No, angels." When he became pope, he sent St. Augustine to Kent to convert them. There are many letters in his correspondence to St. Augustine, to Edilbert, king of the Angeli, and to others about the mission. Gregory decrees that heathen temples in England are not to be destroyed, but the idols are to be destroyed, and the temples then consecrated as churches. St. Augustine puts a number of queries to the Pope, such as whether cousins may marry, whether spouses who have had intercourse the previous night may come to church, yes, if they have washed, says Gregory, and so on. The mission, as we know, prospered, and that is why we are all Christians at this day. The period we have been considering is peculiar in the fact that though its great men are inferior to those of many other epochs, their influence on future ages has been greater. Roman law, monasticism, and the papacy owe their long and profound influence very largely to Justinian, Benedict, and Gregory. The men of the 6th century, though less civilized than their predecessors, were much more civilized than the men of the next 4 centuries, and they succeeded in framing institutions that ultimately tamed the barbarians. It is noteworthy that, of the above 3 men, 2 were aristocratic natives of Rome, and the third was Roman emperor. Gregory is in a very real sense the last of the Romans. His tone of command, while justified by his office, has its instinctive basis in Roman aristocratic pride. After him, for many ages, the city of Rome ceased to produce great men. But in its downfall, it succeeded in fettering the souls of its conquerors. The reverence which they felt for the chair of Peter was an outcome of the awe which they felt for the throne of the Caesars. In the East, the course of history was different. Mohammed was born when Gregory was about 30 years old. Part 2. The Schoolmen. Chapter 7. The Papacy in the Dark Ages. During the 4 centuries, from Gregory the Great to Sylvester II, the papacy underwent astonishing vicissitudes. It was subject at times to the Greek emperor, at other times to the Western emperor, and at yet other times to the local Roman aristocracy. Nevertheless, vigorous popes in the 8th and 9th centuries, seizing propitious moments, built up the tradition of papal power. The period from AD 600 to 1000 is of vital importance for the understanding of the medieval church and its relation to the state. The popes achieved independence of the Greek emperors, not so much by their own efforts as by the arms of the Lombards, to whom, however, they felt no gratitude whatever. The Greek church remained always, in a great measure, subservient to the emperor, who considered himself competent to decide on matters of faith as well as to appoint and depose bishops, even patriarchs. The monks strove for independence of the emperor, and for that reason sided at times with the pope. But the patriarchs of Constantinople, though willing to submit to the emperor, refused to regard themselves as in any degree subject to papal authority. At times, when the emperor needed the pope's help against barbarians in Italy, he was more friendly to the pope than the patriarch of Constantinople was. The main cause of the ultimate separation of the Eastern and the Western churches was the refusal of the former to submit to papal jurisdiction. After the defeat of the Byzantines by the Lombards, the popes had reason to fear that they also would be conquered by these vigorous barbarians. They saved themselves by an alliance with the Franks, who, under Charlemagne, conquered Italy and Germany. This alliance produced the Holy Roman Empire, which had a constitution that assumed harmony between pope and emperor. The power of the Carolingian dynasty, however, decayed rapidly. At first, the pope reaped the advantage of this decay, and in the latter half of the 9th century, Nicholas I raised the papal power to hitherto unexampled heights. The general anarchy, however, led to the practical independence of the Roman aristocracy, which in the 10th century controlled the papacy with disastrous results. The way in which, by a great movement of reform, the papacy and the church generally was saved from subordination to the feudal aristocracy will be the subject of a later chapter. In the 7th century, Rome was still subject to the military power of the emperors, and popes had to obey or suffer. Some, for example Honorius, obeyed even to the point of heresy. Others, for example Martin I, resisted and were imprisoned by the emperor. From 685 to 752, most of the popes were Syrians or Greeks. Gradually, however, as the Lombards acquired more and more of Italy, Byzantine power declined. The Emperor Leo, the Isaurian, in 726, issued his iconoclast decree, which was regarded as heretical not only throughout the West, but by a large party in the East. This the popes resisted vigorously and successfully. At last, in 787, under the Empress Irene, at first as regent, the East abandoned the iconoclast heresy. Meanwhile, however, events in the West had put an end forever to the control of Byzantium over the papacy. In about the year 751, the Lombards captured Ravenna, the capital of Byzantine Italy. This event, while it exposed the popes to great danger from the Lombards, freed them from all dependence on the Greek emperors. The popes had preferred the Greeks to the Lombards for several reasons. First, the authority of the emperors was legitimate, whereas barbarian kings, unless recognized by the emperors, were regarded as usurpers. Second, the Greeks were civilized. Third, the Lombards were nationalists, whereas the Church retained Roman internationalism. Fourth, the Lombards had been Arians, and some odium still clung to them after their conversion. The Lombards, under King Liutprand, attempted to conquer Rome in 739, and were hotly opposed by Pope Gregory III, who turned to the Franks for aid. The Merovingian kings, the descendants of Clovis, had lost all real power in the Frankish kingdom, which was governed by the mayors of the palace. At this time, the mayor of the palace was an exceptionally vigorous and able man, Charles Martel, like William the Conqueror, a bastard. In 732, he had won the decisive battle of Tours against the Moors, thereby saving France for Christendom. This should have won him the gratitude of the Church, but financial necessity led him to seize some church lands, which much diminished ecclesiastical appreciation of his merits. However, he and Gregory III both died in 741, and his successor, Pepin, was wholly satisfactory to the Church. Pope Stephen III, in 754, to escape the Lombards, crossed the Alps and visited Pepin, when a bargain was struck which proved highly advantageous to both parties. The Pope needed military protection, but Pepin needed something that only the Pope could bestow: the legitimization of his title as king in place of the last of the Merovingians. In return for this, Pepin bestowed on the Pope Ravenna and all the territory of the former Exarchate in Italy. Since it could not be expected that Constantinople would recognize such a gift, this involved a political severance from the Eastern Empire. If the popes had remained subject to the Greek emperors, the development of the Catholic Church would have been very different. In the Eastern Church, the Patriarch of Constantinople never acquired either that independence of secular authority or that superiority to other ecclesiastics that was achieved by the Pope. Originally, all bishops were considered equal, and to a considerable extent this view persisted in the East. Moreover, there were other Eastern patriarchs, at Alexandria, Antioch, and Jerusalem, whereas the Pope was the only patriarch in the West. This fact, however, lost its importance after the Mohammedan conquest. In the West, but not in the East, the laity were mostly illiterate for many centuries, and this gave the Church an advantage in the West, which it did not possess in the East. The prestige of Rome surpassed that of any Eastern city, for it combined the imperial tradition with legends of the martyrdom of Peter and Paul, and of Peter as first pope. The emperor's prestige might have sufficed to cope with that of the pope, but no Western monarchs could. The Holy Roman emperors were often destitute of real power. Moreover, they only became emperors when the pope crowned them. For all these reasons, the emancipation of the Pope from Byzantine domination was essential both to the independence of the Church in relation to secular monarchs and to the ultimate establishment of the papal monarchy in the government of the Western Church. Certain documents of great importance, the donation of Constantine, and the false decretals belong to this period. The false decretals need not concern us, but something must be said of the donation of Constantine. In order to give an air of antique legality to Pepin's gift, churchmen forged a document purporting to be a decree issued by the Emperor Constantine, by which, when he founded the new Rome, he bestowed upon the Pope the old Rome and all its western territories. This bequest, which was the basis of the Pope's temporal power, was accepted as genuine by the whole of the subsequent Middle Ages. It was first rejected as a forgery in the time of the Renaissance, by Lorenzo Valla, circa 1406 to 57, in 1439. He had written a book on the elegancies of the Latin language, which naturally were absent in a production of the 8th century. Oddly enough, after he had published his book against the donation of Constantine, as well as a treatise in praise of Epicurus, he was made apostolic secretary by Pope Nicholas V, who cared more for Latinity than for the Church. Nicholas V did not, however, propose to give up the states of the Church, though the Pope's title to them had been based upon the supposed donation. The contents of this remarkable document are summarized by C. de Lisle Burns as follows. After a summary of the Nicene Creed, the fall of Adam, and the birth of Christ, Constantine says he was suffering from leprosy, that doctors were useless, and that he therefore approached the priests of the Capitol. They proposed that he should slaughter several infants and be washed in their blood, but owing to their mother's tears he restored them. That night Peter and Paul appeared to him, and said that Pope Sylvester was hiding in a cave on Soracte, and would cure him. He went to Soracte, where the universal Pope told him Peter and Paul were apostles, not gods, showed him portraits which he recognized from his vision, and admitted it before all his satraps. Pope Sylvester thereupon assigned him a period of penance in a hair shirt. Then he baptized him, when he saw a hand from heaven touching him. He was cured of leprosy and gave up worshipping idols. Then, with all his satraps, the Senate, his nobles, and the whole Roman people, he thought it good to grant supreme power to the See of Peter, and superiority over Antioch, Alexandria, Jerusalem, and Constantinople. He then built a church in his palace of the Lateran. On the Pope he conferred his crown, tiara, and imperial garments. He placed a tiara on the Pope's head and held the reins of his horse. He left to Sylvester and his successors Rome and all the provinces, districts, and cities of Italy and the West to be subject to the Roman Church forever. He then moved east, because where the princedom of bishops and the head of the Christian religion has been established by the heavenly emperor, it is not just that an earthly emperor should have power. The Lombards did not tamely submit to Pepin and the Pope, but in repeated wars with the Franks they were worsted. At last, in 774, Pepin's son Charlemagne marched into Italy, completely defeated the Lombards, had himself recognized as their king, and then occupied Rome, where he confirmed Pepin's donation. The popes of his day, Hadrian and Leo III, found it to their advantage to further his schemes in every way. He conquered most of Germany, converted the Saxons by vigorous persecution, and finally, in his own person, revived the Western Empire, being crowned emperor by the Pope in Rome on Christmas Day, AD 800. The foundation of the Holy Roman Empire marks an epoch in medieval theory, though much less in medieval practice. The Middle Ages were peculiarly addicted to legal fictions, and until this time the fiction had persisted that the western provinces of the former Roman Empire were still subject, de jure, to the emperor in Constantinople, who was regarded as the sole source of legal authority. Charlemagne, an adept in legal fictions, maintained that the throne of the empire was vacant, because the reigning eastern sovereign, Irene, who called herself emperor, not empress, was a usurper, since no woman could be emperor. Charles derived his claim to legitimacy from the Pope. There was thus, from the first, a curious interdependence of Pope and Emperor. No one could be emperor unless crowned by the Pope in Rome. On the other hand, for some centuries, every strong emperor claimed the right to appoint or depose popes. The medieval theory of legitimate power depended upon both emperor and pope. Their mutual dependence was galling to both, but for centuries inescapable. There was constant friction, with advantage now to one side, now to the other. At last, in the 13th century, the conflict became irreconcilable. The Pope was victorious, but lost moral authority shortly afterwards. The Pope and the Holy Roman Emperor both survived, the Pope to the present day, the Emperor to the time of Napoleon. But the elaborate medieval theory that had been built up concerning their respective powers ceased to be effective during the 15th century. The unity of Christendom, which it maintained, was destroyed by the power of the French, Spanish, and English monarchies in the secular sphere, and by the Reformation in the sphere of religion. The character of Charles the Great and his entourage is thus summed up by Dr. Gerhard Seliger. Vigorous life was developed at Charles's court. We see there magnificence and genius, but immorality also. For Charles was not particular about the people he drew round him. He himself was no model, and he suffered the greatest license in those whom he liked and found useful. As Holy Emperor he was addressed, though his life exhibited little holiness. He is so addressed by Alcuin, who also praises the Emperor's beautiful daughter Rotrud, as distinguished for her virtues, in spite of her having borne a son to Count Roderick of Maine, though not his wife. Charles would not be separated from his daughters. He would not allow their marriage, and he was therefore obliged to accept the consequences. The other daughter, Bertha, also had 2 sons by the pious Abbot Angilbert of Saint-Riquier. In fact, the court of Charles was a centre of very loose life. Charlemagne was a vigorous barbarian, politically in alliance with the Church, but not unduly burdened with personal piety. He could not read or write, but he inaugurated a literary renaissance. He was dissolute in his life and unduly fond of his daughters, but he did all in his power to promote holy living among his subjects. He, like his father Pepin, made skilful use of the zeal of missionaries to promote his influence in Germany, but he saw to it that popes obeyed his orders. They did this the more willingly because Rome had become a barbarous city, in which the person of the pope was not safe, without external protection, and papal elections had degenerated into disorderly faction fights. In 799, local enemies seized the pope, imprisoned him, and threatened to blind him. During Charles's lifetime, it seemed as if a new order would be inaugurated, but after his death little survived except a theory. The gains of the Church, and more particularly of the papacy, were more solid than those of the Western Empire. England had been converted by a monastic mission under the orders of Gregory the Great, and remained much more subject to Rome than were the countries with bishops accustomed to local autonomy. The conversion of Germany was largely the work of St. Boniface, 680 to 754, an English missionary who was a friend of Charles Martel and Pepin, and completely faithful to the Pope. Boniface founded many monasteries in Germany. His friend, St. Gall, founded the Swiss monastery, which bears his name. According to some authorities, Boniface anointed Pepin as king with a ritual taken from the first book of Kings. St. Boniface was a native of Devonshire, educated at Exeter and Winchester. He went to Frisia in 716, but soon had to return. In 717 he went to Rome, and in 719 Pope Gregory II sent him to Germany to convert the Germans and to combat the influence of the Irish missionaries, who, it will be remembered, erred as to the date of Easter and the shape of the tonsure. After considerable successes, he returned to Rome in 722, where he was made bishop by Gregory II, to whom he took an oath of obedience. The Pope gave him a letter to Charles Martel and charged him to suppress heresy in addition to converting the heathen. In 732 he became archbishop. In 738 he visited Rome a 3rd time. In 741 Pope Zacharias made him legate and charged him to reform the Frankish Church. He founded the Abbey of Fulda, to which he gave a rule stricter than the Benedictine. Then he had a controversy with an Irish bishop of Salzburg named Virgil, who maintained that there are other worlds than ours, but was nevertheless canonized. In 754, after returning to Frisia, Boniface and his companions were massacred by the heathen. It was owing to him that German Christianity was papal, not Irish. English monasteries, particularly those of Yorkshire, were of great importance at this time. Such civilization as had existed in Roman Britain had disappeared, and the new civilization, introduced by Christian missionaries, centered almost entirely round the Benedictine abbeys, which owed everything directly to Rome. The Venerable Bede was a monk at Jarrow. His pupil, Ecgbert, first Archbishop of York, founded a cathedral school where Alcuin was educated. Alcuin is an important figure in the culture of the time. He went to Rome in 780, and in the course of his journey met Charlemagne at Parma. The emperor employed him to teach Latin to the Franks and to educate the royal family. He spent a considerable part of his life at the court of Charlemagne, engaged in teaching and in founding schools. At the end of his life, he was abbot of St. Martin's at Tours. He wrote a number of books, including a verse history of the church at York. The emperor, though uneducated, had a considerable belief in the value of culture, and for a brief period diminished the darkness of the Dark Ages. But his work in this direction was ephemeral. The culture of Yorkshire was for a time destroyed by the Danes. That of France was damaged by the Normans. The Saracens raided southern Italy, conquered Sicily, and in 846 even attacked Rome. On the whole, the 10th century was, in Western Christendom, about the darkest epoch. For the 9th is redeemed by the English ecclesiastics and by the astonishing figure of Johannes Scotus, as to whom I shall have more to say presently. The decay of Carolingian power after the death of Charlemagne and the division of his empire redounded at first to the advantage of the papacy. Pope Nicholas I, 858 to 867, raised papal power to a far greater height than it had ever attained before. He quarrelled with the emperors of the East and the West, with King Charles the Bald of France and King Lothar II of Lorraine, and with the episcopate of nearly every Christian country. But in almost all his quarrels he was successful. The clergy in many regions had become dependent on the local princes, and he set to work to remedy this state of affairs. His two greatest controversies concerned the divorce of Lothar II and the uncanonical deposition of Ignatius, Patriarch of Constantinople. The power of the Church throughout the Middle Ages had a great deal to do with royal divorces. Kings were men of headstrong passions, who felt that the indissolubility of marriage was a doctrine for subjects only. The Church, however, could alone solemnize a marriage, and if the Church declared a marriage invalid, a disputed succession and a dynastic war were very likely to result. The Church, therefore, was in a very strong position in opposing royal divorces and irregular marriages. In England, it lost this position under Henry VIII, but recovered it under Edward VIII. When Lothar II demanded a divorce, the clergy of his kingdom agreed. Pope Nicholas, however, deposed the bishops who had acquiesced and totally refused to admit the king's plea for divorce. Lothar's brother, the Emperor Louis II, thereupon marched on Rome with the intention of overawing the pope, but superstitious terrors prevailed and he retired. In the end, the pope's will was victorious. The business of the Patriarch Ignatius was interesting, as showing that the pope could still assert himself in the East. Ignatius, who was obnoxious to the regent Bardas, was deposed, and Photius, hitherto a layman, was elevated to his place. The Byzantine government asked the pope to sanction this proceeding. He sent 2 legates to inquire into the matter. When they arrived in Constantinople, they were terrorized and gave their assent. For some time the facts were concealed from the pope, but when he came to know them, he took a high line. He summoned a council in Rome to consider the question. He deposed one of the legates from his bishopric, and also the Archbishop of Syracuse, who had consecrated Photius. He anathematized Photius, deposed all whom he had ordained, and restored all who had been deposed for opposing him. The Emperor Michael III was furious, and wrote the Pope an angry letter. But the Pope replied, "The day of king priests and emperor pontiffs is past. Christianity has separated the two functions, and Christian emperors have need of the Pope in view of the life eternal, whereas popes have no need of emperors, except as regards temporal things." Photius and the emperor retorted by summoning a council, which excommunicated the pope and declared the Roman Church heretical. Soon after this, however, Michael III was murdered, and his successor Basil restored Ignatius, explicitly recognizing papal jurisdiction in the matter. This triumph happened just after the death of Nicholas and was attributable almost entirely to the accidents of palace revolutions. After the death of Ignatius, Photius again became patriarch, and the split between the Eastern and Western churches was widened. Thus, it cannot be said that Nicholas's policy in this matter was victorious in the long run. Nicholas had almost more difficulty in imposing his will upon the episcopate than upon kings. Archbishops had come to consider themselves very great men, and they were reluctant to submit tamely to an ecclesiastical monarch. He maintained, however, that bishops owe their existence to the Pope, and while he lived he succeeded, on the whole, in making this view prevail. There was, throughout these centuries, great doubt as to how bishops should be appointed. Originally, they were elected by the acclamation of the faithful in their cathedral city, then frequently by a synod of neighboring bishops, then sometimes by the king, and sometimes by the Pope. Bishops could be deposed for grave causes, but it was not clear whether they should be tried by the Pope or by a provincial synod. All these uncertainties made the powers of an office dependent upon the energy and astuteness of its holders. Nicholas stretched papal power to the utmost limits of which it was then capable. Under his successors, it sank again to a very low ebb. During the 10th century, the papacy was completely under the control of the local Roman aristocracy. There was as yet no fixed rule as to the election of popes. Sometimes they owed their elevation to popular acclaim, sometimes to emperors or kings, and sometimes, as in the 10th century, to the holders of local urban power in Rome. Rome was at this time not a civilized city, as it had still been in the time of Gregory the Great. At times there were faction fights, at other times some rich family acquired control by a combination of violence and corruption. The disorder and weakness of Western Europe was so great at this period that Christendom might have seemed in danger of complete destruction. The Emperor and the King of France were powerless to curb the anarchy produced in their realms by feudal potentates who were nominally their vassals. The Hungarians made raids on northern Italy. The Normans raided the French coast, until in 911 they were given Normandy and in return became Christians. But the greatest danger in Italy and southern France came from the Saracens, who could not be converted and had no reverence for the Church. They completed the conquest of Sicily about the end of the 9th century. They were established on the river Garigliano near Naples. They destroyed Monte Cassino and other great monasteries. They had a settlement on the coast of Provence, whence they raided Italy and the Alpine valleys, interrupting traffic between Rome and the north. The conquest of Italy by the Saracens was prevented by the Eastern Empire, which overcame the Saracens of the Garigliano in 915. But it was not strong enough to govern Rome, as it had done after Justinian's conquest, and the papacy became for about 100 years a perquisite of the Roman aristocracy or of the counts of Tusculum. The most powerful Romans at the beginning of the 10th century were the senator Theophylact and his daughter Marozia, in whose family the papacy nearly became hereditary. Marozia had several husbands in succession and an unknown number of lovers. One of the latter she elevated to the papacy under the title of Sergius II, 904 to 911. His and her son was Pope John XI, 931 to 936. Her grandson was John XII, 955 to 964, who became pope at the age of 16 and completed the debasement of the papacy by his debauched life and the orgies of which the Lateran Palace soon became the scene. Marozia is presumably the basis for the legend of a female Pope Joan. The popes of this period naturally lost whatever influence their predecessors had retained in the East. They lost also the power which Nicholas I had successfully exercised over bishops north of the Alps. Provincial councils asserted their complete independence of the Pope, but they failed to maintain independence of sovereigns and feudal lords. Bishops, more and more, became assimilated to lay feudal magnates. The Church itself thus appears as the victim of the same anarchy in which lay society is weltering. All evil appetites range unchecked, and more than ever such of the clergy as still retain some concern for religion and for the salvation of the souls committed to their charge mourn over the universal decadence and direct the eyes of the faithful towards the spectre of the end of the world and of the last judgment. It is a mistake, however, to suppose that a special dread of the end of the world in the year 1000 prevailed at this time, as used to be thought. Christians from St. Paul onward believed the end of the world to be at hand, but they went on with their ordinary business nonetheless. The year 1000 may be conveniently taken as marking the end of the lowest depth to which the civilization of Western Europe sank. From this point the upward movement began, which continued till 1914. In the beginning, progress was mainly due to monastic reform. Outside the monastic orders, the clergy had become, for the most part, violent, immoral, and worldly. They were corrupted by the wealth and power that they owed to the benefactions of the pious. The same thing happened over and over again, even to the monastic orders, but reformers, with new zeal, revived their moral force as often as it had decayed. Another reason which makes the year 1000 a turning point is the cessation at about this time of conquest by both Mohammedans and northern barbarians, so far at least as Western Europe is concerned. Goths, Lombards, Hungarians, and Normans came in successive waves. Each horde in turn was Christianized, but each in turn weakened the civilized tradition. The Western Empire broke up into many barbarian kingdoms. The kings lost authority over their vassals. There was universal anarchy, with perpetual violence both on a large and on a small scale. At last, all the races of vigorous northern conquerors had been converted to Christianity and had acquired settled habitations. The Normans, who were the last comers, proved peculiarly capable of civilization. They reconquered Sicily from the Saracens and made Italy safe from the Mohammedans. They brought England back into the Roman world, from which the Danes had largely excluded it. Once settled in Normandy, they allowed France to revive and helped materially in the process. Our use of the phrase the Dark Ages to cover the period from 600 to 1000 marks our undue concentration on Western Europe. In China, this period includes the time of the Tang dynasty, the greatest age of Chinese poetry, and in many other ways a most remarkable epoch. From India to Spain, the brilliant civilization of Islam flourished. What was lost to Christendom at this time was not lost to civilization, but quite the contrary. No one could have guessed that Western Europe would later become dominant, both in power and in culture. To us, it seems that West European civilization is civilization, but this is a narrow view. Most of the cultural content of our civilization comes to us from the Eastern Mediterranean, from Greeks and Jews. As for power, Western Europe was dominant from the Punic Wars to the fall of Rome, say roughly during the 6 centuries from 200 BC to AD 400. After that time, no state in Western Europe could compare in power with China, Japan, or the Caliphate. Our superiority since the Renaissance is due partly to science and scientific technique, partly to political institutions slowly built up during the Middle Ages. There is no reason in the nature of things why this superiority should continue. In the present war, great military strength has been shown by Russia, China, and Japan. All these combine Western technique with Eastern ideology, Byzantine, Confucian, or Shinto. India, if liberated, will contribute another Oriental element. It seems not unlikely that, during the next few centuries, civilization, if it survives, will have greater diversity than it has had since the Renaissance. There is an imperialism of culture which is harder to overcome than the imperialism of power. Long after the Western Empire fell, indeed until the Reformation, all European culture retained a tincture of Roman imperialism. It now has, for us, a West European imperialistic flavor. I think that if we are to feel at home in the world after the present war, we shall have to admit Asia to equality in our thoughts, not only politically, but culturally. What changes this will bring about, I do not know, but I am convinced that they will be profound and of the greatest importance. Chapter 8. John the Scot. John the Scot, or Johannes Scotus, to which is sometimes added Erugena or Erigena, is the most astonishing person of the 9th century. Footnote. This addition is redundant. It would make his name Irish John from Ireland. In the 9th century, Scotus means Irishman. He would have been less surprising if he had lived in the 5th or the 15th century. He was an Irishman, a Neoplatonist, an accomplished Greek scholar, a Pelagian, a pantheist. He spent much of his life under the patronage of Charles the Bald, King of France, and though he was certainly far from orthodox, yet, so far as we know, he escaped persecution. He set reason above faith, and cared nothing for the authority of ecclesiastics. Yet his arbitrament was invoked to settle their controversies. To understand the occurrence of such a man, we must turn our attention first to Irish culture, in the centuries following St. Patrick. Apart from the extremely painful fact that St. Patrick was an Englishman, there are two other scarcely less painful circumstances. First, that there were Christians in Ireland before he went there. Second, that whatever he may have done for Irish Christianity, it was not to him that Irish culture was due. At the time of the invasion of Gaul, says a Gaulish author, first by Attila, then by the Goths, Vandals, and Alaric, all the learned men on their side the sea fled, and in the countries beyond sea, namely Ireland, and wherever else they betook themselves, brought to the inhabitants of those regions an enormous advance in learning. If any of these men sought refuge in England, the Angles and Saxons and Jutes must have mopped them up, but those who went to Ireland succeeded, in combination with the missionaries, in transplanting a great deal of the knowledge and civilization that was disappearing from the continent. There is good reason to believe that throughout the 6th, 7th, and 8th centuries, a knowledge of Greek, as well as a considerable familiarity with Latin classics, survived among the Irish. Footnote. The Cambridge Medieval History is in favour of Irish knowledge of Greek. End of footnote. Greek was known in England from the time of Theodore, Archbishop of Canterbury, 669 to 690, who was himself a Greek, educated at Athens. It may also have become known in the north through Irish missionaries. During the latter part of the 7th century, says Montague James, it was in Ireland that the thirst for knowledge was keenest, and the work of teaching was most actively carried on. There the Latin language, and in a less degree the Greek, was studied from the scholar's point of view. It was when, impelled in the first instance by missionary zeal, and later by troubled conditions at home, they passed over in large numbers to the continent, that they became instrumental in rescuing fragments of the literature which they had already learned to value. Herrick of Auxerre, about 876, describes this influx of Irish scholars. Ireland, despising the dangers of the sea, is migrating almost en masse with her crowd of philosophers to our shores, and all the most learned doom themselves to voluntary exile to attend the bidding of Solomon the Wise, that is, King Charles the Bald. The lives of learned men have at many times been perforce nomadic. At the beginning of Greek philosophy, many of the philosophers were refugees from the Persians. At the end of it, in the time of Justinian, they became refugees to the Persians. In the 5th century, as we have just seen, men of learning fled from Gaul to the Western Isles to escape the Germans. In the 9th century, they fled back from England and Ireland to escape the Scandinavians. In our own day, German philosophers have to fly even further west to escape their compatriots. I wonder whether it will be equally long before a return flight takes place. Too little is known of the Irish in the days when they were preserving for Europe the tradition of classical culture. This learning was connected with monasteries and was full of piety, as their penitentials show. But it does not seem to have been much concerned with theological niceties. Being monastic rather than episcopal, it had not the administrative outlook that characterized continental ecclesiastics from Gregory the Great onwards. And being in the main cut off from effective contact with Rome, it still regarded the Pope as he was regarded in the time of St. Ambrose, not as he came to be regarded later. Pelagius, though probably a Briton, is thought by some to have been an Irishman. It is likely that his heresy survived in Ireland, where authority could not stamp it out, as it did with difficulty in Gaul. These circumstances do something to account for the extraordinary freedom and freshness of John the Scott's speculations. The beginning and the end of John the Scott's life are unknown. We know only the middle period, during which he was employed by the King of France. He is supposed to have been born about 800 and to have died about 877, but both dates are guesswork. He was in France during the papacy of Pope Nicholas I, and we meet again in his life the characters who appear in connection with that pope, such as Charles the Bald and the Emperor Michael and the Pope himself. John was invited to France by Charles the Bald about the year 843, and was by him placed at the head of the court school. A dispute as to predestination and free will had arisen between Gottschalk, a monk, and the important ecclesiastic Hincmar, Archbishop of Rheims. The monk was predestinarian, the archbishop libertarian. John supported the archbishop in a treatise on divine predestination, but his support went too far for prudence. The subject was a thorny one. Augustine had dealt with it in his writings against Pelagius, but it was dangerous to agree with Augustine, and still more dangerous to disagree with him explicitly. John supported free will, and this might have passed uncensured, but what roused indignation was the purely philosophic character of his argument. Not that he professed to controvert anything accepted in theology, but that he maintained the equal or even superior authority of a philosophy independent of revelation. He contended that reason and revelation are both sources of truth, and therefore cannot conflict. But if they ever seem to conflict, reason is to be preferred. True religion, he said, is true philosophy, but conversely, true philosophy is true religion. His work was condemned by two councils, in 855 and 859. The first of these described it as Scott's porridge. He escaped punishment, however, owing to the support of the king, with whom he seems to have been on familiar terms. If William of Malmesbury is to be believed, the king, when John was dining with him, asked, "What separates a Scot from a sot?" And John replied, "Only the dinner table." The king died in 877, and after this date nothing is known as to John. Some think that he also died in that year. There are legends that he was invited to England by Alfred the Great, that he became abbot of Malmesbury or Athelney, and was murdered by the monks. This misfortune, however, seems to have befallen some other John. John's next work was a translation from the Greek of the Pseudo-Dionysius. This was a work which had great fame in the early Middle Ages. When St. Paul preached in Athens, certain men clave unto him and believed, among the which was Dionysius the Areopagite. Acts chapter 17, verse 34. Nothing more is now known about this man, but in the Middle Ages a great deal more was known. He had travelled to France and founded the Abbey of Saint-Denis. So at least it was said by Hildwin, who was abbot just before John's arrival in France. Moreover, he was the reputed author of an important work reconciling Neoplatonism with Christianity. The date of this work is unknown. It was certainly before 500 and after Plotinus. It was widely known and admired in the East, but in the West it was not generally known until the Greek Emperor Michael, in 827, sent a copy to Louis the Pious, who gave it to the above-mentioned Abbot Hildwin. He, believing it to have been written by St. Paul's disciple, the reputed founder of his abbey, would have liked to know what its contents were, but nobody could translate the Greek until John appeared. He accomplished the translation, which he must have done with pleasure, as his own opinions were in close accord with those of the Pseudo-Dionysius, who from that time onward had a great influence on Catholic philosophy in the West. John's translation was sent to Pope Nicholas in 860. The Pope was offended because his permission had not been sought before the work was published, and he ordered Charles to send John to Rome, an order which was ignored. But as to the substance, and more especially the scholarship shown in the translation, he had no fault to find. His librarian, Anastasius, an excellent Grecian, to whom he submitted it for an opinion, was astonished that a man from a remote and barbarous country could have possessed such a profound knowledge of Greek. John's greatest work was called, in Greek, On the Division of Nature. This book was what, in scholastic times, would have been termed realist, That is to say, it maintained with Plato that universals are anterior to particulars. He includes in nature not only what is, but also what is not. The whole of nature is divided into four classes. 1. What creates and is not created. 2. What creates and is created. 3. What is created but does not create. 4. What neither creates nor is created. The first, obviously, is God. The second is the Platonic ideas which subsist in God. The third is things in space and time. The fourth, surprisingly, is again God, not as creator, but as the end and purpose of all things. Everything that emanates from God strives to return to him. Thus the end of all such things is the same as their beginning. The bridge between the one and the many is the Logos. In the realm of not being, he includes various things, for example, physical objects, which do not belong to the intelligible world, and sin, since it means loss of the divine pattern. That which creates and is not created alone has essential subsistence. It is the essence of all things. God is the beginning, middle, and end of things. God's essence is unknowable to men and even to angels. Even to himself, he is, in a sense, unknowable. God does not know himself, what he is, because he is not a what. In a certain respect, he is incomprehensible to himself and to every intellect. Footnote. Compare Bradley on the inadequacy of all cognition. He holds that no truth is quite true, but the best available truth is not intellectually corrigible. End of footnote. In the being of things, God's being can be seen. In their order, his wisdom. In their movement, his life. His being is the Father, his wisdom the Son, his life the Holy Ghost. But Dionysius is right in saying that no name can be truly asserted of God. There is an affirmative theology in which he is said to be truth, goodness, essence, etc., but such affirmations are only symbolically true, for all such predicates have an opposite, but God has no opposite. The class of things that both create and are created embraces the whole of the prime causes, or prototypes, or Platonic ideas. The total of these prime causes is the Logos. The world of ideas is eternal and yet created. Under the influence of the Holy Ghost, these prime causes give rise to the world of particular things, the materiality of which is illusory. When it is said that God created things out of nothing, this nothing is to be understood as God himself, in the sense in which he transcends all knowledge. Creation is an eternal process. The substance of all finite things is God. The creature is not a being distinct from God. The creature subsists in God, and God manifests himself in the creature in an ineffable manner. The Holy Trinity loves itself in us and in itself. It sees and moves itself. Footnote, compare Spinoza. End of footnote. Sin has its source in freedom. It arose because man turned towards himself instead of towards God. Evil does not have its ground in God, for in God there is no idea of evil. Evil is not being and has no ground, for if it had a ground, it would be necessary. Evil is a privation of good. The Logos is the principle that brings the many back to the one, and man back to God. It is thus the Saviour of the world. By union with God, the part of man that affects union becomes divine. John disagrees with the Aristotelians in refusing substantiality to particular things. He calls Plato the summit of philosophers. But the first three of his kinds of being are derived indirectly from Aristotle's moving, not moved, moving and moved, moved but not moving. The fourth kind of being in John's system, that which neither creates nor is created, is derived from the doctrine of Dionysius, that all things return to God. The unorthodoxy of John the Scot is evident from the above summary. His pantheism, which refuses substantial reality to creatures, is contrary to Christian doctrine. His interpretation of the creation out of nothing is not such as any prudent theologian could accept. His Trinity, which closely resembles that of Plotinus, fails to preserve the equality of the three persons, although he tries to safeguard himself on this point. His independence of mind is shown by these heresies and is astonishing in the 9th century. His Neoplatonic outlook may perhaps have been common in Ireland, as it was among the Greek fathers of the 4th and 5th centuries. It may be that if we knew more about Irish Christianity from the 5th to the 9th century, we should find him less surprising. On the other hand, it may be that most of what is heretical in him is to be attributed to the influence of the pseudo-Dionysius, who, because of his supposed connection with St. Paul, was mistakenly believed to be orthodox. His view of creation as timeless is of course also heretical, and compels him to say that the account in Genesis is allegorical. Paradise and the fall are not to be taken literally. Like all pantheists, he has difficulties about sin. He holds that man was originally without sin, and when he was without sin, he was without distinction of sex. This, of course, contradicts the statement, male and female created he them. According to John, it was only as a result of sin that human beings were divided into male and female. Woman embodies man's sensuous and fallen nature. In the end, distinction of sex will again disappear, and we shall have a purely spiritual body. Footnote.
Chewed at the tarry flake.
End of footnote. Sin consists in misdirected will, in falsely supposing something good which is not so. Its punishment is natural. It consists in discovering the vanity of sinful desires. But punishment is not eternal. Like Origen, John holds that even the devils will be saved at last, though later than other people. John's translation of the Pseudo-Dionysius had a great influence on medieval thought, but his magnum opus on the division of nature had very little. It was repeatedly condemned as heretical, and at last, in 1225, Pope Honorius III ordered all copies of it to be burnt. Fortunately, this order was not efficiently carried out. Chapter 9. Ecclesiastical Reform in the 11th Century. For the first time since the fall of the Western Empire, Europe, during the 11th century, made rapid progress not subsequently lost. There had been progress of a sort during the Carolingian Renaissance, but it proved to be not solid. In the 11th century, the improvement was lasting and many-sided. It began with monastic reform. It then extended to the papacy and church government. Towards the end of the century, it produced the first scholastic philosophers. The Saracens were expelled from Sicily by the Normans. The Hungarians, having become Christians, ceased to be marauders. The conquests of the Normans in France and England saved those countries from further Scandinavian incursions. Architecture, which had been barbaric except where Byzantine influence prevailed, attained sudden sublimity. The level of education rose enormously among the clergy and considerably in the lay aristocracy. The reform movement, in its earlier stages, was, in the minds of its promoters, actuated exclusively by moral motives. The clergy, both regular and secular, had fallen into bad ways, and earnest men set to work to make them live more in accordance with their principles. But behind this purely moral motive there was another, at first perhaps unconscious, but gradually becoming more and more open. This motive was to complete the separation between clergy and laity, and in so doing to increase the power of the former. It was therefore natural that the victory of reform in the Church should lead straight on to a violent conflict between emperor and pope. Priests had formed a separate and powerful caste in Egypt, Babylonia, and Persia, but not in Greece or Rome. In the primitive Christian Church, the distinction between clergy and laity arose gradually. When we read of bishops in the New Testament, the word does not mean what it has come to mean to us. The separation of the clergy from the rest of the population had two aspects, one doctrinal, the other political. The political aspect depended upon the doctrinal. The clergy possessed certain miraculous powers, especially in connection with the sacraments, except baptism, which could be performed by laymen. Without the help of the clergy, marriage, absolution, and extreme unction were impossible. Even more important in the Middle Ages was transubstantiation. Only a priest could perform the miracle of the Mass. It was not until the 11th century, in 1079, that the doctrine of transubstantiation became an article of faith, though it had been generally believed for a long time. Owing to their miraculous powers, priests could determine whether a man should spend eternity in heaven or in hell. If he died while excommunicate, he went to hell. If he died after priests had performed all the proper ceremonies, he would ultimately go to heaven, provided he had duly repented and confessed. Before going to heaven, however, he would have to spend some time, perhaps a very long time, suffering the pains of purgatory. Priests could shorten this time by saying masses for his soul, which they were willing to do for a suitable money payment. All this, it must be understood, was genuinely and firmly believed both by priests and by laity. It was not merely a creed officially professed. Over and over again, the miraculous powers of the clergy gave them the victory over powerful princes at the head of their armies. This power, however, was limited in two ways: by reckless outbreaks of passion on the part of furious laymen, and by divisions among the clergy. The inhabitants of Rome, until the time of Gregory VII, showed little respect for the person of the Pope. They would kidnap him, imprison him, poison him, or fight against him whenever their turbulent factional strife tempted them to such action. How is this compatible with their beliefs? Partly, no doubt, the explanation lies in mere lack of self-control. Partly, however, in the thought that one could repent on one's deathbed. Another reason, which operated less in Rome than elsewhere, was that kings could bend to their will the bishops in their kingdoms, and thus secure enough priestly magic to save themselves from damnation. Church discipline and a unified ecclesiastical government were therefore essential to the power of the clergy. These ends were secured during the 11th century as part and parcel of a moral reformation of the clergy. The power of the clergy as a whole could only be secured by very considerable sacrifices on the part of individual ecclesiastics. The two great evils against which all clerical reformers directed their energies were simony and concubinage. Something must be said about each of these. Owing to the benefactions of the pious, the Church had become rich. Many bishops had huge estates, and even parish priests had, as a rule, what for those times was a comfortable living. The appointment of bishops was usually in practice in the hands of the king, but sometimes in those of some subordinate feudal noble. It was customary for the king to sell bishoprics. This, in fact, provided a substantial part of his income. The bishop, in turn, sold such ecclesiastical preferment as was in his power. There was no secret about this. Gerbert, Sylvester II, represented bishops as saying, "I gave gold, and I received the episcopate, but yet I do not fear to receive it back if I behave as I should. I ordain a priest, and I receive gold. I make a deacon, and I receive a heap of silver. Behold, the gold which I gave, I have once more unlessened in my purse." Peter Damian in Milan, in 1059, found that every cleric in the city, from the archbishop downwards, had been guilty of simony, and this state of affairs was in no way exceptional. Simony, of course, was a sin, but that was not the only objection to it. It caused ecclesiastical preferment to go by wealth, not merit. It confirmed lay authority in the appointment of bishops and episcopal subservience to secular rulers, and it tended to make the episcopate part of the feudal system. Moreover, when a man had purchased preferment, he was naturally anxious to recoup himself, so that worldly rather than spiritual concerns were likely to preoccupy him. For these reasons, the campaign against simony was a necessary part of the ecclesiastical struggle for power. Very similar considerations applied to clerical celibacy. The reformers of the 11th century often spoke of concubinage when it would have been more accurate to speak of marriage. Monks, of course, were precluded from marriage by their vow of chastity, but there had been no clear prohibition of marriage for the secular clergy. In the Eastern Church, to this day, parish priests are allowed to be married. In the West, in the 11th century, most parish priests were married. Bishops, for their part, appealed to St. Paul's pronouncement, "A bishop then must be blameless, the husband of one wife." Footnote: 1 Timothy chapter 3, verse 2. End of footnote. There was not the same clear moral issue as in the matter of simony, but in the insistence on clerical celibacy there were political motives very similar to those in the campaign against simony. When priests were married, they naturally tried to pass on church property to their sons. They could do this legally if their sons became priests. Therefore, one of the first steps of the Reform Party, when it acquired power, was to forbid the ordination of priest sons. Footnote. In 1046 it was decreed that a clerk's son cannot be a bishop. Later it was decreed that he could not be in holy orders. End of footnote. But in the confusion of the times, there was still danger that, if priests had sons, they would find means of illegally alienating parts of the church lands. In addition to this economic consideration, there was also the fact that if a priest was a family man, like his neighbours, he seemed to them less removed from themselves. There was, from at least the 5th century onwards, an intense admiration for celibacy, and if the clergy were to command the reverence on which their power depended, it was highly advantageous that they should be obviously separated from other men by abstinence from marriage. The reformers themselves, no doubt, sincerely believed that the married state, though not actually sinful, is lower than the state of celibacy, and is only conceded to the weakness of the flesh. St. Paul says, "If they cannot contain, let them marry." Footnote. 1 Corinthians chapter 7, verse 9. End of footnote. But a really holy man ought to be able to contain. Therefore, clerical celibacy is essential to the moral authority of the Church. After these general preliminaries, let us come back to the actual history of the Reform movement in the 11th century Church. The beginning goes back to the foundation of the Abbey of Cluny in 910 by William the Pious, Duke of Aquitaine. This abbey was, from the first, independent of all external authority except that of the Pope. Moreover, its abbot was given authority over other monasteries that owed their origin to it. Most monasteries at this time were rich and lax. Cluny, though avoiding extreme asceticism, was careful to preserve decency and decorum. The second abbot, Odo, went to Italy and was given control of several Roman monasteries. He was not always successful. Farfar, divided by a schism between two rival abbots who had murdered their predecessor, resisted the introduction of Cluniac monks by Odo and got rid by poison of the abbot whom Alberic installed by armed force. Alberic was the ruler of Rome who had invited Odo. In the 12th century, Cluny's reforming zeal grew cold. St. Bernard objected to its fine architecture. Like all the most earnest men of his time, he considered splendid ecclesiastical edifices a sign of sinful pride. During the 11th century, various other orders were founded by reformers. Romuald, an ascetic hermit, founded the Camaldolese order in 1012. Peter Damian, of whom we shall speak shortly, was a follower of his. The Carthusians, who never ceased to be austere, were founded by Bruno of Cologne in 1084. In 1098 the Cistercian order was founded, and in 1113 it was joined by St. Bernard. It adhered strictly to the Benedictine rule. It forbade stained-glass windows. For labour it employed conversi, or lay brethren. These men took the vows, but were forbidden to learn reading and writing. They were employed mainly in agriculture, but also in other work, such as architecture. Fountains Abbey in Yorkshire is Cistercian, a remarkable work for men who thought all beauty of the devil. As will be seen from the case of Farfar, which was by no means unique, monastic reformers required great courage and energy. Where they succeeded, they were supported by the secular authorities. It was these men and their followers who made possible the Reformation, first of the papacy and then of the Church as a whole. The reform of the papacy, however, was at first mainly the work of the emperor. The last dynastic pope was Benedict IX, elected in 1032, and said to have been only 12 years old at the time. He was the son of Alberic of Tusculum, whom we have already met in connection with Abbot Odo. As he grew older, he grew more and more debauched and shocked even the Romans. At last his wickedness reached such a pitch that he decided to resign the papacy in order to marry. He sold it to his godfather, who became Gregory VI. This man, though he acquired the papacy simoniacally, was a reformer. He was a friend of Hildebrand, Gregory VII. The manner of his acquiring the papacy, however, was too scandalous to be passed over. The young emperor, Henry III, 1039 to 1056, was a pious reformer, who had abandoned simony at great cost to his revenue, while retaining the right to appoint bishops. He came to Italy in 1046 at the age of 22 and deposed Gregory VI on the charge of simony. Henry III retained throughout his reign the power of making and unmaking popes, which, however,